one after another. But Tang Lan strolled towards him. "You idiot, you won't even hide when faced with my commander's sky-shattering cannon. Just wait until it turns into ashes." Bang! However, as soon as his words fell, the cannonball fell on Tang Lan. When the smoke dissipated, Tang Lan still had no injuries. He continued to move forward without stopping at all. "Damn it! I don't believe you can resist forever." Lishan looked shocked, and so did everyone else. Li Shan, who felt that he had lost face, continued to hold the Zhentian cannon and bombard Tang Lan. This time, the shells hit Tang Lan 3 times in a row. The terrifying airwave caused is very frightening and has the power to destroy everything. Chapter 593, There is no one in Rishan City? Be a dog for me. This time, I don't believe that you, a bastard, will survive. A little soul sect dares to pretend like this to my commander. You really don't take the 8th level soul guide seriously. Fortunately, my master gave me this 8th level soul tool, otherwise I would have been in some trouble today. This kid can kill the Soul Emperor and Soul King at will, and his strength is comparable to that of Contra. As the smoke filled the air, Li Shan spoke angrily, with a hint of fear in his words. This soul guide of yours is still interesting, just give it to me to use. Tang Lan's figure flashed in front of Li Shan. Lishan's eyes widened angrily, and the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, rapid movement. Li Shan quickly opened the distance between him and Tang Lan, and controlled the Zhentian cannon to shoot out all the remaining shells. To be sure, Li Shan quickly put away the sky-shattering cannon, and the third soul ring around him lit up. The third soul skill, Powerful Diamond Fist. In an instant, countless fist shadows blasted towards Tang Lan. He still didn't believe it. The sky-shattering cannon and his powerful Vajra fist couldn't kill a boy. This time, people watching from a distance also felt that Tang Lan must be dead. But Tang Lan slapped them in the face again. Did you feel good about it? Now we know that the 8th level soul guide you brag about is of no use at all, right? From now on, it's my turn to take action against you. Tang Lan's figure flashed again and came to Lishan again. Before Li Shan could react, he punched him in the face. But this time Tang Lan held back, otherwise Lishan's head would explode at this moment. Ah! A powerful soul saint screamed in pain and flew out. This scene made everyone present take a breath. Is this young man so strong? It seems that the realm is the 4-ring soul sect. But how can you beat up the Soul Emperor and Soul King at will, and now you can knock back the 7-ringed soul with one punch? Holy! He must be hiding his cultivation. The soul masters who understood this meaning retreated one after another, not daring to watch the show anymore. I was afraid that Tang Lan was an old monster and would suddenly use a group attack spirit skill, which would harm Chi Yu. A soul saint, so inexperienced, seems to only know how to study soul guidance devices, and his own cultivation is also false. I see that your martial spirit is still that of a powerful ape. You can carry and fight powerful apes, but you have become a papery sick cat. How ridiculous! Tang Lan directly sucked Lishan over, pinched him without touching his neck, and said mockingly. Son of a bitch! You are so arrogant in Rishan City, the city lord will never let you go. I, the Sun and Moon Empire, will not let you go. Li Shan was a tough one. He was controlled by Tang Lan, and he was very loud and still threatening him. Hat! Tang Lan sneered and didn't bother to say anything more. Tang Lan would not give him a chance for such a reckless guy. Bang! He directly controlled Lishan's ankle with his dragon-capturing hand, and then threw him wildly back and forth. Not to mention what happened to Lishan, even the ground was smashed with big holes. Everyone looked at this scene and felt horrified. Is this soul master from the enemy country so ruthless? He actually smashed the commander-in-chief's head so hard that he didn't even know where it was. The commander-in-chief is the most valued person by the city lord, and the city lord will never let him go if he learns of this. Furthermore, I heard that the Grand Commander was a disciple of the Empire's titled Douluo, and the 8th level soul guide was given to him by the titled Douluo. Now that this guy has killed the commander-in-chief and caused such misery, neither the city lord nor the more powerful titled Douluo will let him go. Tang Lan put away Lishan's soul guide for storing things. The level was not low, it was level 6. But Tang Lan knew very well that the most valuable thing was the 8th level soul guide. This can be given to Huo Yuhao after he becomes a soul master. Little Yakuza, little Yakuza. Even if you become the God King, I will still have to destroy all your plans. Although I have not become a god now, becoming a god is still a matter of time. After all, the flow rate here is 100 times that of the original world. Tang Lan did not come here to destroy Sun Mountain City, and he was not in the mood to destroy the Sun and Moon Empire. He has no grudge against anyone. He is here just to watch the excitement. If there are good seedlings, he can keep them around and cultivate them. The more talents, the better. There are definitely many good seedlings in the Sun and Moon Empire. Sir, when you come to Rishan City and act like this, do you think there is no one in Rishan City? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the person coming. A man in his 40s wearing a golden robe. His face was resolute, his brows were furrowed, and he was full of murderous intent. This person is none other than the Lord of Rishan City, Xiao Guang. Level 85 Soul Douluo, Level 8 Soul Master. In the realm of Contra, he is invincible. After all, he is a dual cultivator, and neither of them is a weakness. And beside him, there was a man with a tall and straight figure, who was also in the Contra realm. Similar in appearance, but younger. On the other side of him was a little girl, about 12 years old, with a sweet appearance. Father, this guy killed Uncle Lishan, you must not let him go. We must capture him alive and then torture him severely. It would be better to use him for the research of soul guidance devices. The little girl pulled Xiao Guang and said with a fierce expression. Ninger, don't worry, no one who caused trouble in our mountain city will be able to get out alive. Xiao Guang turned to look at the little girl and smiled kindly. I want to leave today, no one can stop me. Death to those who block it. Tang Lan said lightly. He can spare these people now, but if the city lord is still brazen about keeping him, or even takes action, then he will have no choice but to die. After Tang Lan finished speaking, he turned around and left. However, in Xiao Guang's eyes, Tang Lan just wanted to escape. I saw him sneer, and the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, Flying Eagle Shadow. Xiao Guang's martial spirit is the Black Demon Eagle, which is the most powerful type of eagle martial spirit. Once you practice Contra, you can reveal the aura of the devil. A huge black flying eagle with terrifying momentum shot towards Tang Lan. Tang Lan shook his head, took out a knife at random, turned around and slashed at will. Pfft! The huge flying eagle shadow disappeared. There are always people who are not happy living and want to die. Do you think this kind of person is simply sick? Tang Lan played with the knife, looked around at the crowd and asked meaningfully. Xiao Guang saw that his second soul skill was eliminated by the opponent with a casual knife. And this sword was not a soul skill at all, which caused a turmoil in his heart. Arrogant person, you piece of shit. Now quickly kowtow to this lady and admit your mistake. I can still let you live and suffer. Just be a dog to me. If you continue to persist in your obsession, I will let you die without a burial place. Chapter 594 The Black Demon Eagle martial spirit smashed into flesh and shocked the entire audience. This is Xiao Ning, the youngest daughter of the city lord, and also the only daughter. And he's very talented. He's like 12 years old. He's already a second-level soul engineer. The martial spirit also inherited the city lord's black magic eagle. One person couldn't help but sigh. This kid is so arrogant when facing the lord of the city. He really has 9 lives, which are not enough. Let's just watch him be completely destroyed. Another person also said gloatingly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lan pulled him over from the air. Are you talking about me? Don't think that I can't hear you if you talk about me elsewhere. Tang Lan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile on his face. Let me go, I didn't talk about you. Lord City Lord, please save me. My uncle is from your city lord's mansion, he is a 6th ring soul emperor. At this time, the 4th ring soul sect said with a frightened look on his face, and then shouted at Xiao Guang. He hopes Xiao Guang can save him. Let him go. Xiao Guang said solemnly. Xiao Guang naturally had to save him. After all, many people in the city were watching him. As the city lord, he naturally had to protect everyone in the city. If you don't let go, what else? And I'm going to kill him. Everything has a price. Tang Lan responded with a smile, and after the words fell, Tang Lan pinched his neck amidst the Siwan soul sect's cry for help. Then Tang Lan threw it out casually. Just like a cannonball hitting a person, the person was killed on the spot. And this person also mocked and cursed Tang Lan just now. Such a ruthless Tang Lan naturally scared everyone present. Fanatic! Why is this beast not dead yet? The city lord must kill him. A bastard who is worse than a pig or a dog. After being frightened, they did not dare to speak out anymore, they only dared to curse in their hearts. At this moment, almost everyone was cursing Tang Lan. Hat! Tang Lan sneered and opened the killing god realm again. The endless murderous intent and terrifying coercion crushed the kneecaps of all those who cursed him in their hearts. Everyone knelt down. Stop! Xiao Guang roared. The third soul ring around his body lit up. The third soul skill, Black Eagle Invasion. The illusory black eagles, like black mist, quickly moved towards Tang Lan. This soul skill is a control skill. As long as anyone is shrouded in black mist, their speed will be slowed down and their reactions will be sluggish. Then Xiao Guang took out a spear with 5 barrels, which he made himself. Level 7 Soul Guidance Device, Black Flame Combo Gun, Wild Wind Shooting. As the black mist enveloped Tang Lan, Xiao Guang quickly accumulated energy, preparing to give Tang Lan a fatal blow. Father, please don't kill this bastard. We must capture him alive, and my daughter will torture him severely. Xiao Ning on the side said with a ferocious expression. The man on the other side suddenly said, there is no need for me to accumulate energy and waste my soul power. Brother, come and capture him alive. Xiao Guang's biological brother, Xiao Mang said confidently. He is an even more talented soul mentor, and he is already an 8th level soul mentor in his 30s. The level has also reached level 81. The martial spirit is a mutated black magic eagle, a flaming black magic eagle. There is a more significant bonus for soul tools that use dark attributes. After finishing his words, Xiao Guang opened his martial soul without waiting for anything to say, and the first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, the Light of Flames. A powerful energy beam condensed towards Tang Lan, and then Black Eagle leaned down and instantly became a black beam of light. At this moment, the terrifying power became more obvious, and it exploded in the direction of Tang Lan. Bang! The impact was loud and clear, and everyone felt that this time he would be injured. This kind of thing probably has a high-level defensive soul guidance device on his body, or he has secretly used defensive soul skills. Otherwise, how could we not be afraid of Li Shen's 8th level soul guide? But his times are limited, this time he will be finished. Xiao Mang prides himself on being the smartest in the world, so he talks eloquently as if he has seen through everything. What the second brother said is absolutely true. He is not a 4-ringed soul sect, he must be a soul saint, and he has many treasures under his hands. There must be forces behind us, but we are not afraid of killing him. We are backed by the First Empire, the Sun and Moon Empire. Xiao Guang held his head high and said arrogantly. However, as he finished speaking, the smoke dissipated, and Tang Lan's figure disappeared. Both Xiao Guang brothers exclaimed in disbelief. It can't be wiped out so easily, right? However, Tang Lan's voice rang in their ears the next moment. My sister's voice was like a ghost's voice, and the two of them were frightened and immediately opened the defensive soul guide. But in front of Tang Lan, any soul guide is like window paper. Bang! Tang Lan casually took out a level 6 soul guide, the Furious Hammer, from Li Shen's storage soul guide. He rose into the air and struck at Xiao Guang and Xiao Mang 2 times in a row. Still without using any skills, he directly used his terrifying power to smash the two people's 7th level defensive soul guides. While the two of them turned on their defensive soul tools, they also turned on their defensive soul skills just to be sure. But it was useless. Tang Lan's burst of power was that of a titled Douluo. Even without using soul skills, his strength alone could crush all the defenses of the two of them. 2PEO Lihai's head exploded easily like a watermelon. This scene frightened the people who had broken their kneecaps, their eyes widened, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. For the man holding the hammer, there is only fear in my heart. Is this a monster? Without using soul skills, you can kill 2 soul saints with a hammer, and that's even with the protection of a level 7 soul guide. Ah! Xiao Ning, who was standing aside, saw his father and uncle being smashed into a pulp. I was so scared that I screamed. And Tang Lan is not a person who cherishes beauty. This black demon eagle martial spirit is a dark martial spirit, and there is a high probability that he will eventually become an evil spirit master. Besides, everyone has to pay a price, even a girl. Bang! Tang Lan swung his hammer and knocked Xiao Ning away like a golfer. Hiss! Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this an evil soul master? How could an enemy country be so stupid as to act like this? Whether it was the Sky Soul Empire or the Douluo Empire, they were obviously much weaker than the Sun and Moon Empire. Only extremely evil soul masters in this world can do this. After Tang Lan killed 3 people, he leisurely rose into the air, spread out the 8 wings of the evil god, and quickly flew away from Rishan City. The next step was to go to Shrek City. It didn't matter how long Huo Yuhao was there. He could make contact with other people from Shrek Academy first. I need to cultivate some geniuses myself. Chapter 595 Minggu Douluo, Lin Yuer is in trouble. I need to cultivate some geniuses myself. Just like killing the city lord in the Tianhun Empire, the news quickly spread to the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire. Lishan's master, Teng Wu, was naturally furious. Teng Wu is one of the many titled Douluo in the Sun and Moon Empire. He is known as the underworld Douluo. At the same time, he is also a 9th level soul mentor. Although his status in the Sun and Moon Empire is not very high, he still has some influence. When he learned that his disciple had been killed, he was naturally furious. How dare you kill my disciples within the borders of the Sun and Moon Empire? Can this person leave his name? How high is his level? I want to avenge my disciple. Minggu Douluo roared angrily. Go back to master, the man didn't leave his name, and I don't know which country he is from. On the surface, his realm is that of the 4-ring soul sect, but he must have hidden his cultivation. Otherwise, how could third junior brother, the majestic 7th ring soul sage, be killed by a young soul sect? And the third junior brother also has the 8th level soul guide given to him by your master, the sky-shattering cannon. Even if you face an ordinary contra, you can still fight. FANFIC, the eldest disciple of Minggu Douluo, bent down and said respectfully. FANFIC is also a soul saint, but he is already a level 79 peak soul saint and his martial soul is a gold and bronze python. In his 40s, his cultivation talent may not be that high, but as a soul mentor, he is powerful. A 7-ring soul saint, but he is already an 8th level soul mentor comparable to an 8-ring soul Douluo. Son of a bitch! It must be an old guy from the Heavenly Soul Empire who is good at rejuvenating people. Since he didn't use soul skills, he might be someone from the Numenon sect. People from the Numenon sect have rare Numenon martial souls. Even if they don't use their martial souls, their combat power is unmatched by other soul masters. This old guy may be a high-level soul Douluo, or he may be a titled Douluo. After all, the lord of Shancheng City has been killed in recent days. Minggu Douluo cursed murderously, thinking that he was very smart in analyzing his opponent's situation. Then master, how should we find this person? FANFIC asked doubtfully. Let's not be in a hurry. The royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire should be in a hurry. After all, the city lord is the person appointed by them. Now that the Sun and Moon Empire is at its peak in the spring and autumn period, how can it be bullied by a weak imperial soul master? The royal family will definitely be furious, and then send a large number of soul masters to the enemy country to investigate. He even threatened the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Douluo Empire to hand over the murderous villains, otherwise we would start a war. Minggu Douluo straightened his body, stroking his beard and looking into the distance, and said meaningfully. Hello, master. FANFIC immediately flattered him. Tang Lan quickly returned to Shrek City, and using the soul seed puppet, he quickly found the white fox. But Tang Lan discovered that Bai Hu and Lin Yuer were being surrounded by a group of soul masters at this moment, looking for trouble. Tang Lan did not appear immediately, but opened the realm of living beings and felt everything around him, including the conversations and voices of everyone within the range. My young master looks at this little girl and wants her to be his personal maid. I advise you not to be ignorant of good and evil. In Shrek City, my Hong family has a profound background. Even if you are the soul saint, you cannot afford to offend me. In Shrek City, there are so many soul saints. At first glance, you look like you are from a small place. I don't know that Shrek City is the largest empire in the world. A low-level soul saint named Hong Shan pointed at the white fox and said sternly while turning on his martial soul. Although he is a low-level one, he is already level 72, but the white fox is only level 71 and can be dealt with by himself. Not to mention the 5-6 ring soul emperors who followed him. But Hong Shan wanted to defeat the enemy without fighting and directly scare the white fox. After all, if a soul saint works hard, even if he wins, he will still be injured. Sorry, sister, Brother Tang, will never let you go. Don't mention you, even the entire Hong family will be exterminated. Lin Yuer pointed at Hong Shan and shouted angrily. Having seen Tang Lan fight several times, she firmly believed that Tang Lan could do this. Even though Shrek City is the largest city in the world, most of the people in the city have powerful forces behind it. But she trusted Tang Lan unconditionally in her heart. Don't anger them. Bai Hu lowered his head to remind Lin Yuer. He thought that he should stabilize the opponent first and try to delay it for some time without taking action. Once he takes action, he will not be able to protect Lin Yuer at all. He was not sure how long it would take for Tang Lan to return, so he was a little flustered at the moment. After all, a person from a small place would have no confidence in coming to the largest city in the world. Ha! What a loud tone! Brother Tang in your mouth, still wants to destroy my Hong family. Who do you think your brother Tang is? Is he Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang clan who became a god thousands of years ago? Do you know how many titled Douluo our Hong family has produced in the past 1,000 years? Even now, the old patriarch of the Hong family is a titled Douluo. Little girl, don't go crazy, my young master will not treat you badly if you follow me. When Hong Shan heard Lin Yuer's words, he couldn't help laughing. Pointing at Lin Yuer, he said loudly and mockingly. Others looked at Lin Yuer with mocking expressions. Lin Yuer felt that Hong Shan and others were mocking Brother Tang, who was like a god in her heart. An immediate and angry rebuttal was required. But Bai Hu covered his mouth and said anxiously in a low voice, I said, Aunt, you should keep a low profile. We need to delay now until His Holiness comes back to save us. It's not a good time to start a dispute with them now. Bai Hu is a smart man. Losing some face at the beginning is nothing, as long as he saves his life. I'm going to say it one last time. Just follow us, or we will take action. If you take action, someone could easily be killed. I don't think you all want to die. Hong Shan issued an ultimatum. Brother, if we have something to talk about, my young lady is also a talented soul master. How can she be a lowly maid next to your young master? Does the Hong family like to bully the people in Shrek City? It would be a bad reputation if word spread like this. Bai Hu lowered his head and spoke softly, and also reminded the Hong family not to go too far. Hong Shan was not a brainless person. He immediately saw that Bai Hu was stalling for time. Het! You want to delay time, right? I don't have time to waste time here with you. Since you don't know what it means to cherish life, then I will take your life. Do it! Hong Shan said with a sneer, and then roared loudly. The other 5 soul emperors opened their martial souls one after another and attacked the white fox. The same goes for Hong Shan. Chapter 596 The White Fox's combat IQ is very clever. The white fox saw that he could not delay time. The 7th soul ring around him quickly lit up. The 7th soul skill, White Fox True Body. Bai Hu knew that there would be a fierce battle next, so he opened the martial soul's true form as soon as possible. After all, after opening the true form, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and the enemy can be caught off guard. Then the 4th soul ring quickly lit up again. The 4th soul skill, Lone Shadow Fox Group. With the blessing of the martial soul's true form, every fox shadow in the fox group became much larger. He rushed towards the 6 people crazily. What a small trick! Hong Shan roared angrily. The 7th soul ring around him also lit up quickly. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Hong Shan quickly turned into a giant red crocodile. His martial spirit is the red brocade holy light crocodile, which is an extremely powerful type of crocodile martial spirit. And the entire direct line of the Hong family has inherited this martial spirit. This giant crocodile was about 30 meters long. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the rushing fox silver in one bite. Then the 3rd soul ring lights up. The 3rd soul skill, Pillar of Holy Light. Hong Shan opened his bloody mouth, his whole body became even redder, and then a ball of red light condensed in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, the ball of light swept towards the white fox, forming a large and thick beam of light. This is Ongshan's very powerful long-distance single-target attack soul skill. The pressure on the white fox increased sharply, and the 1st soul ring around his body lit up. The 1st soul skill, Fox's Speed Increase. Bai Hu took Lin Yuer and evacuated quickly, fleeing towards the distance. He knew that he was no match for the other party. They both had beast martial arts souls, and the other party's martial arts spirits would have a natural suppressive force on him. The Hong family is really strong. Can I still escape? Fortunately, the martial spirit of giant crocodile is not very fast. It's such a wishful thinking to want to escape. Follow me. Zhuofeng, Lanja, the two of you, catch up with him and fight with all your might. Hang on to him. Our support is around, and he will not be able to escape when the time comes. Hong Shan said with a mocking look on his face. Yes. After listening to the order, the two six-ring soul emperors lit up their soul rings one after another. The third soul skill, electric bird chasing the wind. The fourth soul skill, swift wolf impact. The two agility attack soul emperors used their fastest soul skills to chase the white fox. Although Baihu is good at speed, he is a control-type illusion soul master, and his speed is far outmatched by agility soul masters. Uncle White Fox, don't worry, Brother Tang will definitely come to save us. Lin Yuer was not afraid at all on White Fox's back. The white fox who had transformed into a fox body was speechless. This little girl is really optimistic. How dangerous it was now, did she really not feel it at all? Tang Lan, who was waving the 8 wings of the evil god in the sky, also wanted to laugh at Lin Yuer's words. Does this girl trust her so much? However, the white fox is also very loyal. When faced with a crisis, he did not escape alone. Instead, he fled with the oil bottle. But now Tang Lan is not in a hurry to go out and save Baihu. He wants to see how powerful Baihu can be. This guy is talented, so Tang Lan wants to see the white fox's combat IQ. Zhuofeng and Lanja soon caught up with the white fox. The two looked at each other. Zhuofeng's first soul ring lit up all over his body. The first soul skill, Thunder Strike. Zhuofeng's figure flashed, and he swung his huge fist with the power of thunder and lightning, and hit the white fox. At the same time, the second soul ring around Lanja lit up. The second soul skill, Flashing Wolf Claws. The wolf fangs and hands turned into terrifying wolf claws, extremely sharp. With a flash, he appeared in front of the white fox, grabbing the white fox with an unstoppable force. The white fox also had a countermeasure when the two of them used their soul skills. The second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Blessing from the Fox God. This is White Fox's defensive soul skill. It can still resist the attacks of 2 low-level soul emperors. The reason why the White Fox didn't think about evading or using soul skills to fight against it. It was because he felt that the attack power of 2 agile attack soul emperors would not be very strong. The White Fox resisted the blows of the 2 men and still suffered some minor injuries. However, he also used the force of the impact to sprint forward for another distance, widening the distance between him and the two of them. Damn it! Lang Yu roared angrily. Tang Lan saw Baihu's mature combat experience and could tell that he had some combat IQ. After all, the fox is one of the smartest spirit beasts. Keep reading. Zhuofeng and Lang Yu relied on their speed advantage to catch up with White Fox again. This time, the two of them wanted to entangle the White Fox. They all used their 6th soul skills. The 6th soul skill, Flying Wolf's soul-destroying chant. The 6th soul skill, Phantom Bird Killing. The wolf fang roared at the white fox at close range. His most powerful soul skill is the soul-attacking skill. The flying bird directly summoned a huge electric bird phantom, and grabbed the white fox with great power. The white fox knew that he could not defend himself this time, but had to confront the two of them head-on. The third soul ring around his body lit up. The third soul skill, Fox's Soul Devouring. First, he used his soul attack to neutralize Lanja's soul attack. Then the 5th soul ring lit up again. The 5th soul skill, Raging Fox Divine Slash. At this moment, anger filled the surroundings, and the white fox rose into the air, waving its claws at the birds. Then the two were as fast as thunder and as strong as heavy hammers, and a fox slash broke the phantom bird's shadow. The next fox slash sank directly into Asuka's body. The flying bird was cut in half and killed. Only Lanja was left, with his eyes wide open and a look of fear on his face. He knew that without Asuka, he was no match for the opponent. They also underestimated the strength of the white fox. But when Lanja wanted to escape, Baihu had already used his strongest soul skill. The 6th soul skill, Illusion. As his strongest soul skill, it directly caused Lanja to fall into an illusion. And Wolf Fang cannot escape for the time being. The white fox did not kill Lanja, but quickly ran in the direction of escape. Tang Lan was very satisfied when he saw Bai Hu's handling of the matter. An ordinary person might take advantage of his illness to kill him, but killing a wolf fang won't change anything. If you waste time, you will be overtaken by the pursuers behind you, and there may also be intercepted reinforcements. In addition, if you use one more soul skill, the white fox's soul power will drop a lot. In addition, if you keep the fox body, the soul power will be consumed very quickly. The most correct choice now is to flee quickly while maintaining the fox body. He is a guy who fights with his IQ. Tang Lan likes people with brains. By the time Hong Shan arrived with other soul emperors, the white fox had already fled far away. And Lanja was also awakened by Hong Shan. Lanja, what's going on? Asuka was cut in half. You were under an illusion. Where is that bastard? Is he injured? Hong Shan grabbed Lang Ye's collar and asked angrily. Chapter 597, How many dog lives can the tenacious white fox kill? That guy is very strong. Very fast and good at illusions. Finiao was accidentally killed, and Bazi was directly hit by his sixth soul skill and couldn't escape at all. That guy should have escaped by now. Wolf fangs lower their heads to swallow spit. Trash! Hong Shan cursed angrily. Then he didn't say much and continued the pursuit. Tang Lan was looking down at everything from the air. He knew that the white fox couldn't escape at all. Because the Hong family didn't just send a soul saint. It seems that the young master of the Hong family is very fond of Lin Yuer. In one fell swoop, 2 soul saints were sent to catch her. Shrek City doesn't care how they fight outside Shrek City. When the white fox escaped into a jungle, just when he thought he had got rid of the enemy, a voice suddenly sounded out. You can't escape. The ones fighting Hong Shan and the others don't have much soul power anymore, right? Hong Shan is also a loser. With several soul emperors, he can let you escape this far. And they're still missing. The white fox's expression changed drastically. It was the aura of the soul saint, and it was stronger than the soul saint just now. Regardless of whether he is his opponent or not, even if he can be defeated, the pursuers from behind will arrive. It seems like today is doomed. Next, I will fight for my life. If I die, you will surrender immediately. Yuer, if you want to survive, just be obedient. Even if you are caught by the other party, at least you are still alive. If you are alive, you can wait until the Lord returns. As long as respect comes back, the magnesium painted on the tip of the tip will be Rui. Bai Hu looked at Lin Yuer very seriously and warned her. Uncle White Fox. Lin Yuer said hurriedly, I don't want you to die. Then Lin Yuer prayed in his heart that Tang Lan would come back quickly. The white fox smiled and returned to his true form. He could no longer maintain his true form. Even though I can't escape today, I will fight for the life of any one of you. And the lives of the rest of you, as well as the entire Hong family, will accompany me to hell. I can tell you clearly that your Hong family has offended people who shouldn't be offended. In the end it's too late to regret. The white fox said words of encouragement to himself so that he would not be afraid, and at the same time he wanted to delay time. Are you stalling for time? Is it because the stronger person has not returned? What if we wait for him to come? But before we wait for his return, Hong Shan is coming. The little girl you protect will eventually fall into our hands, and you and the master you call will die in the hands of my Hong family. The speaker appeared, a slender man with black eyes and long hair, who looked like a woman. But the pressure he brought to the white fox was very great. It seems you are stubborn. Bai Hu shook his head and sneered. I think you are stubborn, right? How about I introduce myself? My name is Tan Yao, a level 75 attack spirit saint, a white rhinoceros with a phoenix pattern. I won't kill unknown people either. Please introduce them to me too. Tan Yao smiled even more, but his tone was calm. My name is Aster, a level 71 control type war spirit saint, a martial spirit white fox. Please advise. The white fox has already shown the aura of looking forward to death. The opponent is level 75, is of the power attack type, and has the martial spirit of the phoenix patterned white rhinoceros. But the top beast martial spirit is a rhinoceros with phoenix bloodline. And it's still full. It seems you are a loyal person. But I don't like loyal people. So go to hell. Tan Yao sneered, and then quickly stopped his smile, his charming face full of murderous intent. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Rhino Clash. Tan Yao looks charming, but after launching the attack, Tan Yao's temperament changed. I saw that his body was dozens of times bigger, and he had a horn on his head, which looked extremely sharp. Then he crashed crazily towards the white fox. Bai Hu could no longer open the true form of the martial soul, so he could only use illusion soul skills to delay time. The sixth soul ring around his body lit up. The sixth soul skill, illusion. Tan Yao guessed that Bai Hu was very good at illusions, so he immediately lit up his third soul ring. The third soul skill, spiritual light phoenix rhinoceros. This soul skill is Tan Yao's defensive soul skill. Whether it is physical or spiritual, it is added with a spiritual light. Aura body protection can also protect the soul. So the white fox's attack had no effect. And Tan Yao's attack has arrived, and he is about to hit the white fox. Bai Hu used his first soul skill to avoid Tan Yao's fatal blow. He didn't want to give up just like that, so his soul ring lit up immediately. The fifth soul skill, Raging Fox Divine Slash. Since illusions don't work, let's use physical attacks. At times like this, we must not be defensive. The white fox tried his best and exhausted all his soul power. The first chop made Tan Yao pause for a moment. The second slash made Tan Yao go back. Then he picked up Lin Yu and ran away. Escape. You have no chance. Tan Yao felt a little disgraced and shouted with a ferocious expression. The fourth soul ring around his body lit up. The fourth soul skill, White Rhinoceros Holy Axe. A very huge axe appeared out of thin air, glowing with phoenix-colored holy light, full of power. Then he slashed at the fleeing white fox. It's extremely fast, and it's a locking technique. The white fox looked back and found that if he moved in the direction, the axe would fall. Die! Tan Yao said confidently with a ferocious expression. The white fox knew that this was a locked skill, so he no longer dodged it, but turned back to prepare to resist the blow. Since you can't avoid it, just resist. The second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Blessing of the Fox. Bai Hu felt that this defensive soul skill couldn't stop him at all, so he used what was at the bottom of the box. The 6th level soul tool he obtained at auction. Level 6 Soul Guidance Device Fox's Protection Armor. This soul guide is a bone armor made from the bones of a 10,000-year-old white fox. When used in conjunction with the white fox spirit, it can have new bonuses. So even if it is a level 6 soul guide, because of the white fox spirit, it can act as a level 7 soul guide at this moment. Bang! However, after Tan Yao took action, he became more and more crazy. After using his 4th soul skill, his 5th soul ring soon lit up. The 5th soul skill, Rhino Fury. After Tan Yao used his long-distance soul skills, he prepared to end the battle with a close attack. So what if there is a defensive soul guide? You will still die. Tan Yao has phoenix patterns all over his body, and his body is almost 20 meters tall. The axe cracked the defensive soul guide, and the white fox used the impact to retreat quickly. But Tan Yao's impact speed was faster than the white fox's retreat. The white fox knew that he was going to die this time. What a pity! I originally thought that I met a mysterious person who could change my life, but I didn't expect that he would die so soon. Hat! How many dog lives do I need to kill those who touch me? Chapter 598 Tang Lan returns, the unyielding Tan Yao. Tang Lan's voice resounded, making the white fox's eyes suddenly shine when he was on the verge of despair. But Tan Yao, who was charging, was too lazy to pay attention to Tang Lan. He just sneered. A shameless guy. Wait until I kill this person, then I will kill you. But when he saw the white fox at this moment, he suddenly gave up all resistance movements and stood calmly on the spot, as if waiting for him to hit him. This move of his can destroy even a mountain, let alone a defenseless soul saint. I don't know whether to live or die. Tan Yao sneered. However, just when he was determined to kill the white fox, his body suddenly moved uncontrollably. Bang! Then Tan Yao's huge body was pulled by a huge force and fell directly onto a big tree, breaking the trunk. Tang Lan fell from the sky at this time and slowly landed next to the white fox. Xiao Yu, I scared you. Tang Lan comforted, touching his head. Sir, you are back so soon. Bai Hu said excitedly. Brother Tang, you are finally back. There is a Hong family bullying me in Shrek City. Everyone is happy to give me a bad breath. You actually asked me to work as a maid for his young master. It's really too much of a lie. Lin Yu relied heavily on Tang Lan's complaint. However, because of Tang Lan's appearance, the two of them completely stabilized their moods. Even if the three of them faced the Hong family, the two of them were not afraid. Because Tang Lan is here, what does a Hong family mean? Son of a bitch! Who are you? How dare you throw me down like this? Do you know who I am? Tan Yao's martial spirit was a rhinoceros with the blood of phoenix, so he did not fall into despair, but stood up quickly. His whole body was burning with phoenix blood, and his face was already covered with lines. He pointed at Tang Lan with a ferocious expression and roared. You have a good martial spirit, which can be regarded as one of the top martial arts in the mainland. Originally, if I continued to practice, if nothing unexpected happened, I would have no problem becoming an invincible Contram master. It's such a pity that I have to die early now. Tang Lan said calmly. Are you looking down on me? Why are you a four-ringed soul sect? You must have used a secret method to throw me aside just now. Is there nothing you can do now? Tan Yao cursed with an angry look on his face, and then the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, White Rhino Lean. In order to strengthen his all attribute abilities, Tan Yao directly used enhanced soul skills. Then the sixth soul ring lit up. The sixth soul skill, White Rhinoceros and Phoenix Seal. Tan Yao formed a seal with his hands, and a white rhinoceros spread its wings, reaching a size of nearly 30 meters. Then he flapped his wings, exuding the phoenix flames, and flew towards Tang Lan and others. It's so powerful and terrifying. At this moment, this jungle is getting hot. Some trees and flowers have begun to burn. This is Tan Yao's strongest soul skill, but a single attack has the effect of a ranged soul skill. Ha! Just wait to die. Anyone who dares to compete with me will die. Tan Yao shouted confidently. However, facing such terrifying soul skills, Bai Hu and Lin Yu were not afraid. There wasn't even a slight fluctuation, because they all knew that Tang Lan could deal with this person. Tang Lan saw that Tan Yao was not too old and had a top-notch martial spirit, so he had the idea of taking him under his command. After all, he decided to cultivate two types of people in Douluo, one is the teenage genius talent, one is a strong person who has reached a certain age, around 30 years old, and must have excellent martial soul, mind, and perseverance. Lin Yu is not actually that much of a genius, but Lin Yu has a good mind, and he likes him and plans to take him into the harem, so he can be considered a backdoor. As for the white fox, he is a top-notch beast martial spirit and has excellent mental and perseverance. But now Tan Yao's martial spirit is even more top-notch, and his mental perseverance is also good. In order to show the effect of shocking Tan Yao in one fell swoop and making him sincerely convinced of him, Tang Lan was ready to use a big move. Since coming to Douluo, I haven't used powerful soul skills much. Field Fusion Technique, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. The rhinoceros flying with the fire, and the surrounding fire that was driven by the wind, were instantly extinguished by the cold ice. The flying rhino was frozen, and the ground was also covered with ice. The rolling snowstorm submerged the rhinoceros, but stopped in front of the stunned Tan Yao. Tan Yao was so shocked that he could not speak. The terrifying soul skill that he claimed to be very powerful was actually easily resolved. This Tan Yao shook his head and closed his eyes, then opened his eyes again and tried to deceive himself that everything was just a dream. Do you still have the courage to fight now? If not, just surrender. Surrender and I will spare your life. Tang Lan said calmly. But he didn't want Tan Yao to surrender just like that. His perseverance was not enough. Although the white fox also surrendered, at least he fought until he was seriously injured. At the moment, I haven't really hit him hard yet. Had. It's really ridiculous. I thought that by doing it in such a mysterious way, I can scare me. The battle is not over yet. I want to see how a young guy like you can defeat me. Tan Yao was shocked for a moment, but soon recovered, pointing at Tang Lan and saying contemptuously. He was not afraid, guessing that the other party was just trying to make things up, if he was really as powerful as he seemed. I would have been dead a long time ago. Tang Lan was speechless, but felt quite satisfied. He has formed a force called the Holy Soul Organization, so the tougher the opponent, the better. You deserve it if you are so brainless when death is imminent. Lin Yu said with a mocking look. But the white fox had different ideas. Glancing at Tang Lan and then at Tan Yao, he seemed to notice something. At this moment, Tan Yao's seventh soul ring lit up. The seventh soul skill, Phoenix Rhinoceros True Body. Tan Yao directly transformed into a soul beast, turning into a wind rhinoceros about 30 meters long. The rhino's body had a pair of wings burning with flames. The sixth soul skill is the phantom, but now it is the real body. And it's an improvement in all attributes. The speed is increased by 300% and the strength is increased by 200%. The defense is increased by 200%, and the soul is increased by 15%. Then Tan Yao has a left arm soul bone, which is an 8,000-year-old flame bird soul bone. At this moment, the left arm becomes the left hoof. Tan Yao roared. Soul bone skill fire strike. Tan Yao jumped towards Tang Lan, came to Tang Lan, stretched out his flaming left hoof, and kicked it out. At this moment, Tan Yao is comparable to a junior Contra in terms of strength, speed and momentum. The white fox's expression also changed. He didn't expect that the other party was so powerful. He also secretly made up his mind to practice harder. Tang Lan, however, remained motionless. Tan Yao sneered when he saw this. Die! Arrogant guy! Chapter 599 Tang Lan's Plan, Your Certificate of Submission. However, when Tang Lan's jungle was completely frozen, he smiled calmly. The divine eye of the vast sea and the soul of the vast sea. Tang Lan was too lazy to move, but his eyes lit up, emitting blue-purple light. Tan Yao, who was very close at hand, was immobilized. A soul bone with a god-level age allows a soul saint to be able to stay for a day and a night. Even if Tan Yao exploded with all his fighting power, there was no room for him to escape. Tan Yao knew that his soul was immobilized, let alone his body. You can't even move your eyes. At this moment, he truly felt what terrifying strength is. With his eyes shining tightly, he was frozen. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move. There is a sense of despair that can be destined for life. Wow! Brother Tang is really powerful. You can easily immobilize a guy with such a terrifying aura. And Brother Tang still hasn't activated his martial spirit, it's too strong. Lin Yuer praised Tang Lan excitedly, then came to Tan Yao's side and started punching and kicking him. If this guy hadn't stopped her, she and Uncle White Fox would have escaped long ago. How could they be so frightened? You caught me, now you know you have to pay the price, right? I will chop you to death with a knife right now. As Lin Yuer spoke, he took out a machete and slashed at Tan Yao. Tan Yao, who was immobilized, cursed in his heart. Tang Lan didn't stop him and let Lin Yuer slash Tan Yao directly with his knife. Because Tan Yao transformed into his true form as a martial soul, he couldn't cut it due to his rough skin and thick flesh. Lin Yuer was so angry that she stamped her feet. Don't worry, practice hard, and sooner or later you will be able to cut people impressively. Tang Lan said with a smile. Then Tang Lan gently patted Tan Yao's body. Bang! Tan Yao was slapped hard to the ground. This slap directly injured Tan Yao. He felt like he was being weighed down by a boulder, as if he was crushed to death normally, it would just make him vomit a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Tan Yao's control was also released. Tan Yao, who was still in his martial spirit true form, immediately crashed towards Tang Lan. After all, the sharp rhinoceros horn is his most deadly weapon. You are strong, right? Being stabbed to death by me unexpectedly must be very painful, right? However, Tang Lan didn't shoot him this time, and directly used the dragon capturing hand to capture him in mid-air. Click! Tang Lan directly broke his phoenix wings. Ah! Tan Yao screamed in pain, looking at Tang Lan with anger and despair. I will only say this once, are you willing to surrender to me? Tang Lan said with an indifferent expression. Tang Lan is not rushing to subdue his subordinates. If the other party is not smart enough, then he can die. There is no shortage of masters in the world of Douluo. Tan Yao was controlled by Tang Lan and was still unable to move. He is not a fool, and naturally knows that the boy in front of him is not a boy at all, but maybe an old monster. You can do whatever you want, even if you are a peak soul saint, at least at the Contra level. If he surrenders, he will definitely be hunted down by the Hong family. When the time comes, he will be killed, and he will be killed too. The Hong family is very powerful in Shrek City. How could a family with a titled Douluo allow itself to rebel against others at will? But if he doesn't surrender now, he will be killed immediately. Forget it, let's take a gamble. I surrender. Tan Yao responded immediately after making his decision. Tang Lan smiled and put Tan Yao down, and Tan Yao also returned to his original appearance. Because of the injury, he did not get up for the time being and was calming down his emotions. It was at this moment. Tan Yao, you are a member of the Hong family, and you actually surrendered to the enemy. If the young patriarch finds out, are you still alive? What a fool! At this time, Hong Shan arrived with his people, pointed at Tan Yao and yelled angrily. Since Tang Lan was still a young man disguised as the Four-Ring Soul Sect, in Hong Shan's eyes, it was Tan Yao who defeated. The guy who was crushed by him actually defeated Tan Yao, who was a higher level than himself. What kind of waste is this Tan Yao? And after losing, I don't want to waste time, wait for my own support, and then work together to give the enemy a fatal blow. Complete the order given by the young master. In addition, Hong Shan is a member of the Hong family. Even if he is not a direct descendant, he is still a member of the Hong family. That was a merciless insult to Tan Yao. He didn't even think that Tan Yao was pretending to surrender. Hong Shan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Otherwise you will definitely die. At least we have known each other for a long time, and I am doing this for your own good. And you three, surrender too. It's not easy to become the sole emperor, and you are still geniuses. You have a good chance of reaching the realm of Soul Saint and becoming a strong man on the mainland. Tang Lan was speechless. Just as Lin Yuer was about to speak, Tan Yao reminded Hong Shan with a serious look. He did this because he wanted to drag people into trouble. When the Hong family was held accountable, they would also pursue Hong Shan first. After all, Hong Shan's surname is Hong. Tan Yao is giving himself some psychological comfort. Fart. Are you willing to be a coward, be a dog to a guy who is not as good as yourself, and drag me along with you? You are so damn disgusting. I have already called for backup, and you will definitely be cleared by then. If you eat everything inside and outside, anyone not named Hong will always be a dog that can betray you at will. Hong Shan continued to point at Tan Yao and yell at him, showing no mercy at all. Actually, he didn't call for backup because he didn't care. The only soul saint is his own defeated general, and he is not afraid of him. He said he was calling for support because he wanted to scare the other party. It would be better to just surrender and save yourself the trouble. If you really don't listen to advice, then you just wait to die. Tan Yao said helplessly. You go and kill him as a token of recognition. Tang Lan suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yuer suddenly beamed. She likes this scene, letting them fight dog. The white fox began to recover his soul power and injuries, and watched the show quietly. Tan Yao was confused, but he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. It's just that he was injured, so he was taken seriously. It was really difficult to kill Hong Shan when he was in full condition. I know your concerns. Let me recover from your injuries. After all, I don't want the person who just surrendered to me to die like this. As Tang Lan spoke, he generously helped Tan Yao recover from his injuries. This confused Hong Shan and others. Who is this boy from the Four-Ring Soul Sect? It seems that Tan Yao's injuries are really recovering. Could it be that this boy is the brother Tang that the little girl said? You really treat me as a dead person, don't you? Hong Shan cursed and activated his martial spirit. The same goes for the other three soul emperors. Hong Shan's first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, Crocodile Pressure. Hong Shan directly used the soul control skill. Chapter 600 Hong family reinforcements arrive, Tan Yao's determination. Hong Shan's martial spirit is top-notch crocodile, so he is very confident in the effect of heavy pressure. So after Hong Shan used the first soul skill, the fourth soul ring quickly lit up. The fourth soul skill, Crocodile Dance Demon Kill. Hong Shan prepared to kill Tan Yao who was recovering first, and the other three soul emperors first blocked the opponent's soul saint and an insignificant four-ring soul ancestor. I must get this credit today. As long as I snatch the little girl that the young master likes, I can get a reward. The status in the family can also be improved a lot. After all, this is the eldest son of the young patriarch and the grandson of the old patriarch. He is also the most talented person in the Hong family. This year, he will definitely be able to enter Shrek Academy. Hong Shan came to Tan Yao strangely as if dancing, and gave Tan Yao a fatal blow with his illusory tail. At this time, Tang Lan healed Tan Yao's injuries and recovered 80%. At the moment of crisis, Tan Yao quickly lit up the third soul ring. The third soul skill, Phoenix Light. He had no time to dodge, and it was difficult to fight against Hong Shan. After all, the opponent used a heavy pressure soul skill. so he could only use defensive soul skills quickly. Bang Hongshan's soul skills were also very powerful, but Tan Yao's defense was also very strong. So Hongshan couldn't do anything to Tan Yao. At this moment, the other three soul emperors used their soul skills to entangle Bai Hu. But Tang Lan used the dragon capture hand and directly captured the three people. After a crazy ravage, the three people were directly useless. These three people were all over 30 years old, and they were still soul emperors, not even high-level soul emperors. So they were not in Tang Lan's eyes at all. So there was only one way to die. Bai Hu and Lin Yuer took a breath when they saw this, not to mention Tan Yao and Hongshan. Listening to the miserable voices of the three soul emperors and looking at their miserable appearances, Hongshan stared at Tan Yao angrily and shouted angrily. Damn you! Are you really going to betray me? You have recovered from your injuries now, let's join forces. They are definitely not our opponents. Hongshan was naturally frightened by Tang Lan's fierceness and wanted to win over Tan Yao. Then he would deal with him. However, Tan Yao was not a fool. You don't know who you are facing at all. Hongshan, don't blame me, you are my token of allegiance. Go to hell. Tan Yao was not shaken at all, and the seventh soul ring around him lit up. Seventh soul skill Phoenix Rhinoceros True Body. Tan Yao opened his martial soul True Body to quickly deal with Hongshan. Son of a bitch, your injuries haven't recovered yet. Do you really think you can control me at will? Hongshan quickly retreated and said angrily. At the same time, the seventh soul ring around him also lit up brilliantly. Seventh soul skill, Red Crocodile True Body. Hongshan was not afraid of Tan Yao. While he was using his martial soul True Body, he quickly fired a cloud-piercing arrow towards the sky. As long as he could hold on for a moment, the masters of the Hong family would arrive. After all, his cloud-piercing arrow was the most critical level. Venerable, that guy is calling for help. What should we do? Should we quickly deal with him and then retreat? I heard that the Hong family has a titled Douluo. White Fox reminded in a low voice. Don't worry, even if a titled Douluo comes, don't be afraid. Just watch the show. Tang Lan smiled casually. After hearing this, White Fox was also amazed. Is Venerable really a titled Douluo? After all, if you are not afraid of a titled Douluo, then you must not be a peak soul Douluo. Now White Fox began to guess what level of titled Douluo Tang Lan was. The battle between Tan Yao and Hongshan was very fierce, and both sides fought desperately. After fighting for almost an incense stick of time, Hongshan was knocked to the ground by Tan Yao and suffered serious injuries. Tan Yao was also exhausted and injured. However, Hongshan was smiling at this time. Ha! Hongshan laughed out loud. You bastards, get ready to die. My Hong family's reinforcements have arrived. And they must be led by Contra. There is even more than one Contra. Hongshan looked at Tan Yao, Tang Lan, and others with a mocking look. Tan Yao is also gambling now. He bets that Tang Lan is at the peak of Contra. After all, the Hong family's support will definitely not be sent by the peak Contra. What is a Contra? It seems that you don't know what you are facing. Tan Yao said with a sneer on his face. Tan Yao, you traitor, today I will let you know what a soul Douluo powerhouse is. A soul saint is so arrogant that he thinks that he can ignore the Hong family by joining others. Today I will clean up the Hong family. A grey-haired old man quickly appeared in the jungle. Then another middle-aged man appeared. 3 soul saints and more than a dozen soul emperors followed behind the two of them. What a big deal! Can the people who surrendered themselves solve them? I didn't expect this old guy to come. Second elder, are you here? Got it. Tan Yao betrayed my Hong family and fought for the enemy to kill me. Hongshan quickly stood up and respectfully whispered to the white-haired old man. Hongshan, Tan Yao is a level 75 soul saint. Why did he surrender to the enemy? I think the other party is just a low-level soul saint and 2 low-level children. The second elder of the Hong family said nothing and maintained his superior demeanor. The middle-aged man beside him spoke, a handsome but strong man. This person is a direct descendant of the Hong family, the younger brother of the young patriarch, Hong Zhen. 81 Contra, the martial spirit is the same as Hongshan. Brother Hong Zhen, that soul saint is not as good as me, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But that 4-ring soul sect is very weird. It seems that he has the final say over the 3 of them, and just now he didn't use soul skills. 3 soul emperors were easily eliminated, but they were all destroyed. And it looks like Tan Yao lost to him. Obviously this person is at worst a peak soul saint, and may even be in the Contra realm. Hong Shan was not arrogant or brainless, he just reported the situation based on his feelings. Second Elder, Hong Zhen, I advise you to kneel down and kowtow to His Holiness now. This way you can save one life, otherwise you will regret it someday. Tan Yao also went to the dark side. He felt that Tang Lan's momentum was too strong, and he could heal his injuries quickly. Definitely not an ordinary person. So I'm not ready to fight back. Tang Lan was very satisfied with Tan Yao's response. This guy is pretty good. Tan Yao, I think you are really stupid. You, a 7-ring soul saint, are so arrogant, go to hell. Hong Zhen has a bad temper, and as soon as he speaks, he will kill Tan Yao. He quickly opened his martial soul, and the first soul ring around him quickly lit up. The first soul skill, Holy Crocodile Bastion Throw. Hong Zhen swung the dragon's tail and drew it towards Tan Yao. Chapter 601, Instantly kill the peak Contra, scared out of your wits. How could he, a majestic soul Douluo, be looked down upon by a soul saint? So he wanted to teach Tan Yao a lesson. Tan Yao was about to use his soul skills to resist, because he couldn't guarantee that Tang Lan would take action. After all, this is a gamble. But his worries were somewhat unnecessary. How could Tang Lan not take action? Tang Lan waved his hand and threw Hong Zhen aside. Bang! After breaking many tree trunks in succession, it stopped. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes widened in disbelief. What state is this person in? He actually threw himself away at will, without even catching himself. The scariest thing is that he didn't activate his martial spirit. Who are you? Hong Zhen roared angrily and asked Tang Lan. At this moment, Hong Shan, the second elder of the Hong family, and others were also stunned. A look of disbelief. He actually threw a contra away with a casual wave of his hand. Is this the ability to control others out of thin air? You don't deserve to know who I am. I think you are not too old. You are already at the level of Contra, and you are still a genius. Do you want to surrender to me and become my subordinate? Tang Lan said calmly. Such shocking words made the second elder angry and cursed loudly. Is the alliance going to cut off the West? How dare you look down on my Hong family like this? You may have some weird abilities, but at most you are in the Contra realm. It's easy for me to capture you. The second elder of the Hong family also activated his martial spirit and prepared to take down Tang Lan. The second elder of the Hong family, a level 89 peak Contra. Although he is older, he has a lot of combat experience. The martial spirit is also the martial spirit inherited by the Hong family. You old thing is not worthy. You think you are a peak soul Douluo and are only half a step away from being a titled Douluo. Do you think you are invincible under a titled Douluo? Believe it or not, it would be so easy for me to kill you. Tang Lan shook his head and sneered. For this guy who is about to die of old age, Tang Lan will not think of taking him as his subordinate. He is not worthy yet. Second elder, don't talk nonsense with him anymore, let's work together to deal with him. This bastard is very weird. Kill quickly and finish. At this moment, Hong Zhen stood up and shouted angrily. As he spoke, the seventh soul ring around his body lit up. The seventh soul skill, Red Crocodile True Form. Hong Zhen transformed into a giant red crocodile about 60 meters tall. His momentum was very frightening. The jungle trees in this area were instantly submerged. After turning on the martial spirit, Hong Zhen's fourth and fifth spirit rings lit up one after another. The fourth soul skill, Tianbei Crocodile Claw. Angry Hong Zhen killed Tang Lan with the power of thunder but a somewhat mournful aura. The fifth soul skill, Holy Light Spell. Along with the physical attack from the crocodile claw, Hong Zhen must use his soul attack without fail. He felt that by taking a two-pronged approach, he would be able to defeat his opponent. At the same time, when the second elder heard Hong Zhen's words, he quickly lit up his second soul ring. The second soul skill, Wind Chasing Crocodile Claw. With 89 level soul power, he killed Tang Lan with overwhelming momentum. At this moment, Hong Shan believed that the Hong family would win. Tang Lan could never be the opponent of Hong Zhen and the second elder together. Tan Yao, on the other hand, was worried about Tang Lan. If Tang Lan was beheaded, he would have no way to survive. As for the white fox, like Lin Yuer, he can trust Tang unconditionally. Blue. Tang Lan's figure flashed and came behind the second elder. He took out a sword and wiped the second elder's neck with lightning speed. The second elder didn't react at all, so he didn't dodge or use defensive soul skills. Tang Lan's soul power was integrated into the sword. This sword directly chopped off the second elder's head. An old man who was awesome and did not take Tang Lan and others seriously was killed instantly. He didn't even have a chance to use his full strength, and he didn't even open his martial soul avatar. Then Tang Lan raised his leg and kicked Hong Zhen hard in the chest. Hong Zhen spit out a mouthful of blood, hit the tree trunk and fell to the ground. His head was drooping, and he was completely in despair. However, the second elder's head rolled right in front of Hong Zhen's eyes. Seeing the widened eyes of the second elder, Hong Zhen felt horrified. Ah! Hong Zhen was so frightened that he shouted repeatedly. At this moment, Hong Shan knelt down and begged for mercy. "Boss, please forgive me. Please, boss, spare my life. I'm willing to be a dog for you." As the second elder was killed instantly, it was so fast that they couldn't even see what was happening. But looking at the bloody sword in Tang Lan's hand and the second elder's falling head, everyone knew very well that they had offended the wrong person. Hong Shan knew in his heart that Tang Lan was definitely a titled Douluo, but he just deliberately disguised himself and hid his true realm. Hong Shan knelt down and prayed, while the other soul saints and soul emperors turned around and ran away. Seeing that the second elder is dead, what chance do they have? And at this moment, how could Tang Lan let them escape? Since you don't want to lose your dignity and beg for life, you must be prepared to die. Tang Lan didn't move and directly used his dragon capturing hand to capture all these soul saints and soul emperors. Tang Lan will kill all the guys who are not very talented. In the end, there were only 3 people left, a 30-year-old soul saint and 2 high-level soul emperors in their 20s. Hong Shan was nearly 40 years old and was only a first-level soul saint, so he was not worthy to be his subordinate. "Tan Yao, go kill him," Tang Lan said coldly. Then he walked up to Hong Zhen and said calmly, "Do you want to live?" Hong Zhen was in a completely sluggish state. When asked by Tang Lan, Hong Zhen was so frightened that he knelt down. "Please spare my life. Surrender, I will spare your life." Tang Lan also said straight to the point. "I am a direct descendant of the Hong family, how can I surrender to others? Don't be laughed at if you spread the word." Hong Zhen felt that it would be very embarrassing if he surrendered. So he simply refused and wanted to bargain with Tang Lan. However, Tang Lan raised his hand and pierced Hong Zhen's heart with his sword. "What I hate the most is a mismatched person bargaining with me," Tang Lan said coldly. At this moment, it really frightened Hong Shan, who had not yet been killed, and also shocked the 3 soul masters who had just been selected. "Help!" Hong Shan shouted for help while using his soul skills to escape. But Tan Yao was completely sure that Tang Lan was a top master at this moment, so now he exploded into a small universe and quickly killed Hong Shan. "Your Majesty, this is a petition. From now on, I will do everything for you in my humble position." Tan Yao knelt down directly, holding Hong Shan's head with white eyes in his hand, and said sincerely and with admiration. Tang Lan did not respond to him. Instead, he looked at the other 3 soul masters and said coldly, "What about you? What do you think?" However, these 3 people knelt down faster than anyone else. After all, Tang Lan was very decisive in killing people, so they didn't dare to hesitate. Chapter 602, Giving the White Fox Head Soul Bone, Real and Fake Su Sanchi. Tang Lan took Bai Hu and Lin Yu into Shrek City. Then let Tan Yao and another soul saint named Shen Hua lead 2 soul emperors to guard the only way to Shrek City. Tang Lan drew a portrait of Huo Yuhao for them and reported it to him immediately as soon as Huo Yuhao showed up. After Tang Lan entered Shrek City, he still asked Bai Hu to protect Lin Yu. "Sir, what do you want me to do?" Bai Hu asked respectfully after being called out by Tang Lan. "This is a head soul bone. It will be of great help to your martial spirit. You are good at illusions and have a high combat IQ, so this 50,000-year-old evil killer whale's head soul bone is perfect for you." Tang Lan threw out an extremely precious head soul bone and said somewhat casually. 50,000-year-old head soul bone. It still belongs to the evil killer whale. Are you really willing to give it to me, Your Majesty? This is a rare treasure. The white fox's eyes lit up instantly. He knew very well how scarce the soul bones on the head were, especially the soul bones dropped by the evil killer whales that were 50,000 years old. "White fox, I took it all out, and it can still tease the fierce Huaisang Jun. The reason why I gave you this soul bone is because you performed perfectly in the face of the crisis this time. So this is your reward. Practice hard and raise your level as soon as possible. Follow me and you will find that a 50,000-year-old head soul bone is nothing at all. Tang Lan said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Your Majesty. My subordinates will definitely work hard and do everything well for His Holiness. Live. Up to His Majesty's expectations. The white fox was so excited that he knelt down quickly to show his loyalty. Okay, absorb it quickly. Tang Lan stopped the white fox. Then the white fox was obedient and absorbed the soul bone from its head. After almost half a stick of incense, the white fox successfully absorbed it. I am successful, Your Majesty. Bai Hu said with great excitement. Try the soul bone skill. Tang Lan wanted to see what kind of soul bone skill the white fox would get. Yes. The white fox agreed, then his eyes lit up, and then he shot 2 rays of light. Soul bone technique Evil Whale Light. These 2 rays of light are not soul attacks, but physical rays with a penetrating effect. I saw these 2 rays of light shooting into the air, and actually exploded into air waves. Tang Lan saw that this soul bone skill was good. If it was a sneak attack, it could kill the soul Douluo who was not good at defense. Good. You continue to look at Lin Yuer. If she wants to go out to play, just follow her. Don't worry about the Hong family. After Tang Lan settled the white fox, he quickly left the hotel. Supernatural Power 72 Transformations. Tang Lan turned into a mosquito and entered Shrek Academy. In the Shrek Academy in the world of Do-Er, there is Mun, known as Dragon God Douluo. The perception is still good. Tang Lan doesn't want to make too much noise, after all, the little Jia-san is still in the God realm. Soon Tang Lan found Bai Bei and saw that he was with Tang Yue. The leader of the Tang sect in Do-Er world is just a declining Tang sect. Tang Lan directly transformed into Su Sanchi and walked in front of the 2 of them. Bai Bei, come on, come with me to the city to buy something. Don't fall into gentleness all day long. Tang Lan said with a speechless expression. You still have the nerve to criticize me. What are you doing following Zhang Nanan all day long? Bai Bei said very dissatisfied. Okay, you go with him. I have to leave first. Tang Ye's eyes were filled with red clouds, she turned around and ran away. Tang Lan continued, let's go, I have something urgent. What's going on? Bai Bei asked with some confusion. Just follow me. Tang Lan pulled Bai Bei away. After leaving Shrek's outer courtyard, he wandered around Shrek City. Bai Bei. A voice suddenly sounded. Bai Bei, who was watching the excitement, suddenly froze. He saw Su Sanchi walking in front of him. Why was there Su Sanchi's voice behind him? Bai Bei quickly turned around and looked around. When he discovered that the person behind him was also Su Sanchi, he was immediately confused. Then he turned around again and saw Su Sanchi walking in front. He suddenly turned back and said, Bai Bei, what are you writing on? Who are you? The most shocked person now is not Bai Bei, but the real Su Sanchi. Hey? Who are you? How did you become like me? Tang Lan originally thought of taking Bai Bei to a random place and discussing life with him. Unexpectedly, Su Sanchi suddenly came out and killed him. There is going to be a real and fake Monkey King. But this is quite interesting, just to play with these 2 people. You bastard, you pretended to be me and asked me why. Let's see if I don't beat you, the fake, to pieces. Su Sanchi walked forward quickly, pointed at Tang Lan and said angrily. He never expected that there would be someone pretending to be him. Is this a plot against his Nanan? Is there something wrong with you? You pretended to be me and came to scold me. Bai Bei, you have to work with me to capture this impostor and we will interrogate him. Tang Lan naturally responded with a dissatisfied look on his face. At this moment, Bai Bei was completely confused and had already started to pull her hair. You 2 are exactly the same. I can't tell whether they are the real 3 stones. How about we find a place where you 2 can spar? Bai Bei was not prepared to ask any more questions. After all, it was useless to ask any questions from people who were exactly the same. It was better to fight directly. He often sparred with Su Sanchi and knew Su Sanchi's soul skills very well. Bai Bei can be sure that the fake Su Sanchi will not have the real Su Sanchi's soul skills. Okay. Let's go spar, and I will definitely blow your fake head off. Su Sanchi yelled in a particularly irritable manner, already eager to take action on the streets of Shrek City. Who is afraid of whom? It's so fake that it will always be fake. You still have time to admit your mistake now, but when the time comes to reveal your false identity, I will never forgive you. Tang Lan pretended to be so similar that Bai Bei couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Soon the three of them walked out of Shrek City and came to a deserted place. As the referee, Bai Bei looked at the two of them left and right, and then solemnly said, "Start." Su Sanchi couldn't wait to take action. He didn't use soul skills either. After all, almost all soul skills were defensive soul skills. As a four-ring soul sect, he is the genius of Shrek's outer courtyard. There is no need to use soul skills to deal with an imposter. When Tang Lan saw that Su Sanchi didn't activate his soul skill, he quickly rushed forward and kicked him. The first soul ring around Tang Lan lit up. The first soul skill, Xianming Zhen. Tang Lan naturally also knows Su Sanchi's soul skills, after all, he has Oscar's mirror intestine with him. It's easy to imitate Su Sanchi's soul skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree to the two of them fighting. When Su Sanchi saw Tang Lan use his first soul skill, his kick in the air stopped. Chapter 603 Shock 2, Unyielding 2. Damn guy! How do you know my soul skills? Bang! The angry Su Sanchi cursed, and then kicked Tang Lan hard. But Xianming Zhen is a range-type repulsion skill, and it has a certain stun effect. If the enemy's cultivation is inferior to him, he will be dizzy when he is repulsed. At least he will be repulsed and distanced. Fake, it's my turn now. I'll show you my true form now. Tang Lan also did the same thing, rushing towards Su Sanchi at a faster speed. After all, Su Sanchi is a little dizzy now. When Tang Lan approached, Su Sanchi finally woke up, his eyes widened and his first soul ring lit up. First soul skill, Xianming Shock. Su Sanchi also wanted to use it to resist Tang Lan. But Tang Lan's kick was suddenly retracted, and he kicked in another direction at a very fast speed. Su Sanchi didn't expect that this guy who pretended to be him was faster than him. Immediately lit up the second soul ring. Second soul skill, Xianming Shield Array. The Xianming Shield was split into multiple shields for multi-directional defense to achieve overlapping defense effect. So even if Tang Lan was very fast, he couldn't kick Su Sanchi's body. Bai Bei saw that both of them could use the same soul skill, he stood aside and watched carefully, and couldn't tell who was real and who was fake. Tang Lan was too lazy to talk to Su Sanchi, and the most important thing was to quickly deal with him. So he just put pressure on Su Sanchi, so that his second soul skill could directly break the defense. Tang Lan raised his leg and kicked. Bang! He kicked Su Sanchi's chest hard and sent him flying. Su Sanchi fell to the ground and it was difficult for him to struggle. He opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. He was defeated just like that? How could this be possible? At this time, Bai Bei determined that Tang Lan was Su Sanchi. I told you, I think the guy who appeared later is a fake. Sure enough, the fake one was defeated quickly, but I am a little confused. Why can you, a fake, look exactly like Sanchi, and even use Sanchi's soul skills? Bai Bei walked in front of Su Sanchi and asked seriously. Su Sanchi really wanted to cry but had no tears for Bai Bei's questioning. Now he was even more shocked about who the guy who pretended to be him was. Was the terrifying pressure just now also displayed by him? If it was really him, then this person was definitely not an ordinary soul sect soul king, but a more powerful existence. Could it be a soul emperor, or even a soul saint? Bai Bei, I am Su Sanchi. Don't be fooled by him, this guy definitely has a purpose to approach you. Su Sanchi reminded Bai Bei. He was ready to fire a cloud-piercing arrow at the academy. Anyone who dares to target Shrek Academy must be an evil soul master. Do you think I'm a fool? The real Su Sanchi is not as useless as you. Tell me your name quickly, who are you? Bai Bei pointed at Su Sanchi and said angrily. He now trusts Tang Lan very much. At this time, Su Sanchi still wanted to refute. He was obviously real, but now he looked embarrassed. Sir, who are you? Why do you pretend to be me? Let's talk it over, don't do it. Su Sanchi was completely scared and asked respectfully. This confused Bai Bei. You are quite smart. Tell me slowly. Then I'll talk to you too. Tang Lan turned into a middle-aged man, but his level was not revealed. After these words, Su Sanchi completely relaxed. Bai Bei looked at Tang Lan and was sure that Tang Lan was not Su Sanchi. After all, Tang Lan had admitted some words just now, and now he has recovered. I don't have any purpose, but I also have a purpose. That is, you two submit to me. On the surface, the future of Shrek Academy, but in fact, you work for me secretly. Tang Lan said calmly. However, when these words came out, Su Sanchi and Bai Bei almost couldn't help laughing. No matter who you are useless in front of Shrek Academy. We are all the legitimate sons of Shrek, and we feel honored to be Shrek disciples. You are at most a soul saint, are you worthy of being my master? Su Sanchi was very courageous to say such words at this moment, after all, he lost very quickly just now. Bai Bei also felt it was outrageous at this moment. It was really laughable that one person dared to compare himself with Shrek Academy. What is your strength? How dare you go against Shrek Academy? I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise you will be taught a lesson if the people in the academy know about it. In serious cases, you will be crippled. Bai Bei reminded Tang Lan seriously. It seems that you two will not cry until you see the coffin. The two four-ring soul sects should not be so rampant. Even if Shrek Academy sends people, they have to stand aside. Stand. Tang Lan said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's impossible for me to surrender to you. You can kill or behead me at will. If you are not afraid of people from the academy, then if you have the ability, let me send a cloud-piercing arrow and let the people from the academy come. If you can make the academy powerless, I am willing to surrender to you. But on the surface, he must be a student of Shrek Academy. Su Sanchi began to bargain with Tang Lan. You are very brave, but I won't kill you, I will convince you. You can let it go, let it go. It's best for the academy to be more powerful. Tang Lan said meaningfully. Su Sanchi agreed and immediately fired the cloud-piercing arrow. Just wait, the academy will definitely send strong people. You still have time to escape. Su Sanchi said forcefully. Bai Bei didn't say much. He was worried that he would be hated if he spoke too much. Tang Lan didn't say much, just waited quietly. At this moment, Shrek City is the Hong family's residence. Young Patriarch, the unknown guy killed so many of our Soul Saint marriage chambers, as well as several Soul Emperors. What should we do next? The main reason is that we don't know who that guy is. And where he is. The housekeeper of the Hong family reminded with some worry. Anyone who kills Soul Saints at will must be very powerful. The Hong family will never allow such a dangerous person to exist around them. Gather back everyone in the Hong family in Shrek City. Only Soul Saints and above are allowed. There is no upper limit. I want to find this guy who killed the Hong family Soul Master. The young patriarch said with murderous intent, this is a matter of Hong family's face. At this time, Shrek Academy also sent people to rush out of the city. There are actually students outside Shrek City asking for help. Who is it that dares to attack students under the eyes of the academy? You really have the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. A Soul Master at the Soul Saint level said with a look of disbelief. Chapter 604 Shrek Supervisory Team, The Frog in the Well. This is the leading Soul Master, a Contra. He is a teacher of the Martial Arts Department, a level 86 Agility and Attack Spirit Douluo. His name is Lu Yandao, from the Shrek Supervisory Team. Regarding the complaint made by the Soul Saint on the left, he nodded with deep approval and said, it has been many years since someone dared to attack a student of the academy. Dean Yan may have thought it was an evil Soul Master, so he specially sent me to come over and check it out quickly. Follow up quickly. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. I'll go rescue the students who are asking for help first. As Lu Yandao spoke, he increased his speed again, as fast as thunder, and then disappeared. The other teachers in the college were all confused. Who can keep up with a guy like you who is famous for your speed? Another level 78 Soul Saint said somewhat speechlessly. This time, after Yan Shaija saw the distress signal belonging to Shrek Academy, he saw that it was still outside Shrek City. Members of the inspection team and 2 Soul Saint teachers from the inner courtyard were specially sent. The remaining 4 Soul Emperors are all teachers from the outer courtyard. Among them was Huo Yuhao's future teacher, Zhou Yi. The Hong family is good at detecting traces of their own people. Therefore, the traces of Tan Yao and others were discovered, and the old patriarch of the Hong family directly led the team personally. After all the Contras sent were dead, and the opponent was definitely at the level of titled Douluo. At this time, Tang Lan, Bei Biu, and Su Sanqi were facing each other. He didn't move the two of them, but also let them see the scene. After Shrek Academy sent people, there was nothing they could do. At this moment, Tang Lan changed his body shape again, directly transforming into a middle-aged man with 7 rings of Soul Saint. When Bai Bei and I saw Tang Lan's changes, they could conclude that Tang Lan's true strength was the 7-ringed Soul Saint. How dare you, a mere 7-ring Soul Saint, be so arrogant? You know this is Shrek City. Although we are both 4th ring soul sects and there is a big gap between us, it is easy for the teachers to handle you. And the dean of our academy's martial arts department is a level 97 titled Douluo. If he comes this time, he can crush you to death with one hand. Su Sanqi naturally hated Tang Lan very much, after all, he was beaten up. Just now when he was disobedient and still very stubborn, he didn't expect that Tang Lan would pick him up and beat him up. The handsome face he valued so much was also swollen. How could he meet Zhang Nanan? Damn guy! But when Tang Lan suddenly attacked Su Sanqi, Bai Bei was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak and remained obediently silent. It is most correct to keep a low profile, wait for the academy's support, and then catch this madman. He thinks Su Sanqi is a bit stupid. It seems you are still a little itchy. I am not afraid of threats. The more people threaten me, the more aggressive I will be. Tang Lan said with a sneer, and as soon as he finished speaking, he used his dragon capturing hand to catch Su Sanqi, who was already bruised and swollen. You guys have very hard bones, I'll loosen them up for you. Tang Lan said with an evil smile, and then punched him in the chest. Tang Lan would not be really ruthless, but would maintain a certain measure of restraint, just to cause Su Sanqi pain. Su Sanqi was so angry that he wanted to yell and continued to threaten. But the response his was just a punch, this one hitting him in the stomach. Ah! Su Sanqi shouted. At this moment, a figure flashed past and attacked Tang Lan unexpectedly. However, Tang Lan sneered and used wave treading to come directly to Bai Bei. At the same time, he controlled Bai Bei and looked at the incoming man who missed a single hit. He said calmly, so the people in Shrek Academy are just some people who like to sneak attacks. You are still called the #1 force in the mainland. Do you deserve this title? You don't even fight with dignity, it really disappoints me. Tang Lan's words made Lu Yandao particularly angry, but what shocked him even more was that his extremely fast attack was actually blocked by a Soul Saint. And judging from his level, he is only a level 73 primary Soul Saint. How dare you insult Shrek? Boy, you are dead. As a member of the Shrek supervisory team, I will punish you severely today. Lu Yandao, wearing the uniform of the supervisory team, pointed at Tang Lan angrily and said angrily. I advise you to let us go. The Shrek supervisory group is the second strongest force in Shrek Academy. And this elder is a strong Contra player. You, a Soul Saint, are no match for members of the supervisory team. Su Sanqi finally found an opportunity, so he naturally became arrogant and ridiculed Tang Lan severely. At this time Bai Bei also said, yes, if you let us go, you still have a chance to escape. The academy will never send just one person to save us. If you are smart, just leave. In his opinion, how could a Soul Saint be Contra's opponent? Haha! Tang Lan sneered, it seems that Shrek Academy is not just a secretive person who likes to make sneak attacks. What's more, they are a group of arrogant and ignorant people. Do you know what a frog in a well is? Even though Shrek Academy is the best academy in the world, if it continues to stand on its own laurels, it will decline sooner or later. Tang Lan controlled the twin stars in the outer courtyard and said to Lu Yandao like a villain in the Douluo world. As soon as these words came out, Lu Yandao naturally laughed wildly. Little thief! Lu Yandao pointed at Tang Lan and mocked, I'm just a Soul Saint, how dare you speak so shamelessly about me, Shrek? You're not worthy yet. I will give you one more chance. Now I will let the 2 students from my academy go. I will only cripple one of your legs and let you go. Otherwise I will definitely take your life. At this moment, Su Sanqi and Bai Bei didn't know what Tang Lan was insisting on. A Soul Saint wants to take the 2 of them under his command. Do you really think that they are useless? They are the twin stars of the outer court, genius disciples who will enter the inner court in the future. I think that my future achievements will not be limited to Soul Douluo. It's really ridiculous for a mere Soul Saint to want to be the boss. Of course, Tang Lan could clearly hear what the 2 were thinking. After all, the Soul Seed puppets had already been arranged. Crack! Tang Lan raised his hand and slapped each of them. The two of them were immediately stunned. At this moment, Lu Yandao was also completely angry. Even if they didn't care about the lives of the two of them, they still wanted to kill Tang Lan, yet they ignored him so seriously. Little thief! Go to hell! Lu Yandao opened the martial spirit fiercely, and the martial spirit was Saint Yuan. It is an extremely rare type of bird martial spirit. Its characteristic is that it is fast, even faster than some eagle martial spirits. Lu Yandao's first soul ring lit up. The first soul skill, Feather of the Holy Swallow. Yan Yu appeared out of thin air, like a knife shining with holy light, and shot towards Tang Lan. There are 99 sword-like swallow feathers in total. At this moment, Tang Lan looked calm, but Bai Bei and Su Sanchi, whom he controlled, were looking at the incoming Yan Yu in horror. Chapter 605, Support arrives, beat up Lu Yandao. Why did this elder act like this? Aren't you afraid that the two of them will also be shot to death? If this soul saint is cornered, he will definitely use the two of them as human shields. Now Bai Bei and Su Sanchi both hope that Tang Lan can escape quickly. But Tang Lan didn't move. Let me teach you how to fight. Watch it. The fourth soul skill, Xianming Substitution. Su Sanchi's abnormal soul skill can instantly switch the position between himself and his opponent within a certain range. Without any defense, once locked by Xianming displacement, it is almost impossible to break free. Tang Lan controlled the two of them directly to Lu Yandao's position, and Lu Yandao was directly exposed to his attack. Damn it! Lu Yandao had a look of disbelief on his face, but he still quickly lit up his third soul ring. The third soul skill, Yan Yu Body Protection. Countless feathers wrapped around Lu Yandao's body, making his attack ineffective. At this moment, Su Sanchi looked at Lu Yandao beating himself in such a state of embarrassment. It was all because of his soul skills. But now, what shocked him the most was how did this bastard know his own soul skills? This is really terrible. Next, let me see how you can resist. Lu Yandao was completely angered. As the words fell, the second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Wings and Blitz. Lu Yandao has an extra pair of wings on its back. It looks extremely strong and as sharp as a knife. In the blink of an eye, he was charging towards Tang Lan, trying to use his wings to give Tang Lan a fatal blow. Tang Lan waved his hand and took out a sledgehammer. He did not open the martial spirit or use the soul skill, but simply swung the hammer at Lu Yandao. Bang! This blow directly caused Lu Yandao's complexion to change dramatically, his wings were shattered, and he flew backwards. In mid-air, the fourth soul ring quickly lit up. The fourth soul skill, Invincible Holy Swallow Slash. He did not retreat, but once again charged towards Tang Lan. This time, Lu Yandao ran wildly on the ground, and a huge sharp sword condensed out of Yan Yu. With unstoppable power, he slashed towards Tang Lan. At this moment, Bai Bei and Su Sanchi were completely in shock. The Soul Saint's blow could actually repel Contra. Moreover, he hasn't opened his martial soul yet, and he hasn't even used his soul skills. Lu Yandao came back again unbelievingly, but Tang Lan still waved the sledgehammer. It seems very casual. Bang! This hammer collided with Lu Yandao's sword, and this time the air wave exploded, and the strong wind dispersed in all directions. The big sword made of feathers shattered instantly, and the sledgehammer continued to fall, giving Lu Yandao no time to react. Boom! This hammer directly knocked Lu Yan's knife away. After falling for a long distance, Lu Yandao stopped. He was vomiting blood and was already injured. Bai Bei and Su Sanchi looked at everything that happened with their mouths agape. They really couldn't understand why a soul Douluo was not the opponent of the Soul Saint. Have you two seen it? Don't be a frog in the well. Don't believe your eyes before you fight. It's just a contra. Even if the head and deputy head of the supervision team come, they have to be respectful to me. Tang Lan held up the sledgehammer, threw the two of them aside, and said calmly. This bastard is so arrogant. He actually felt that Dean Yan and Mr. Xian would treat him respectfully. Those two were powerful titled Douluo. At this moment, other people from Shrek Academy finally arrived, just in time to see Lu Yandao getting up with difficulty. Hey! Mr. Lu, what's going on? Level 78, Soul Saint Chong Kong asked with a puzzled look. Others also cast disbelieving looks. After all, they saw Lu Yandao was injured and there was blood on the ground that he had vomited. Mr. Lu, is the enemy very powerful? Should we ask the academy to send people again? Zhou Yi, as a very cautious soul master, immediately suggested at this moment. Even the 86th level Contra will be injured, aren't they going to die? It's okay, I just underestimated my opponent. I'm going to get serious next time. The remaining people from the school, please rescue the students. Lu Yandao said seriously, covering his chest. He didn't want to be embarrassed. He had to ask for help after being beaten by a soul saint. The next person to come would be a peak soul Douluo. If I go back, I will be laughed at by the members of the inspection team. Okay. The two soul saints agreed. Zhou Yi and other soul emperors were also well prepared. As soon as Lu Yandao finished speaking, his seventh soul ring lit up. Little thief, this time I will let you know how big the difference in realm is. You will regret provoking me, Shrek Academy. Die. The seventh soul skill, Sheng Yan's true form. Lu Yandao immediately transformed into a golden goose about 50 meters tall, flapping its wings and causing strong whines. At this time, Shrek's two soul saints and four soul emperors were all stunned. Isn't this a problem? You've already opened your martial soul's true form, now you're going to do it for real. The two soul saints did not hesitate to watch the show at this time, and quickly opened the martial soul avatar. The four soul emperors also quickly used their soul skills, preparing to launch an attack together with Lu Yandao. Waste of time. Tang Lan just responded coldly to him. This caused Lu Yandao to wave his wings directly, and an afterimage appeared. The sixth soul ring around his body lit up. The sixth soul skill, Holy Light, killing 6 consecutive slashes. This move is Lu Yandao's soul skill that often kills enemies, and it is very powerful. After all, it is a soul skill brought by a 10,000-year soul beast. Tang Lan didn't care about Su Sanchi and the other two because they were already bound. The figure flashed and disappeared. The 2 slashes that Lu Yandao swung at lightning speed were in vain. Son of a bitch! Lu Yandao roared angrily. I'm here. Tang Lan said calmly, floating in the air, holding a sledgehammer. The Lu Yandao that opens the martial soul's true form is as fast as lightning, and it has wings so it can fly in the air. Whoosh! Lu Yandao shot upward and continued to perform the remaining moves. However, what came head-on was a sledgehammer. He quickly flapped his wings and struck 4 consecutive golden chi slashes, all of which were scattered by Tang Lan. Lu Yandao looked at the falling sledgehammer in disbelief. The third soul ring around his body lit up. The third soul skill, Holy Feather Body Protection. While using his soul skill, he wanted to use speed to distance himself, preparing to give Tang Lan the strongest soul skill. Ride the waves. However, Tang Lan used treading waves and teleport to Lu Yan's sword, hitting him in the chest with a hammer. Bang! This hammer caused Lu Yandao's third soul skill to burst instantly, and then he smashed into the ground like a falling meteor. Forcibly smashed a big hole in the ground. Hiss! At this moment, everyone took a breath of cold air. A level 86 agility attack soul Douluo was beaten like this. Chapter 606, Arrogant Shrek, the Hong family found 10. Monster. At this moment, Zhou Yi and the other 3 soul emperors all used their soul skills. Taking the opportunity to rescue Su Sanchi and Bai Bei when Tang Lan was in mid-air. As a teacher of the outer courtyard, Zhou Yi knew the importance of Bai Bei and the others. They were geniuses who had a great chance of entering the inner courtyard, and they couldn't let anything happen like this. Teacher Zhou Yi, come and save me. Su Sanchi naturally wanted to be rescued and hurried back to the embrace of the academy. He didn't want to be taken away by a madman, who knew if he would beat him up again. Have you asked me to save them? Don't know how to live or die. Tang Lan fell quickly, and kicked out 4 legs in the blink of an eye, kicking all 4 people out. And all of them were kicked accurately into the big pit where Lu Yandao was. Then Tang Lan looked at the 2 soul saints again. Originally, the 2 soul saints were ready to watch the show, letting Lu Yandao want to clash and see the enemy's strength. However, now, they don't even have the courage to fight. After all, the soul Douluo of level 86 can be beaten at will, and the 2 soul saints together are not the opponent of the soul Douluo. Not to mention that it is also very easy to deal with 4 soul emperors. Do you 2 still want to fight? Tang Lan smiled lightly. Who are you? It's not a good choice to be an enemy of my Shrek Academy. If there is any conflict, everyone can sit down and talk calmly. The soul saint of level 78, Chong Kong, did not open his martial soul, but spoke in a calm tone. However, as a member of Shrek Academy, he spoke with a condescending arrogance. In addition, he is only 40 years old and already level 78, so he has a good chance of breaking through to Seoul Douluo before he turns 40. So looking at Tang Lan, although he is very powerful and makes him a little afraid, he can't let go of his pride. There is nothing to talk about. If you want to fight, then fight, if not, get out. By the way, take the trash in the big pit with you. Tang Lan didn't give Chong Kong any face at all, and said impatiently and coldly. This Chong Kong hesitated a little. After all, he hadn't fought yet, and he chose to escape like a coward. How could he be a teacher after returning? And he would be punished by the dean. At this time, Tang Lan used the soul seed puppet in Tan Yao's body to feel that the title Douluo of the Hong family had brought people close to them. Now he had to quickly rescue Tan Yao. It seems that the Hong family also has a very strong reconnaissance ability, but this is not important. He used all his strength to speed up and could reach the place where Tan Yao and others were in a blink of an eye. Stop dithering. Then let me make the decision for you. As Tang Lan spoke, his figure flashed and he came to the two of them. He threw 2 punches and knocked them unconscious. Then he threw them into the pit. He knocked out the other 5 people as well. Tang Lan used special strength. After dealing with the reinforcements sent by Shrek Academy neatly, Tang Lan did not ask Su Sanchi and the others for their opinions. He used the dragon capture hand to capture the 2 and rushed to where Tan Yao was. He used the blood escape technique and arrived in the blink of an eye. Bai Bei and Su Sanchi's worldviews had already been washed away. The reinforcements from the academy led by Seoul Douluo were easily dealt with by him alone. Now he rushed to the edge of a road at an incredibly fast speed. They calculated that this distance was also very long, but he only took 3 breaths. Who is this person? He showed the realm of Soul Saint, which should be a disguise. After all, he is very good at disguise. Tang Lan didn't care about the 2's doubts, he knocked them unconscious and threw them into the bushes. Just saw the people of the Hong family coming here and confronting Tan Yao and others. Tan Yao, Shen Hua. Tell me what happened. Why did the second elder in Hong Zhen die? Why are you so stupid? And you didn't report the situation to the clan. Tell me the truth. The young clan member named Hong Tian is a level 88 Seoul Douluo. At this moment, he stared at everyone fiercely and questioned them. As for the old clan leader Hong Shao, he did not show up, but hid in the dark. He was accompanied by the Great Elder and the 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders. These elders are level 90 title Douluo, level 87 Seoul Douluo and 2 level 85 Seoul Douluos. Together with the young clan leader Hong Tian, they are the strongest fighting force of the Hong family. Young clan leader, I advise you not to ask any more questions. Just let this matter go, otherwise the Hong family will not be safe. After all, the second elder is dead, which can serve as a warning to the young clan leader, right? Tan Yao was naturally shocked, but when he thought about the person he surrendered to, he could kill the 89th level Seoul Douluo at will. What else should he be afraid of? Anyway, after surrendering, he is destined to embark on a road of no return. Tan Yao, you beast, the clan treats you well on weekdays. You actually did something that betrayed you. I will clean up the Hong family now. The strongest person of the opposite sex in the Hong family, Chu Lei pointed at Tan Yao and cursed. He is a level 79 attack spirit saint and his spirit is the Thunder Sword, a relatively rare weapon spirit. He has a high status in the Hong family. He is in his 30s and will soon break through to the Contra realm. Brother Chu Lei, you are always nice to me. My brother sincerely advises you not to follow the Hong family and seek death. You can either leave or stand with me now. Otherwise you will die. Tan Yao said helplessly. Brother Chu, what Tan Yao said is not false. You have to think about it. Shen Hua also reminded him. Go kill them. Hong Tian, the young patriarch, said unbearably. Chu Lei quickly activated his martial spirit. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Thunder and 6 Paths Kill. Chu Lei held a long sword covered in mines and slashed at Tan Yao with crazy momentum. In the blink of an eye, he swung 6 swords to kill Tan Yao in one fell swoop. He is a level 79 peak soul saint and he has an extremely powerful weapon soul, which is more than enough to kill a Tan Yao. Bang! However, a strong gust of wind blew by, and the fierce Chu Lei was directly knocked over. At this moment, there was a strong wind, and the color of the sky and the earth changed a little. Tang Lan transformed into a white-haired old man, showing off the strength of the titled Douluo, floating in midair and directly opening the Killing God realm. Many people came to the Hong family, but at this moment everyone was oppressed by the murderous intent. The soul saints and the soul masters in the lower realms could not support their legs and opened their martial spirits one after another. But it was of no avail, and in the end I couldn't help but want to kneel down. The bloody and murderous aura made them breathless. Titled Douluo. Chu Lei immediately retreated. After all, titled Douluo was not something he could compare to. A subordinate who intends to kill me still wants to escape. Tang Lan sneered. Then he grabbed Chu Lei directly in front of him. But even so, Hong Shao, the old patriarch of the Hong family secretly, still did not appear. He is currently discussing with other elders. Chapter 607, Decisive Killing, the Masters of the Hong family take action. Where did the titled Douluo come from? Why have I never seen this before? Hong Shao asked with a serious face. The other three elders were also shocked that a strange titled Douluo would appear. And it seems that the level is not low, and the momentum is very strong. Patriarch, we have to help the young patriarch. Otherwise, the young patriarch will be in danger. We'll help you kill that old guy. The eldest elder of the Hong family said seriously, he is also a titled Douluo, and the two titled Douluo can definitely defeat each other. The third elder and the fourth elder also nodded repeatedly. They felt that if the three of them worked together to help the old patriarch, they would definitely be able to defeat the enemy. Good. When I take action, you also take action quickly. We give him a fatal blow. Hong Shao said with a ferocious expression. How dare you compete with the Hong family? Are you really impatient? After all, I am also a titled Douluo, and the great elder is also a titled Douluo. There are several soul Douluo in the clan. His eldest grandson has entered Shrek's inner courtyard, and his future achievements will definitely be limitless. Offending the Hong family is really asking for death. Hong Shao secretly stared at Tang Lan who had captured Chu Lei, thinking with murderous intent in his heart. Where is the patriarch of your Hong family? Just send a bunch of losers out to take revenge. I have already killed the second elder of your Hong family, so what's the use of having some guys who are not as good as him? Tang Lan directly broke Chu Lei's neck and said decisively. Such an aura of Tang Lan really scared everyone in the Hong family. Hong Tian, the young patriarch, was naturally shocked when he saw that Tang Lan would kill someone if he said so. The level 79 Soul Saint died like this. He is a subordinate with a foreign surname who will soon break through to level 80. May reduces capital and sheaths cut ci shujun. Do you know the background of my Hong family in Shrek City? My Hong family has produced several titled Douluo over the past few thousand years. The strongest ancestor has reached level 97. And now, my father is also a level 93 titled Douluo, and the great elder is a level 90 titled Douluo. My eldest son is still in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy and has become an elite disciple. You will never end well if you go against my Hong family. It's not too late to surrender now. Hong Tian wanted to use the Hong family's background to intimidate Tang Lan. In this case, there is no need for his father to take action, and he has also made great contributions to the family. The Hong family. Don't make me laugh. What does it matter if a small Hong family lives in the vast Shrek city and has a mainland? Even if I destroy the Hong family, there won't be many waves. Tang Lan casually threw Chu Lei's body aside and said with disdain. You are asking for your own destruction. If my father takes action, you will definitely die. You can still survive if you surrender now. Hong Tianqiang suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to persuade Tang Lan. You old thing from the Hong family, stop being a coward in secret. Don't. You dare to compete with me. You are a titled Douluo after all, why are you so timid? The stronger you become in practice, the more cowardly you become, right? At this time, Tang Lan stared at the location of Hong Shao and others and said with disdain. At this time, Tan Yao, Shen Hua and others looked in the direction Tang Lan was looking with some surprise. Could it be that the old patriarch of the Hong family had been here a long time ago, but he just didn't dare to come out and was observing in secret? Is the arrogant Hong Shao afraid? Your Excellency, by killing members of my Hong family like this, you really think that my Hong family has no one left, right? If it's a person, just name it. You are a dignified and titled Douluo, so you don't even dare to claim your name, right? Hong Shao naturally couldn't hide anymore. He originally wanted to make a sneak attack, but he didn't expect that the other party had already noticed his presence. However, the only ones who came out with Hong Xiao were the Great Elder and the 3 elders, while the 4th elder disappeared inexplicably. You don't deserve to know my name. I will give you Hong family a way to survive now. Now if the whole clan surrenders to me, they can survive, but if they still resist, don't blame me for being ruthless. But Tang Lan didn't take Hong Xiao seriously at all. The Hong family is in ruins, he doesn't mind destroying the Hong family directly. What a loud tone! I want to see how strong you are. Go to hell! Hong Xiao opened the martial spirit, which is also the Hong family's inherited martial spirit, the red brocade holy light crocodile. The 9 soul rings appeared together, magnificent and domineering. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, and black. The 2nd soul ring lights up. The 2nd soul skill, lightning claw. Hong Xiao's left hand turned into a huge crocodile claw, and his figure flashed, killing Tang Lan. At the same time, the 1st elder and the 3rd elder both lit up their soul rings. The 4th soul skill, holy crocodile hide. The Great Elder directly hit his figure. His soul skill can make him invisible and can often give the enemy a fatal blow. The 3rd elder was not to be outdone, and the 3rd soul ring around his body lit up. The 3rd soul skill, crocodile thunder. He was a little cautious and did not use any close-range soul skills, but wanted to support him with long-range attacks. Your Majesty, be careful. Hong Xiao is very strong, and 2 elders are not a waste of energy. The most important thing is that the red brocade holy light crocodile is the best animal martial spirit. The Hong family has relied on this martial spirit to remain standing in Shrek City for thousands of years. Tan Yao saw the 3 people coming to kill in a mighty manner, and the rest of the Hong family cheered for him. So at this time, Tan Yao reminded him seriously. After all, he knows the Hong family very well. But he doesn't know Tang Lan well enough yet, and he doesn't know if he can be titled Douluo's opponent. Relax. Just a level 93 titled Douluo. Tang Lan responded casually, and then in a flash, he caught the Great Elder who was hiding not far behind him. This guy is preparing to use his attacking soul skills. But Tang Lan grabbed his neck directly, and then lifted him up with one hand. The thunder that fell hit the Great Elder. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo, so this blow only caused him some superficial injuries. Seeing this situation, the 3rd elder was naturally confused. But at this time, Hong Xiao approached Tang Lan with murderous intent. Tang Lan sneered, and directly used the Great Elder as a weapon, holding his ankle and smashing it at the charging Hong Xiao. Naturally, Hong Xiao couldn't attack the Great Elder. He could only move to one side and find an opportunity to deal with the Great Elder. However, at this time, Tang Lan directly threw the Great Elder out with all his strength. Hit Hong Xiao with a terrifying sense of oppression. Hong Xiao didn't react in time and was hit directly in the body, and then fell to the ground with him. At this time, the 3rd elder quickly lit up his 4th soul ring. The 4th soul skill, rotating light crocodile dance. The 3rd elder knew that he couldn't sit still and wait for death. When Tang Lan couldn't take care of him, he immediately used his speed attack spirit skill. This time it was a close-range soul skill, he was going to give Tang Lan a fatal blow. Chapter 608, Crushing Hong Xiao, the 3 major titled Douluo broke out. However, Tang Lan directly used his dragon capturing hand to capture the 3rd elder. You, a contra, shouldn't join in the fun. Isn't it good to be alive? Tang Lan said murderously, and then directly smashed the 3rd elder towards the recovered 1st elder and Hong Xiao. Hong Xiao and the 1st elder looked at each other, but they both missed the 3rd elder. Then the 3rd elder smashed him to the ground in a panic. He stood up painfully, looking at Tang Lan who was afraid to get closer. Damn it! I need to be serious. Hong Xiao roared. The 3rd soul ring around his body lit up. The 3rd soul skill, crocodile roar and demonic boom. Hong Xiao also launched a long-distance attack at this time. Not a mental attack, but a physical attack. Immediately afterwards, the Great Elder's 5th soul ring quickly lit up. The 5th soul skill, kill the 4 ferocious crocodiles. The Great Elder is also a titled Douluo after all, even though he is only a junior level. At this time, he attacked Tang Lan with a rainbow of momentum. This soul skill would continuously increase the power of the attack. Each time it became more ferocious, bringing the power of the crocodile spirit to its extreme. However, Tang Lan's figure kept flickering, and their attacks could not find their target at all. Your speed is too slow. Can any rotten fish or shrimp become a titled Douluo? Bang! Tang Lan appeared behind the elder, raised his leg and kicked the elder hard on the back. This kick directly caused it to fly a long distance. At this moment, everyone, including Hong Xiao, looked at Tang Lan with disbelief. It's okay to just beat up Contra, but he can actually beat a titled Douluo to the point where he has no power to fight back. This must be a high-level titled Douluo. But the battle has begun. Even though Hong Xiao is a little scared, he still has to persevere. I can only tell myself that the Great Elder is too old. And as long as he persists for a while, reinforcements from his sworn brothers will arrive. 2 level 93 titled Douluo can definitely deal with this bastard. In the midst of his thoughts, Hong Xiao's 6th soul ring lit up. The 6th soul skill, Divine Crocodile Strengthening. Hong Xiao decided to strengthen his speed, and then use his soul skills to attack Tang Lan. You bastard, don't run away if you can. The two of us will fight with real swords and guns. If you lose, I will take the punishment. But if I lose, our Hong family will never hunt you down again. After Hong Xiao strengthened himself, he gained a new understanding of his own strength. So he pointed at Tang Lan and said coldly. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't dare, just say it openly, or tell me secretly. But it's useless to say anything now. I've already warned you. The chance to survive is gone. Tang Lan said impatiently. He didn't want to attract people who came to Shrek City, so he could just deal with it in a low-key manner. Kill me. Then let's see who kills whom. Hong Xiao felt that he was completely underestimated, and he had already sensed that his sworn brother was coming. So he confronted Tang Lan at this moment. As he spoke, the 7th soul ring around his body lit up. The 7th soul skill, Holy Crocodile True Body. As he spoke, a large crocodile appeared, at least about 80 meters tall. The whole body is red, but it is filled with holy light. After opening the martial soul's true form, Hong Xiao's attributes in all aspects will increase by 200%. At this moment, Hong Xiao's speed was extremely fast, coupled with the blessing of the 6th soul skill. Hong Xiao was confident that he would hit Tang Lan directly. However, Tang Lan was floating in the air at the moment, holding a sledgehammer of good quality in his hand. As fast as lightning, in front of everyone, he directly hit the big crocodile with the hammer. This hammer hit Hong Xiao, who was thick-skinned, heavily to the ground. The power of Tang Lan's hammer was not very light, and it directly knocked the terrifying Hong Xiao into confusion. Hong Xiao's martial spirit true body has broken through the defense, and he has recovered his true form. At this moment, the first elder and the third elder rushed over, but the two of them looked at Tang Lan in shock. At this time, the young patriarch and others did not dare to say a word, and they all wanted to escape immediately. They can't participate in this kind of battle between strong men. When Tan Yao and others saw how powerful Tang Lan was, they beat the level 93 titled Douluo at will without opening his martial spirit. The old patriarch of the Hong family can't even see his martial spirit. Of course, they have never seen it. If you hurt my sworn brother, I will definitely capture you alive today and let my brother torture you severely. Just when Tang Lan was about to teach Hong Xiao a lesson and scare him completely, an old man's voice rang out. After the words fell, this person came to Hong Xiao. Tang Lan looked at the old man, his face full of mockery. Who are you? Tang Lan said very aggressively. I don't even know him. But then you will remember me deeply. The old man said very imposingly, while he was healing Hong Xiao's injuries. Tang Lan has beaten Hong Xiao until he can't recover for the time being. But with the arrival of his sworn brothers, he gained confidence again. This guy is very weird. You can't tell what state it is at all, but you can beat me up at will. Just now, I was hit to the ground after I opened my martial soul's true form with just one hammer. After Hong Xiao calmed down, he reminded him with a serious face. Don't be afraid, you recover quickly, I'll deal with him first. Let your Hong family protect you. I'm worried that he will deal with you first. The titled Douluo named Kuncha is also level 93 and is a Douluo of the agility and attack system. Martial spirit is the pearl-catching leopard heron. It is a relatively rare beast martial spirit. After he finished speaking, the third soul ring around him lit up. The third soul skill, Heron Strengthening. Before he fights, he needs to strengthen himself in all aspects. Then the fourth soul ring lit up. The fourth soul skill, Teng Yun Drunken Dream Divine Claw. Kuncha's speed is second to none among the titled Douluo in Shrek City. The figure flashed and came to Tang Lan. His left hand turned into a claw and grabbed Tang Lan with sparks and lightning. Tang Lan sneered and swung the sledgehammer in his hand very casually, but hit his left paw very accurately. Bang! Click! With this blow, Kuncha's left claw was directly broken. Ah! Kuncha screamed in agony. But the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, Leopard and Heron Shadow. Execute this soul skill, directly leaving a shadow of Kuncha, and then the real body quickly opened a distance of almost 100 meters from Tang Lan. He is very fast, you have to open the martial soul's true form. Hong Xiao hurriedly reminded him at this time. Kuncha also felt it, Tang Lan was so fast that it was weird. So Kuncha's seventh soul ring lights up. The seventh soul skill, Leopard and Heron True Form. Kuncha turned into a heron about 50 meters tall. As he opened his martial soul true form, Kuncha's speed was 200% faster than before. The leopard heron martial spirit was born for speed. Kuncha was injured in the first blow, so he was particularly wary of Tang Lan. The eighth soul ring around his body lit up. The eighth soul skill, Leopard and Heron slashes the moon 7 times in a row. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up around him, and Kuncha spun rapidly in mid-air. Then he suddenly attacked Tang Lan, and blades like wings kept slashing towards Tang Lan. With Kuncha erupting one of the most powerful soul skills, Hong Xiao and the Great Elder naturally could not give up this opportunity to destroy the enemy. Hong Xiao's ninth soul ring lit up. The ninth soul skill, Swallowing of the Giant Crocodile. Hong Xiao once again transformed into a giant crocodile of about 80 meters, then opened his bloody mouth, directly locked on Tang Lan, and swallowed Tang Lan. The Great Elder's ninth soul ring also lit up. The ninth soul skill, Mountain-forming Holy Crocodile Strike. The Great Elder's giant crocodile, which was about 60 meters long, walked on the ground extremely fast and grabbed Tang Lan. The three major titled Douluo launched a terrifying and devastating attack on Tang Lan at this time. Tan Yao and others chose to hide far away, not daring to get close to the battlefield, for fear of being implicated. Can the Reverend block the attacks of the three major titles? Shen Hua couldn't help but ask. The other two Soul Emperors thought the same way. Even though Tang Lan showed unparalleled strength just now the three major titled Douluo all used terrifying soul skills. She was also worried that Tang Lan couldn't resist it. After all, these three people were crazy and their momentum was too strong. Chapter 609 Tang Lan's hat trick shocked the audience. Don't worry. The Lord is invincible. Even though Tan Yao was a little flustered in his heart, he was still very determined on the surface. Now I can only trust him. Even if he is killed, there is nothing he can do. Who makes himself too weak to decide his own life and death? Except for the eldest elder of the Hong family, the other two all have lock-on skills. Therefore, Tang Lan did not dodge. Instead, he held two sledgehammers and rushed towards the incoming soul skill. Kuncha's terrifying attack on Tang Lan caused a terrifying wave of air, but Tang Lan was not injured at all. Even Tang Lan's clothes and hair were not messed up. A level 93 titled Douluo cannot break through the defense of the 9-turn golden body art. When Kuncha saw that his 8th soul skill did not injure Tang Lan, he quickly retreated and distanced himself. The 9th soul ring around his body lit up. The 9th soul skill, Giant Heron 9 Palace Dance. He still doesn't believe in evil. No matter how powerful a person is, he can still face the strongest attack of a titled Douluo without being hurt. Tang Lan shook his head and sneered, and continued to move forward with the hammer. At this moment, Kuncha transformed into 9 leopards and herons, as fast as the wind and as fierce as thunder, killing Tang Lan from different positions. At this moment, 9 leopard herons seemed to be dancing in the air. Your Majesty, please be careful. If that doesn't work, just activate the martial spirit. Tan Yao couldn't help but remind him loudly when he saw that Kuncha was so crazy and that Hong Xiao and the Great Elder were also attacking. However, these 9 leopard herons all gathered on Tang Lan's body, and their speed was extremely fast. The 9 leopard herons seemed to be swallowing Tang Lan. But the sledgehammer in Tang Lan's hand suddenly swung very fast. One hammer down. Bang! The 2 leopard herons were smashed and scattered. Then with a few more hammers, the terrifying-looking leopard and heron disappeared in mid-air. You dare to show off your skills in this class? It's my turn now. Tang Lan hit Kuncha with a hammer in both hands, and Kuncha quickly ran away with a frightened look on his face. The two of them instantly pulled away from Hong Shao and the Great Elder who were about to get close. Hong Shao is a locking skill, so as long as Tang Lan is not attacked, the soul skill will always pursue Tang Lan. So at this moment, Hong Shao's bloody mouth was kept open, as if he wanted to swallow the world. Why is this bastard so powerful? Even Kuncha's strongest attack can't hurt him at all. Now we can only hope that Kuncha can use his speed to consume him, and then the two of us will take the opportunity to kill him. The consumption of him alone must be huge. At worst, the three of us will exhaust his soul power, and finally let other Hong family members capture him. Hong Shao also said in disbelief, but now because of Kun Sha's support, he has the confidence to take down Tang Lan. But as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lan caught up with the titled Douluo Kuncha of the agility attack system. Tang Lan still didn't use any soul skills. He just held a sledgehammer and hit Kuncha. Kun Sha's heart was filled with turmoil. He never imagined that Tang Lan's defense was invincible and his speed was so fast. Knowing that he could no longer distance himself, the fifth soul ring quickly lit up around his body. The fifth soul skill, Heron God Armor. Kun Sha felt that he was opening the true form of his martial soul, and then used defensive soul skills. I can definitely block his attack. It is impossible for a person to be invincible in all attributes. If the defense is invincible and the speed is invincible, then the attack power is definitely not strong. Just like myself, my speed is faster than the titled Douluo of level 95, but my strength is not as good as the titled Douluo of level 92. Tang Lan saw that Kuncha was still trying hard to persist and wanted to use defensive soul skills to resist my attack. Then I will directly hit him into the crack of the ground. Bang! Tang Lan swung the hammer with his left hand, using all his strength. At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly changed, and Tang Lan was surrounded by a strong wind. A hammer hit the body of the leopard heron. Kuncha's defensive soul skills were immediately broken, and the next moment the leopard heron's real body was also broken. Kuncha immediately turned into his original body, and then Tang Lan hit him again. Bang! Kuncha screamed, and died in the lunchbox field, like a meteorite falling to the ground, directly hitting the ground. The ground was directly smashed into a big hole by Kuncha's body. The raised sand and wind covered everyone's eyes. Everyone present was watching this scene in disbelief. A titled Douluo at level 93 was killed so easily. The most important thing is that the enemy has not yet opened his martial soul. At this moment, Hong Shao's locking skill attacked Tang Lan. But he was worried that Tang Lan would easily resist it, and then he would follow Kuncha's footsteps. Thinking that Kuncha could consume more to deal with him, he didn't expect to be killed so quickly. So the moment Hong Shao wanted to repel Tang Lan this time, he quickly fled. What a fight! He didn't even open his martial soul, and he beat him casually. This is at least the realm of a titled Douluo above level 95. 95 and 96 are unlikely. It's not like he hasn't fought before, the other party must open his martial soul and use soul skills. Without opening his martial soul and performing his soul skills, he would only be the legendary extreme Douluo. A titled Douluo at level 99, who on earth is this person? There are not many titled Douluos at level 99 in the entire continent. While Hong Shao was thinking, his attack collided with Tang Lan. But he felt as if his teeth had bitten into steel. His teeth were broken, but Tang Lan was unscathed. Bang! He wanted to escape, but the sledgehammer in Tang Lan's hand smashed hard on his crocodile head. Hong Shao instantly recovered his body. He wanted to quickly escape from Tang Lan's attack range. The first soul ring around him lit up. First soul skill, Thunder Crocodile. Grand Elder, stop him! While Hong Shao performed his soul skills, he hurriedly shouted at the Grand Elder. As soon as the words fell, he shot towards the ground, as fast as a thunderbolt falling. As long as he falls to the ground and lets the other people of the Hong family block the opponent for a moment, he can escape. As long as he escapes back to Shrek City, with Shrek Academy there, he will not dare to kill people. After all, there are many super strong people in Shrek Academy. Tang Lan naturally knows Hong Shao's little thoughts. Since he is looking for death, how can he let him fall to the ground alive? Even if the Great Elder's 9th soul skill is late and attacks Tang Lan doesn't care at all. Tread the waves. Tang Lan instantly closes the distance between Yu Hong Shao and the two hammers fall together. Bang! The terrifying air wave exploded, and Hong Shao was instantly smashed to death by the two hammers, and then his body shot into the ground like a cannonball. His end is exactly the same as Kunsha. After the great elder tickled Tang Lan, he was scared to death by Tang Lan's extremely domineering explosion of Hong Shao. Turning around to escape, Tang Lan sneered, and his figure flashed behind the elder again, and he hammered again. Bang! Tang Lan performed a hat trick directly, and in less than half an incense stick of time, he instantly killed 3 title Douluo. Chapter 610 You are not worthy, subdue 2 soul emperors. With the death of the elder, there was no sound in the whole venue. Whether it was the Hong family or the 4 people of Tan Yao, they didn't dare to breathe. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty is invincible in the world. Several title Douluo are like children in front of Your Majesty, and they can be manipulated at will. Tan Yao knelt on the ground at this moment, worshipping Tang Lan who was floating in the air and filled with murderous aura. Then Shen Hua and the 2 soul emperors did the same, and followed Tan Yao to echo. They now know that being Tang Lan's dog is really a great deed in the previous life, and their ancestors' graves are smoking. The existence of killing title Douluo at will is the top powerhouse on the mainland. If I can get some tips, the speed of cultivation will naturally speed up. Sooner or later, I will become an invincible title Douluo. Hong Tian, the young patriarch of the Hong family, met his father, the great elder, and his father's sworn brother. He was simply unwilling to believe that Tang Lan solved it in a few strokes. He felt that this was just a dream, a nightmare that scared him. It would be fine as long as he woke up from the dream. Pa! So Hong Tian slapped himself hard, but when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still in a place full of blood. It was only at this time that he completely realized that the Hong family was going to be finished. Run! Hong Tian now had only one idea, that was to run. Why did his rebellious son have to go shopping? He didn't go shopping properly, but he had to fall in love with a little girl. Now he has hit a wall, right? If this terrifying old man is cruel and ruthless, and the Hong family will really perish. This little bastard is quite safe, practicing in Shrek's inner courtyard. No matter how strong this old guy is, he wouldn't dare to go to Shrek's inner courtyard to cause trouble, right? Hong Tian felt unhappy for a while. The 6th soul ring lit up all over his body. The 6th soul skill, Holy Light Rush. Hong Tian used his only speed soul skill. At this moment, the other Hong family members also fled in all directions. You 4, hunt down those soul emperors for me, and I will deal with the remaining masters. Tang Lan sneered and gave an order to Tan Yao and others. Yes. The 4 of them, Tan Yao and others, responded respectfully, all energetically pursuing the Hong family members who had cultivated themselves as soul emperors. Just now, I was worried that I would be ruined, but now I didn't expect that I could kill the Hong family. Tang Lan's figure flashed and he smashed Hong Tian's head to pieces with another hammer. Then in an instant, the pressure was released, making the fleeing soul masters suddenly unable to move. Your Majesty, spare my life. We were all forced to come here. Please spare our lives. We can be like Tan Yao and the others, working hard for you and going through fire and water. At this time, a Hong family soul saint could not escape at all. Seeing that the old and young clan leaders were all dying miserably, running for their lives would lead to death, so he wanted to try to kneel down and beg for mercy. As he begged for mercy, others also knelt down and begged Tang Lan. Hat! If you want to work for me, it depends on whether you are worthy or not. Look at you soul saints. You are all 45 years old. Your talents are too poor and you are not worthy of being my subordinates. Tang Lan said with an indifferent expression. As soon as these words came out, the 7 or 8 soul saints really didn't expect it. Even though they are not really strong in Shrek City, they are still the mainstay, right? Soul Saint can be a teacher in Shrek's inner courtyard. I didn't expect to be looked down upon by the other party so much. Your Majesty, our 7 or 8 soul saints may not be in your eyes, but they are a powerful force even in Shrek City. Even though our talents are not as good as those of Tan Yao and Shen Hua, we are still a good immediate combat force. We will deal with whoever you ask us to deal with in the future. Please give us a chance, Your Majesty. The leader, 77 soul saints, said extremely panicked in his heart. Several other soul saints were also in panic. Even a little aggrieved, they never thought that the mighty soul saint might one day be looked down upon. Now they all regretted why they didn't work hard back then, and now at least they have become a strong contra player. It won't be looked down upon. The Hong family has offended me. So there is no other way but death. Tang Lan still said indifferently. After the words fell, under the shock of these soul saints, Tang Lan opened the field. Killing God Realm. In a moment, these soul saints were crushed to pieces and died suddenly. All the soul saints of the Hong family were killed by Tang Lan, which scared the soul emperors who were being chased by Tan Yao and others to wet their pants. In their eyes, Tang Lan is the evil soul master. And he is also a terrifying evil soul master who has the ability to destroy the world. The old patriarch and great elder who were extremely powerful in their eyes died very easily in his eyes. This is simply too scary. After Tang Lan killed these soul saints, he glanced around and found 2 soul emperors with good talents. And Wuhan is also very interesting. Tang Lan thought about cultivating it. Therefore, in the hands of Tan Yao and Shen Hua, they used the dragon capturing hand to capture them. Are you 2 willing to surrender to me? Tang Lan asked straight to the point. Willing. I am willing to surrender to your majesty. The 2 responded hurriedly. The 2 of them were about to be killed, but they didn't expect that they would suddenly survive. This terrifying existence actually wanted the 2 of them to submit to him. Is there such a good thing? How old are you, sister-in-law? Tang Lan saw that the 2 of them were young and wanted to make sure. His Majesty, I am 27 this year. 24 subordinates. The 2 responded hurriedly. You're less than 30, but your talent is pretty good. Your martial spirit is the fallen leaf Qing Feng sword, which is a very powerful weapon spirit. In the future, I will get some suitable soul rings and soul bones for you, so that you can completely embark on the path of agile attack. Instead of using strong attacks and quick attacks, and ultimately failing to do anything, such a soul master has no deterrent effect. Tang Lan pointed at the 27-year-old soul emperor and said with a serious face. He wants to turn this soul emperor into a soul master who kills people invisible. Sha Feng, thank you so much, your majesty, I will definitely sacrifice my life and shed blood in the future. The soul emperor named Sha Feng said excitedly and gratefully. What an honor it is to be trained by a strong man in the realm of titled Douluo. Now he is sighing, it is a good thing that the Hong family was destroyed. Anyway, my surname is not Hong. His name is Sha Feng, what about you? Tang Lan looked at the other person and asked with a smile. Both of them are level 68 soul emperors, but this one is 3 years younger than Sha Feng, has stronger talent, and his martial soul is not willing to give in too much. So Tang Lan is right, he was not so serious. Coming to the Do2 world, this person was the most talented among the subordinates he had conquered, even stronger than Tan Yao. Reply to the venerable, my name is Hongan. Hongan knelt on the ground, lowered his head and said tremblingly. Chapter 611 The Talented Man, the Angry Yan Shaiji. Hongan did not dare to deceive Tang Lan, after all, in his heart, Tang Lan was an omnipotent existence. Once he was found out of lying, he would be killed immediately. But now he was also worried that he would be killed in the end even though he was a member of the Hong family. For the first time, Hongan felt helpless as a member of the Hong family. The Hong family, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would be destroyed by one person today. Your surname is Hong. Tang Lan did not kill him immediately because he was a member of the Hong family. He did not even think about killing him. In Tang Lan's view, as long as he was strong, anyone could be conquered. Because Tang Lan believed in himself and could suppress anyone. Your Excellency, my surname is Hong, but I am a concubine's son and I don't have any resources. I have cultivated to this level by myself. With my talent, I can definitely shine at Shrek Academy, but I am not a direct descendant. I don't have this opportunity. So I don't feel a sense of belonging to the Hong family. In the future, I will serve you, Your Excellency, and be a loyal subordinate. Hongan kowtowed to Tang Lan devoutly, then raised his head and spoke sincerely. But he was afraid, fearing that he would die like this. He was obviously very talented, and he was unwilling to stop at Soul Emperor in his life. This was his true words, and he also hoped to impress Tang Lan. At this time, no one else dared to say anything, after all, the decision was in Tang Lan's hands. Don't be afraid, even if you are a direct descendant of the Hong family, as long as you have good talent. I will accept you and will not kill you. Because in my opinion, any of you will not pose a threat to me after you become strong. Tang Lan patted Hongan and said with a smile. However, the momentum displayed by Tang Lan made them dare not have any bad intentions. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hongan said excitedly. You are 24 years old, 68th level Soul Emperor, and your martial soul is still a mutated martial soul, the sky dragon blood-killing crocodile. To tell you the truth, I think highly of you. Next, I will also focus on matching you with some powerful spirit rings and rare spirit bones. Let you become the top strong attack system titled Douluo on the continent in the future. A terrifying existence that can destroy the enemy with one move. After all, after your martial soul mutates, it is a top beast martial soul comparable to the dragon martial soul. Tang Lan encouraged Hongan. He thought that when he became strong, he would replace all his spirit rings and train him directly in the direction of Douyi Golden Crocodile. Sha Feng is in the direction of Sword Douluo, while he is Golden Crocodile. It is really interesting to train a person. Tang Lan subdued 2 more people, and let Tan Yao lead them. Tan Yao, you continue to lead the 3 of them and wait for the target to appear. You 2 follow me back to Shrek City and go to the Hong family headquarters. See if there are any good seedlings. Tang Lan quickly gave orders, and then took Sha Feng and the other 2, and asked them to carry the unconscious Bei Bei and the other 2 to Shrek City. At this time, Shrek Academy had learned that the powerful Soul Master team that supported them was defeated. 2 students from the outer courtyard were taken away. Yan Shaiji was furious when he learned the news. What realm is the enemy in? Is the spirit evil? What are the characteristics? All of you report to me quickly. Yan Shaiji is now a 95th level titled Douluo. At this moment, he is full of murderous aura, which frightens several seriously injured Shrek teachers so much that they dare not move at all. Lu Yandao, you speak. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Yan Shaiji named the leader Lu Yandao to speak. Lu Yandao was the one who was most seriously injured, even though he was the strongest in the team. Ahem. Dean, the enemy is very mysterious. First of all, when we were fighting, we didn't open our spirits or perform soul skills. So we don't know if it's an evil spirit. Lu Yandao lowered his head and said with some shame. After all, he was a member of the Shrek supervisory group. He was beaten like this and didn't let the other party open his spirit. It was really embarrassing. So he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What? You don't even know his martial soul. 1 8-ringed soul Douluo, 2 7-ringed soul saints, and 4 6-ringed soul emperors. This is considered a lower middle level sect, and it didn't even let a single person open his martial soul. Then this person must be a titled Douluo, and he is around level 95. Draw the image characteristics, and the whole city is wanted. We must catch this person and rescue the 2 students. Save the face that you have lost for Shrek Academy. Yan Shaiji was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. After all, Bai Bei is the great-great-grandson of his master Mu Lao. If Bai Bei got into trouble when he was the dean of the martial soul department, he really didn't know how to explain it. So he didn't dare to notify Mu Lao, and he could also seek help from others. He was worried that he couldn't catch the other party if he acted alone. After all, he didn't know what level the other party was. So he found his wife, Cai Meyer. She was at the same level as himself, both of them were titled Douluo at level 95. It's Wuhan again, he is the vice president of the college and also a disciple of Mr. Mu. Even if the opponent is higher than level 95, we can still defeat the opponent together. When Shrek Academy, under Yan Shaiji's order, the teachers from the outer and inner courtyards of the Wuhan department, as well as all members of the supervisory team. Everyone was inside and outside Shrek City, searching for traces of Tang Lan and Bai Bei. At this moment, Bai Bei and his wife were detained in the Hong family. When Tang Lan stepped into Hong's house, he scanned it through his senses. Realizing that the remaining Hong family members didn't have any geniuses, they quickly came to the hotel where the white fox Lin Yuer was staying. He is not a person who kills indiscriminately. Some weak people who have not reached the Soul Emperor, plus many old, weak, women and children, will not affect him if they are alive. On the way, Tang Lan also noticed that Shrek Academy was looking for him. But now he has transformed into a young man with only Soul Master cultivation level. Let Hongan and Sha Feng carry the sacks and walk freely on the street. Now he wants to pretend to be the son of a big family. In the hotel room. You two, do you want to change your mind now? Tang Lan said calmly after waking them up, shaking his tea on a stool. After Bai Bei and Su Sanchi woke up, they were shocked to see that Tang Lan had turned into a 3-ringed soul master again. This man is really good at disguising. He looks different from one moment to the next. How can the people in this college find him and save the 2 of them? However, the 2 of them knew that this person must be a powerful titled Douluo. Your Excellency, after all you are a strong man in the realm of titled Douluo. Why do you insist on making things difficult for us two little four-ring soul sects? Bai Bei asked Tang Lan relatively rationally at this moment. He was unwilling to betray the academy and join Tang Lan's command. He believed that Su Sanqi wouldn't want to either. Chapter 612 The two are pretending, Yan Shayage's confidence. After all, he is a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, so how can he just take refuge in someone of unknown origin? The most important thing is that he is the great-great-grandson of the strongest man in Shrek Academy, Dragon God Douluo Mu. If you surrender at will, do you still deserve to be a descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Tang Lan knew in his heart that Bai Bei and Su Sanqi were both very proud people. Especially Bai Bei, he is the great-great-grandson of Dragon God Douluo, so naturally he will not agree to it. However, both Dragon God Douluo and Bai Bei are descendants of Yu Xiaogang. It is ironic to say that Yu Xiaogang was a useless person like a dog, but he did not expect that his descendants 10,000 years later would be very powerful. Aren't you two known as the twins of Shrek's outer courtyard? I like geniuses, because in my hands, geniuses can shine. Of course, if the genius is not under my command, then I will get rid of the so-called genius as soon as possible. After all, if you can't be yourself, you will definitely become your enemy. Tang Lan looked at the two of them and said meaningfully. But the murderous intention he displayed was particularly powerful. Bai Bei and Su Sanqi, who were still teenagers, were both afraid. Senior thinks too highly of the two of us. We are nothing in Shrek Academy. You can't even be considered a genius in the outer courtyard, let alone compared to the students in Shrek's inner courtyard. Seniors should look for students from the inner courtyard. They are the ones worthy of your training. Su Sanqi said in a pretentious manner, now he is starting to hide his clumsiness. You must not let him know that his martial spirit can still evolve. The strength shown now is actually nothing at all. Yes, senior, you should go to the students in the inner courtyard, or go to the royal students in the Sun Moon Empire, Tianhun Empire and Douling Empire to find geniuses. The two of us are actually mediocre people. It's really not worth wasting your time on us. Bai Bei also cooperated with Su Sanqi and coaxed Tang Lan. I will naturally look for students from the inner courtyard, but I have accepted you too. Of course, if you two are tough-headed, I wouldn't mind killing you. Give the three of you time to breathe, or you will die if you don't respond. Tang Lan used his dragon capturing hand and directly grabbed the two men's necks, his deep eyes filled with murderous intent. Regarding Tang Lan's ultimatum, Bai Bei and Su Sanqi looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. We surrender. We are willing to break away from Shrek and become your personal disciples. Bai Bei responded immediately, while Su Sanqi expressed his loyalty more truly. The two of them thought about stabilizing Tang Lan first, and then looking for an opportunity to escape back to Shrek. And they also believe that the Academy will definitely find the two of them again. The person sent this time must be a titled Douluo, and there is more than one. No matter how powerful this guy is, he is definitely no match for the two titled Douluo. Therefore, the two of them are very cooperative and willing to become Tang Lan's legitimate son. The two of them naturally knew what they were thinking, but he didn't want to reveal it. In that case, you should go back. Remember what you promised today, break away from Shrek and become my disciple. But it's not a direct disciple, but an ordinary disciple. If you perform well, you can advance. Tang Lan said casually, but there was still a serious meaning in the casualness. You really let us go back? Su Sanqi was a little confused and asked subconsciously. Bai Bei was also very confused at this time. This guy didn't even want to take the two of them away. If you let them leave like this, wouldn't it be like a fish entering the sea, complete freedom? Then there's still a lie. You continue to pretend to be students of Shrek Academy. When I should guide you, I will naturally show up. I have many disciples, but I don't have time to waste time just on you two. Tang Lan waved his hand. Good. Teacher, let's go back now. If you need anything, come back to us. But where will the teacher live? How about the two of us find you a place to stay? Bai Bei was more thoughtful, pretending to be a good disciple, and also wanted to find out where Tang Lan would live. Stay in this hotel. You guys go back quickly. Tang Lan waved his hand and threw the two of them out of the room. Bai Bei and Bai Bei were both stunned and excited in their hearts. After the two ran out of the hotel and ran far away, they cursed, although that bastard is strong, he is a fool after all. Can't he imagine that as long as we leave him, we will be completely out of his control? What a fool! Su Sanchi was full of contempt for Tang Lan in his heart. Now he enjoys the taste of freedom. This man is indeed a bit stupid. I really thought I was going to be taken away by him. I will not leave the academy. Fortunately, he did something stupid and gave us a chance to return to the academy. And you can also inform the academy of his location and let the academy capture him. Bai Bei also agreed with deep approval, and then thought that he could catch Tang Lan immediately. The two soon met the people sent by Shrek Academy. Dean Yan. That guy lives in the Changhong Hotel, in a room on the second floor. After seeing Yan Shaiji, Bai Bei immediately reported it. Good. You two little guys are also humiliated. This time I will go and catch this madman personally. You two should follow us, let's see that guy being taught a lesson by us, and he can also vent his anger. After Yan Shaiji learned Tang Lan's exact location, he couldn't wait to get hold of him, and he also wanted to take Bai Bei with him. Dean Yan, even though that guy was stupid enough to let us back. He's not very smart, but his strength is terrifying. You need to bring more people with you. It's best to bring another titled Douluo, so that you can be foolproof. Su Sanchi reminded him with some worry at this time. For him, this time must be foolproof, if the other party cannot be solved. The two of them will definitely be retaliated against in the future. Don't worry, the guy who can easily handle level 86 Contra must be a titled Douluo. And I haven't opened my martial soul and used my soul skills yet. So I also guess that this person is at least a level 95 titled Douluo. After all, level 95 titled Douluo is a dividing line, and the intensity of strength is completely different from those below level 95. You can defeat Contra at will without activating the martial spirit. To be sure, I will bring my wife, known as Dragon Spear Douluo, who is also the vice dean of your martial arts department. Yan Shaiji patted the two of them on the shoulders and said with a wise and confident expression. Now that Bai Bei is back, he will not report it to his master. He can solve such a little trouble by himself. Chapter 613 Who among you is willing to believe me? Reward a soul bone. Sir, why did you let those two babies go? Those two little kids are from Shrek Academy, if they don't really join you, the consequences will be very serious. If you bring someone to take revenge, there are many titled Douluo in Shrek Academy. There are even level 99 ultimate Douluo. Bai who is the smartest among the people Tang Lan has taken under his command. So he brought everyone to Tang Lan, hoping to retreat as soon as possible. Fighting with people from Shrek Academy in Shrek City, no one in this world can do it. At this time, although Tan Yao and others felt that Tang Lan was very strong, usually titled Douluo would just come to deliver food. But this is not to worry about Shrek Academy's all-out attack. The tigers can't defeat a pack of wolves. What Brother Beihu said is absolutely true. Your Majesty, why don't we just leave? You can leave Shrek City first to avoid the danger for the time being. Tan Yao said respectfully. Tang Lan looked around the crowd and asked with a smile, does any of you think that I alone can resist the so-called strong man sent by Shrek Academy? Tell the truth, don't try to lie to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other, but there was no immediate response. At this time, Lin Yuer spoke. Brother Tang, I believe you. Because you are the most powerful person in the world. Lin Yuer's admiration and love for Tang Lan was very deep. Teacher, I believe in you too. At this time, Hong An unexpectedly said. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his teacher gave him a very strong sense of security. As long as you stay by his side with special peace of mind. Tan Yao wanted to speak, but he felt that Shrek Academy was still more powerful. He didn't think Tang Lan had the strength of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Otherwise, it will definitely become famous throughout the continent. Anyway, he had never heard of a mysterious level 99 extreme Douluo expert. This is a godlike existence, how could it be so low-key and unknown? In the end, Bai Hu, Tan Yao, Shen Hua and other Soul Emperors did not think that Tang Lan was the opponent of the entire Shrek Academy. That's it. My sister Chiang, my father, I can leave Shrek City first. This is the safest way. You can also go to the store and wait for the show. You make your own decisions. Xiao Yu and Hong An stay with me. Tang Lan said with a smile on his face. Your Majesty, won't you leave? White Fox asked worriedly. I'm waiting for their arrival. Tang Lan said casually. Your Majesty Bai Hu wanted to say something else. He really didn't understand why the Venerable was so insistent on his own way. Leave quickly, the strong men from Shrek Academy will be here soon. If you're afraid, retreat, don't force yourself. Tang Lan urged very openly. So Tan Yao and Bai Hu bowed to Tang Lan, and then left with the other Soul Emperors. As a talented person, Xia Feng found it hard to understand why Hongan stayed here foolishly. Soon there were only 3 people left in the room. Hongan was not afraid at the moment. He had many questions about cultivation that he wanted to ask Tang Lan. Tang Lan was ready to reward Hongan for his perseverance. When the strong men from Shrek Academy come, absorb this soul bone. Tang Lan asked Lin Yuer to practice obediently. After all, he was only a second-ring soul master. Where has Hongan seen any soul bones? Although the Hong family also has soul bones, he can't see them as a commoner. Moreover, he only fantasized about soul bones, and he never imagined that one day he would be able to absorb soul bones. He couldn't be more excited at this moment. Teacher, why did you reward me with a soul bone? I didn't do anything. Hongan felt a little dreamy. After all, it was too unbelievable to give him a soul bone for no reason, right? You dare to stay with me and wait for the arrival of the powerful Shrek, you are worthy of this soul bone. You are a crocodile martial soul. Your left arm and right arm are very suitable. The soul bones dropped by the powerful soul beast. And this is the right arm bone that fits your dominant hand, your right hand. It was dropped by the strong bear that was 30,000 years old. Tang Lan responded with a smile. After hearing Tang Lan's words, Hongan felt that he had made the right decision. Just by staying with you, trusting the teacher, and not being afraid of danger, you can get a 30,000-year-old soul bone. If you practice hard in the future and do more things for your teacher, wouldn't you be able to get soul bones? Thank you, teacher. From now on, Hong An's life belongs to you, teacher. If someone wants to be detrimental to the teacher later, he must first get through the students. Hong An knelt down directly to Tang Lan and spoke firmly and sincerely. He can survive and get his soul bones. The teacher is kind to him. Stop talking nonsense and absorb it quickly. Tang Lan urged. Hong An is indeed a pretty good genius. With the help of Tang Lan, he quickly absorbed the 30,000-year-old right arm bone of Dolly Bear. This soul bone is the soul bone obtained after destroying the Wuhan Palace. In Tang Lan's opinion, it is very suitable for Hong An. The most important thing is that because he absorbed a 30,000-year-old soul bone, Hong An was directly promoted to 1 level. Directly reaching the realm of level 69 Peak Soul Emperor. If there is a chance for you to take action later, you can try the soul bone technique by the way. Tang Lan said with satisfaction. Yes. Hong An responded excitedly. Now he is looking forward to the quick arrival of the strong men from Shrek Academy. The teacher deals with those strong men, and he himself deals with the Soul Emperor and even the Soul Saint. After rising to a level and acquiring a powerful soul bone skill, he had some confidence to fight against the 7-ring Soul Saint. Soon Yan Shaiji and Cai Meyer brought 4 Soul Douluos from the supervision group, 8 Soul Saints and 16 Soul Emperors. Together with the luxurious lineup of Bai Bei and Su Sanchi, they arrived outside Changhong Hotel. Such a large battle in Shrek Academy was led by 2 peak level 95 Douluo. The people of Shrek City have not seen such a large battle in Shrek Academy for a long time. Who is Shrek Academy trying to cause trouble for? 2 peak Douluo were dispatched, and there were so many strong men. Who on earth deserves Shrek Academy to be so well prepared? And there is actually a terrifying force like Shrek Academy in Shrek City in this world. The people were all talking about it. At this moment, Tan Yao and others did not escape from Shrek City, but were among the crowd to see what kind of lineup Shrek would send. Make sure whether the strong men they surrendered can repel Shrek Academy's revenge. At this moment, Bai Bei and Su Sanchi were particularly excited. After all, they can see their admired Din Yan show off his talents. In their opinion, the extremely powerful Din Yan can definitely beat up that idiot who provoked Shrek. Chapter 614 Yan Shaiji is here, let's do it directly. Catch my Shrek Academy student and hurt my Shrek Academy teacher. Should you come out and give us an explanation? I know you are in Changhong Hotel. Yan Shaiji said with a tall figure and extraordinary momentum. When these words came out, the soul masters watching couldn't help but take a breath. Someone dared to capture the students of Shrek Academy and hurt Shrek's teacher. This person is really bold. Din Yan came in person, this person must be finished, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. Everyone stayed here and prepared to watch the excitement. And the shopkeepers and guests of Changhong Hotel all ran out, fearing that the battle would affect them. Now only Tang Lan and 3 others were left in Changhong Hotel. "Teacher, the strong men of Shrek Academy have arrived. Should we go out?" Hong An saw that Tang Lan did not move at all, and had turned into a handsome man, handsome and charming. His level was only Soul Douluo level. But Hong An knew clearly that no one knew his teacher's true strength. He also wanted to see if Shrek Academy could let the teacher show his true strength. At least open the martial soul and let him see what the teacher's martial soul is. "Go out." Tang Lan opened his eyes and said with a smile. Tang Lan fell directly from the 2nd floor, stood on the ground and looked at the people who surrounded Changhong Hotel, and chuckled. "Shrek Academy is really a big show. To deal with a little-known person like me, it's really a big deal. It can actually let the Dean and Vice Dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy come together. You really think highly of me?" With the appearance of Tang Lan, all the people gathered on this street stared at him with curiosity and shock. Contra? How could a level 85 Contra make Shrek come to deal with him with such a big force? This is really seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It shouldn't be him, right? He is just the subordinate of the person behind the scenes. The Soul Masters who were watching the excitement were unwilling to believe that this was true. At this moment, Yan Shaiji almost collapsed. Contra Realm? How is this possible? He and his wife looked at each other and saw doubts in each other's eyes. But thinking of Lu Yandao's words, he knew that the young and handsome man in front of him was very good at disguise. No matter the realm or the appearance, it should not be real. "Sir, can you tell me your name? Even if there is a fight between us, at least we know who we are fighting with, right?" Yan Shaiji did not act immediately, he wanted to find out some information. At least he had to know who the other party was. "It doesn't matter who I am. Anyway, you Shrek have already identified me as an evil soul master. Perhaps in your eyes, anyone who is your enemy is an evil soul master. If that's the case, don't pretend to be polite, just act." Tang Lan shook his head and responded sarcastically. Such words are naturally extremely arrogant. Everyone present was shocked. They all thought Tang Lan was crazy. A Soul Douluo dared to talk to a peak Douluo like this, he was really impatient to live. This guy is really arrogant. He was so arrogant in front of Dean Yan, he will regret it. Hong An and Lin Yuer saw Tang Lan so domineering, and naturally they admired him more. Facing a terrifying enemy, with such momentum, he is not an ordinary person. "It seems that you don't want to communicate normally. But I am also very confused, what is there for you to be so arrogant? My wife and I are both level 95 peak Douluo, plus a group of other strong men. I actually have a feeling that you are coming to us. Do you think you can defeat us?" Yan Shaiji is not a hot-tempered person, and he considers himself a refined person. But now, looking at the temperament displayed by Tang Lan, he is very angry in his heart. "I wish I could open my martial soul immediately and beat him up. Captain Yan, stop talking nonsense with this guy. You don't need to do anything, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Let me do it." A burly middle-aged man stood up and said anxiously. This man is called Chu Luo, a member of the supervisory group, and is about to break through to the title Douluo. The martial soul Frost Spear is a peak soul Douluo of the 89th level strong attack department. So he is very confident in his own strength. Seeing Tang Lan, a soul Douluo of the 85th level, so arrogant, he really couldn't stand it. "You 3 should follow Chu Luo too. Remember, this person is very weird, don't hold back. If your life is in danger, retreat quickly." Yan Shaiji thought about it and felt that he should let a few soul Douluo go and test it first. After all, he was a peak Douluo, how could he easily take action? "Captain, you don't need their help. I can do it, and I will catch that bastard soon. You are such an ignorant guy, how dare you challenge Shrek?" Chu Luo shook his head and refused, and opened his martial soul as soon as he finished speaking. The first soul ring on his body lit up. The first soul skill, a powerful shot. Chu Luo was very powerful and stabbed Tang Lan with a murderous gun. When the spear was fired, there was invisible pressure on the surroundings. This soul skill also has a heavy pressure effect. "You guys go back," Tang Lan said with a faint smile. Then he didn't move, and he didn't even turn on his martial spirit. "Seeking death." Chu Luo roared angrily, moving faster. He felt that Tang Lan was looking down on him. At this moment, everyone was staring closely at Tang Lan's movements, wanting to see how he would act. Does he think he can block Chu Luo's blow with his body? Then he really underestimated Chu Luo. However, just when Chu Luo felt that he could kill Tang Lan instantly, Tang Lan used his dragon capturing hand to directly block Chu Luo's sharp spear point from the air. The attack power is too bad. Tang Lan commented indifferently, and then with a wave of his hand, he was thrown away with the gun and the man. Bang! The surrounding shops were directly destroyed. Such a big movement and unbelievable scene really shocked everyone. Chu Luo! Yan Shaiji shouted. He had been observing Tang Lan and found that when Tang Lan dealt with Chu Luo, he did not activate his martial soul at all, so he did not use any soul skills. Then why did he easily block Chu Luo's attack? He also controlled Chu Luo and threw him away from the air very casually. It should be some kind of skill to control others from a distance. It seems that Lu Yandao and others were also beaten like this. Son of a bitch! I'm going to kill you! When the scene was silent, Chu Luo, who was smashed into the shop, yelled. The fifth soul ring around his body lit up and he rushed towards Tang Lan. The fifth soul skill, Frost. This soul skill can freeze everything around 10 meters away. He was really angry at this moment. Chapter 615 Shrek's Shame, Vice Dean Cai Meyer. After Chu Luo finished using his fifth soul skill, his fourth soul ring lit up. The fourth soul skill, See the Dragon in the Field. This soul skill is Chu Luo's extremely powerful single-target attack soul skill. His fighting method is to use the control soul skill to freeze Tang Lan for an instant. Then pierced Tang Lan with one shot. The phantom of the dragon emerged from the spear in Chu Luo's hand, and then shot towards Tang Lan. However, the surrounding environment froze, but Tang Lan was safe and sound. The figure flashed, resisting the so-called seeing longzation, and then came to Chu Luo's eyes. Chu Luo was so frightened that the sixth soul ring lit up all over his body. The sixth soul skill, Frost Armor. Chu Luo's whole body was instantly covered with ice armor, and his defensive power was comparable to that of an entry-level titled Douluo. Bang! Click! However, Tang Lan punched him in the lower abdomen, and the ice armor cracked instantly, and Chu Luo felt the huge impact force. The whole person spat out a mouthful of blood and then flew out. Chu Luo fell into the shop again. He fainted on the spot and didn't even open the weapon soul's real body. The eighth most powerful soul skill was not used. Tang Lan shook his fist and said meaningfully, does it mean that Dean Yan doesn't dare to go up himself? Send a loser to die. Don't waste time, hurry up and get started. Tang Lan was so provocative and contemptuous, but Yan Shaiji was in a stable mood and didn't take it seriously. I feel that the other party is deliberately irritating him. However, his wife has a bad temper. Crazy guy. Do you really think Shrek can't do anything to you? Do you think you are very powerful? Today I will let you know what it means that there is heaven outside the world and there are people outside the world. Cai Meyer pointed at Tang Lan and started to curse, and activated her martial spirit as she spoke. Her martial spirit is the evil-breaking dragon soul spear, and compared to Chu Luo, she is the real gun god. The 9 soul rings lit up with such overwhelming momentum that the surrounding soul masters and people subconsciously covered their eyes. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. You have the ability to show your true state. Let's go head to head. If you can block my attack, I will make the decision to let you go. If you don't have this ability, then you can only go to Shrek Academy with us. Cai Meyer stared at Tang Lan closely and said extremely domineeringly. Yan Shaiji did not stop his wife at this time. He also did not want to believe that the person in front of him had reached level 95. Come on. Tang Lan said lightly without saying much. Although Cai Meyer seems to be very domineering, in fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is Shrek's shame. And this shame is her only role. Leading Shrek's group of 5 and 6 ring prodigies, plus senior sister Zhang Lexuan, and 8 ring golden robe senior Han Ruruo. Such a luxurious lineup goes out to hunt for soul rings, and then encounters 3 8-ring evil soul masters and then fails to do so, almost killing the protagonist. It is simply a shame for Shrek. To be honest, any Shreks titled Douluo could lead a luxurious team of this level. They had already killed the 3 Zhongli brothers. To put it bluntly, even without Cai Meyer, The two senior sisters' strong control and strong attack were enough to make the three Zhongli brothers drink a pot. So you can see how useless Cai Meyer is. He is just a piece of trash who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Cai Meyer stared at Tang Lan coldly, feeling that he was too arrogant. Therefore the second soul ring around him lit up. The second soul skill, Heart-Purifying Dragon King's Holy Spear. This soul skill performed by Cai Meyer is an extremely terrifying single-target attack. She was seen holding a spear, surrounded by a dragon, stabbing Tang Lan with a penetrating force. The strength of the peak Douluo was terrifying. At this moment, a hurricane was rising around him, and Tang Lan seemed to be unable to dodge. Boy, this is what will happen if you provoke Shrek Academy. Don't be a fool in your next life. Cai Meyer has already secured the victory. The so-called master is just pretending and is not a powerful titled Douluo at all. However, when Cai Meyer was full of ridicule, the tip of her spear could not move forward at all. When he was about to pierce the opponent's body, why did he suddenly stop? Is Shrek awesome? Can't you mess with me? You, on the other hand, are already at the peak of Douluo, and you are still so stupid. No wonder Yan Shaiji is still thinking about someone else. Tang Lan looked at Cai Meyer, who was very close at hand, and teased meaningfully. As soon as these words came out, they naturally touched the deepest innermost feelings of Cai Meyer. What the hell are you talking about? How dare you slander my husband and sow discord between us as husband and wife? Go to hell. Cai Meyer's murderous aura became even stronger. Although she scolded Tang Lan on the surface, she was naturally very unhappy with Yan Shaiji's past experience of being a prostitute. As the words fell, Cai Meyer's fourth soul ring lit up. Since the soul skills brought by the yellow soul ring cannot break defenses, let's use the purple one. The fourth soul skill, Evil Destroying Ghost Dragon Spear. The spear in Cai Meyer's hand suddenly grew larger, and the holy dragon surrounding her turned black. The whole body is dyed with the aura of evil, and he is really black and powerful and invincible. Explosion! Cai Meyer roared angrily, and continued to stab forward with the thick spear in her hand with terrifying power. But at this moment, Tang Lan's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Because Tang Lan used Earth Escape, Cai Meyer's spear pierced the air, thinking that she was being played. Son of a bitch! Don't be a coward if you have the ability. Fuck me with real swords and guns. What a waste! Cai Meyer held a gun in one hand, looked around, then looked up again. She didn't find Tang Lan, so she roared angrily. At this time, Yan Shaiji did not dare to speak. After all, he heard clearly what Tang Lan just said. His wife is now a dynamite barrel, whoever touches her will be finished. But this guy suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? It was actually possible to completely restrain the breath. Cai Meyer, don't you mind Yan Shaiji's romantic past? Maybe you don't know at all, you only know a certain person. How about I tell you some very detailed past events? Tang Lan suddenly emerged from the ground behind Cai Meyer and said seriously. Go to hell. You keep slandering me like this, who are you? Before Cai Meyer could get angry, Yan Shaiji couldn't stand anymore and immediately activated his martial spirit, roaring with full aura. His martial soul is a phoenix of light. At this moment, he is sacred, and the holy light shines on everyone. And all his 9 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Yan Shaiji has a soul ring that is over 100,000 years old. At this moment, everyone around took a breath. No wonder this person can become the Dean of Shrek Academy's Martial Arts Department. Also known as Ming Feng Douluo. Look, he's anxious. But Tang Lan didn't feel anything at all, and just said in a strange way. Chapter 616 Yan Shaiji, the winner in life, who deserves to die. Ah! Yan Shaiji is quite a pushover. When he was young, he was a standard scumbag. When he was with Xian Liner, he kept hooking up with other women. Finally, she gave in and randomly found Cai Meyer to get married. Emotionally, his character is not good, but his strength is pretty good. A relatively impressive record is that he was able to escape unscathed from the siege of many powerful evil soul masters led by the leader of the Holy Spirit sect, Holy Spirit Douluo Zhonglaiwu. I have been pretending to compete for a lifetime and have never lost in my life. I can say that I am a winner in life. If you use ratings to evaluate him, Yan Shaiji is A and can crush any ordinary titled Douluo. As for his wife, she is AC. Both are level 95 peak Douluo, but the difference in strength is too big. Tang Lan's words made Yan Shaiji unable to bear it. He was afraid that Tang Lan would say anything more. After all, he was really worried about what Tang Lan really knew. I am so old now, and I am the dean of the martial arts department and the head of the inspection team. How can I let him be stigmatized? So Yan Shaiji directly lit up the third soul ring. The third soul skill, Phoenix Feather Kill. Countless phoenix feathers appeared out of thin air and shot towards Tang Lan. Each phoenix feather is comparable to a blow from an ordinary titled Douluo. There are at least several hundred phoenix feathers at this moment. Yan Shaiji is murderous and will kill Tang Lan as soon as he takes action. Cai Meyer didn't expect Yan Shaiji to take action as soon as he said so, and quickly withdrew to the side. But Tang Lan just smiled faintly and disappeared from everyone's sight. But these sharp phoenix feathers were all in vain. The Changhong Hotel behind Tang Lan was directly destroyed by these feathers. The scene was quite big, but the actions of the two peak Douluo did not cause any harm to Tang Lan. At this time Bei and Su Sanchi also clenched their fists, hoping to kill Tang Lan. But Tang Lan's weird disappearing soul skill is really terrifying. It's really easy to dodge any attack. Tang Lan used wood escape again, and then emerged from Cai Meyer's side, speaking helplessly. I really want to say something true, but it's a pity that your husband doesn't give me this chance. This is to kill people and silence them. Once these words were spoken, they were heart-wrenching words. Cai Meyer's face became even more ugly. She didn't even attack Tang Lan, but asked him, "What do you know? Please tell me quickly." "Crazy man, for slandering me like this, I will kill you today." How could Yan Shaiji give Tang Lan this chance? His fourth soul ring lit up as he spoke. "Stop! Why is Meng so anxious to kill him? Are you worried that he will tell the truth? People say that you were very romantic when you were young. I think you only have one past incident, and that is hurting Xian Liner, the dean of the Soul Guidance Department. Now listen to what he means, you have other feelings. So, you just don't want to play with me when you marry me? Why don't you just find an honest man to marry?" Cai Meyer stopped Yan Shaiji with an angry look. She was in a very bad mood now. Could it be that Yan Shaiji was acting out his love on weekdays? "Mayor, listen to me. Don't believe this guy's words. This guy hasn't opened his martial soul yet. The move is very strange. It can disappear in an instant and then suddenly appear again. This looks like the evil soul master. And he is also a powerful evil soul master. We, husband and wife, must work together to take him down." This is the best explanation for Shrek Academy and the Soul Masters in the entire continent. In addition to his martial spirit and strength, Yan Shaiji also had a top-notch mouth. At this time, he spoke with righteousness. Coupled with the blessing of the bright phoenix, it seemed that Yan Shaiji was the incarnation of a god at this moment. It seems that whatever he says is the truth and he won't lie. And those who stand on the opposite side must be evil. Therefore, under Yan Shaiji's deliberate guidance, everyone including Cai Meyer believed that Tang Lan was the evil soul master. Damn it! I was almost deceived by an evil soul master. How dare you lie to me, go to hell! If you have the ability to fight me face to face this time, don't run away. Cai Meyer reacted immediately, and while yelling and scolding, she attacked Tang Lan. The fifth soul ring around his body lit up. The fifth soul skill, soul-breaking white dragon spear. Cai Meyer still didn't believe it, the other party could keep using weird soul skills. This time Tang Lan did not continue to use wood escape, but took out a long spear. Gun and sword clashed with Cai Meyer. Bang! Tang Lan easily broke through Cai Meyer's fifth soul skill with just one ordinary blow. The white dragon on the gun dissipated instantly, and the spear in Cai Meyer's hand also shattered. How could Cai Meyer not expect that the other party could defeat her with gun to gun? But after all, she was also a level 95 titled Douluo. When the air wave erupted, the sixth soul ring around her body lit up. The sixth soul skill, Spear God's Body Protection. Cai Meyer hurriedly used her defensive soul skills. But after all, she overestimated her own defensive soul skills. Bang! Tang Lan's unstoppable blow instantly defeated Cai Meyer's body protection. And Cai Meyer also used the impact force to fly out at the critical moment. It was smashed into the ruins of the hotel in an extremely embarrassing manner. At this moment, everyone present took a breath. This evil soul master is so powerful. Without opening his martial soul, he could actually defeat a level 95 peak Douluo. Mayor! Yan Shaoji shouted, and then glared at Tang Lan angrily. Are you really going to be an enemy of my Shrek Academy? You will regret it. Yan Shaoji's fifth soul ring lit up. The fifth soul skill, Ming Huang Annihilation Slash. Yan Shaoji grew wings, looked down at Tang Lan, and waved the wings. Then the terrifying wing slash quickly slashed towards Tang Lan. One after another, terrifying. Tang Lan sneered and ran the 9 turns golden body art. 6 consecutive slashes struck him fiercely, and terrifying air waves exploded. But it didn't break the protective shield of the 9-turn golden body at all. Have you seen it? This is the consequences of offending my Shrek Academy. This damn evil soul master must be killed so ruthlessly. At this time, a Contra shouted loudly with a look of arrogance. Wanted to use Yan Shaoji to kill the evil soul master, to scare the monkeys. At the same time, I also want to show off. At this time, the soul masters who were watching were also holding their breath and concentrating, not daring to say anything more. They were worried that the furious Ming Feng Douluo would affect them. Yan Shaoji is very confident in his fifth soul skill. After all, my phoenix spirit is extremely top-notch. It would be easy to kill a guy who doesn't have the spirit. However, the smoke dissipated, and Tang Lan still stood unscathed. Who deserves to die? Tang Lan looked pale. He looked at Contra, who opened his mouth and said coldly. Chapter 617 The 8 wings of the evil god come out and hit Cai Meyer hard. Hiss. At this time, everyone at the scene took a breath of cold air. This man was unscathed. Ming Feng Douluo didn't even break his defense. Just when everyone was shocked, Contra, who was also shocked, retorted with all his might. You, an evil soul master, are still talking to me about who deserves to die. The evil soul master is born evil and deserves to die, isn't it right? And we, the Shrek Supervisory Group, were created to kill evil people like you. This Contra hurriedly came to Yan Shaoji's side, not daring to attack Tang Lan in anger. He only dared to stand next to Yan Shaoji, pointing at Tang Lan and scolding him righteously. At this moment, Yan Shaoji also squinted his eyes slightly, stared at Tang Lan closely, and looked carefully. He knew very well that with that blow just now, any ordinary titled Douluo would be crushed. This weird guy is okay. It must have been a weird technique. The world view of Bai Bei and Su Sanchi was refreshed again. This guy can defeat Contra, but he can also defeat titled Douluo. And it's not just an ordinary titled Douluo, it's a peak Douluo. Who is this person? Could it be that Dean Yan can't stop him? Then, wouldn't you be in danger? Su Sanchi was thinking in a panic at this time. Do you think you can sit back and relax by Yan Shaoji's side? I kill me Zi Shao to get tired. Tang Lan sneered. Presumptuous. Yan Shaoji's second soul ring lit up. He Tang Lan laughed mockingly. The divine eye of the vast sea and the broken soul of the vast sea. Tang Lan just smiled. Contra hiding beside Yan Shaoji was directly killed by Tang Lan. So he also fell to the ground and died. In Do Er's world, for him, there is no person from any force that he will not kill. As long as the person he likes, regardless of gender, can still live even if he is a villain in this world, and will focus on cultivating him. But if it is someone he hates, he will definitely seek death. Even if he is the protagonist of this world, he will kill him without fail. For example, this Contra from Shrek Academy. Perhaps in this world, the people in the Shrek Supervisory Group are good people and warriors. But in Tang Lan's view, there is nothing good or bad about people who want to kill him. In front of Yan Shaoji, he instantly killed a powerful Contra warrior. With such a terrifying figure, many soul masters dare not make any mocking remarks. This evil soul master is no ordinary person. You kill my Shrek Academy people. No one can save you today. The second soul skill, Phoenix God's Wishes. This soul skill can instantly increase all aspects of Yan Shaoji's attributes by 200%. Then Yan Shaoji's fourth soul ring lit up. The fourth soul skill, Holy Phoenix Divine Break. After fully increasing his power, Yan Shaoji summoned a huge phoenix with flames all over his body, and it was particularly dazzling. He rushed towards Tang Lan with lightning speed. Killing and wounding are completely different. So Yan Shaoji made up his mind to bring Tang Lan back, otherwise he would not be able to explain to Poseidon Pavilion. At this time, Cai Meyer also calmed down. Let's kill him together. Cai Meyer shouted, and the seventh soul ring around her body lit up brightly. The seventh soul skill, the true body of the weapon soul. Cai Meyer felt that she had lost all face in front of so many people. So he dragged his injured body and directly opened the martial soul's true body. At this moment, the spear in Cai Meyer's hand became sacred. At this moment, Cai Meyer's attack power increased by 250%. The rest of the attributes are 150%. Immediately afterwards, Cai Meyer lit up her 8th soul ring. The 8th soul skill, destroy evil and kill gods. Cai Meyer continued to thicken and lengthen the spear, which was about 10 meters long. At this moment, the spear was already 30 meters long, with a strange red color and endless murderous intent. Cai Meyer rose into the air, and then dived towards Tang Lan. At this moment, the situation changed, and everyone subconsciously opened the martial soul protection. Hongan quickly opened his martial spirit and protected Lin Yu beside him. He looked up at the sky, and the two peaked Douluo attacked the teacher together. Will the teacher activate the martial spirit? He is not worried that Tang Lan will lose, but is worried that Tang Lan will not open his martial spirit and let him continue to be curious. Faced with the two attacks, Tang Lan directly opened the 8 wings of the evil god. Wave your wings and disappear. The next moment was to use the wings to cut off the phoenix phantom. Then with another breath, Tang Lan appeared in front of Cai Meyer's thick spear. Using the rotation of the 8 wings flash, the thick spear was also cut off. Then an ordinary sledgehammer appeared in Tang Lan's hand. Bang! Cai Meyer was struck down with a hammer. There was a big hole in the ground. The level 95 peak Douluo was in the hole and was seriously injured. The blood she spit out was slowly falling. At this moment, it seems that time no longer flows. After all, Tang Lan brought the shock of the crowd could even rival time. Meyer! Yan Shaiji was already on the ground, and when he saw Cai Meyer falling to the ground, she yelled anxiously. He was completely shocked. The amplified attack he had made, plus the 8th soul skill Meyer used after opening her martial soul true body, were easily resolved by the opponent. And Meyer was seriously injured. What's wrong with his wings? Black wings. Is it a soul skill? Or an external soul bone? But the aura brought by the wings is extremely evil. Evil soul master. It can be confirmed that he is an evil soul master. A peak Douluo level evil soul master has come to Shrek City. I have to inform the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. While thinking, Yan Shaiji's 7th soul ring lit up. 7th soul skill, Phoenix True Body. In an instant, Yan Shaiji turned into a phoenix about 80 meters long. Yan Shaiji wanted to use himself to open his spirit body and let Feng Ming inform the people of the Sea God Pavilion. I just needed to stop him and prevent him from escaping. Of course, it would be best if I could defeat him before the support of the Sea God Pavilion arrived. And Tang Lan knew at this moment that Yan Shaiji was notifying the Sea God Pavilion. But he was not panicked at all. Now he just wanted to give Yan Shaiji his first defeat in his life. Both of them were flying in the air, confronting each other. At this moment, Tan Yao Beihu and others finally understood why their venerable did not escape. With such a powerful strength, is there any need to escape? If I had known earlier, I would have followed the venerable. Now Hongan would definitely be deeply loved by the venerable. This was everyone's regretful thought. You informed the people of the Sea God Pavilion and wanted to summon all the strong men to capture me together. And your goal is to stop me. Don't worry, I won't run away. Because the Sea God Pavilion is not enough to scare me to flee quickly. And you, Yan Shaiji, will soon follow in the footsteps of your wife. Chapter 618 Yan Shaiji's bet shocked the whole audience. What Tang Lan said sounded very arrogant. But now no one would think how arrogant he is. After all, that was the existence that quickly crushed the 95th level peak Douluo. Everyone, don't worry, Dean Yan's martial soul is the top beast martial soul, the holy phoenix of light. He is also the eldest disciple of the dragon god Douluo Mu of the academy. It's easy to defeat this arrogant evil soul master. At this time, there are always soul masters who don't believe in evil and question Tang Lan, and this one is one of the soul saints of the academy. Cai Meyer and Yan Shaiji are both 95th level peak Douluo, but there is also a gap. You don't have the strength to make me follow Meyer's footsteps. If an evil soul master comes to my Shrek City, Don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever. Yan Shaiji was also full of fighting spirit at this moment because of his anger. No matter who this evil soul master is, he must defeat him and capture him. Then use all your strength and try it. Tang Lan responded with a smile. Yan Shaiji said nothing more, and directly waved his wings and shot towards Tang Lan. Tang Lan spread the 8 wings of the evil god and rushed towards Yan Shaiji. The collision between light and darkness is not as fierce as people imagine. Victory or defeat is decided in a split second. Light lost. Half of Yan Shaiji's wings were stained with blood, and he fell to the ground in a mess. Amid the exclamations of the onlookers, Yan Shaiji quickly stopped his decline and stopped falling. At this time, Tang Lan's attack had arrived. I said I would make him follow in Cai Mayor's footsteps, that's not a joke. After Yan Shaiji opened his martial soul, he collided with Tang Lan and knew that Tang Lan's dark 8 wings were very strong. Therefore, he knew that he couldn't dodge this attack just by speed. The 5th soul ring around his body lit up quickly. 5th soul skill, Phoenix Armor. Yan Shaiji instantly let the armor sweep over his body, exuding a bright aura. This defensive soul skill can resist a 96-level strong attack system titled Douluo. So he felt that he could resist Tang Lan's attack. Then he used a stronger soul skill to completely defeat the opponent. After all, his own bright phoenix martial soul is top-notch. Yan Shaiji, you overestimate yourself. You underestimate me too much. You are worthy of blocking me with this defense. Bang! Tang Lan sneered and said disdainfully, and then the 8 wings flashed, and the phoenix armor on Yan Shaiji's body was directly shattered. As a result, his martial spirit's true body was broken, and Yan Shaiji was seriously injured this time. But he is the phoenix martial spirit, and he has his pride and tenacity. You are indeed very strong. But if you want to defeat me like this, you are really overthinking. I am the Dean of the Martial Spirit Department of Shrek Academy after all. After Yan Shaiji transformed into his original body, he floated in the air and said proudly. This is not about pride, but also about the reputation of Shrek Academy. I must not let this arrogant guy escape like this. While speaking, the 9th soul ring around his body lit up. 9th soul skill, Phoenix Nirvana. Yan Shaiji directly unleashed his strongest soul skill. This soul skill can instantly restore his injuries to the peak state, even if he is seriously injured and dying. As long as he is still alive, no matter how serious the injury is, he can recover. Tang Lan watched Yan Shaiji perform the 9th soul skill, nodded and praised, your soul skill can be regarded as the most perverted soul skill among all soul masters, son of them. But even so, you can't change anything. You will still lose, and your soul power cannot allow you to use Phoenix Nirvana several times. Tang Lan was not in a hurry to kill Yan Shaiji quickly. He came to Douluo to destroy Xiao Zhasan's plan. By the way, he had plenty of time to practice. After all, it had only been 100 days here, while Douluo only had 1 day. He also knew that Yan Shaiji was stalling for time, wanting to wait until all the old guys from Poseidon Pavilion arrived. But so what? Qian Douluo can be beaten, and the deep-sea demonic whale king can be defeated. Even those who have reached divine strength can control their divine clones at will. So even in Douluo world 10,000 years later, dragon god Douluo will still crush it. What's more, this dragon god Douluo is also sunset. Het. Yan Shaiji's 9th soul skill is a metamorphosis level soul skill that can restore injuries. So at this moment, he wants to use his strongest single target attack soul skill. The 8th soul ring lit up brightly around his body. The 8th soul skill, Holy Phoenix Sky, shaking 18 consecutive slashes. Yan Shaiji pointed his finger at the sky, and a phoenix descended from the sky. Then it kept waving its wings and struck Tang Lan with 18 consecutive energy cuts. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed a little, and the strong wind seemed to swallow everything. Facing the 18 energy slashes descending from the sky, Tang Lan waved his wings and his figure flashed in front of Yan Shaiji. At this time, the 18 consecutive slashes had a locking effect. It also came with a burst of fire behind Tang Lan. You risk your own life that your soul skills can hurt me. Then you really think too much. Tang Lan sneered, then took a sledgehammer and hit Yan Shaiji's chest. Bang! Yan Shaiji couldn't react at all and was directly hit on the ground. There is no way to fight back. Yan Shaiji was indeed gambling. After all, he could use the Phoenix Nirvana to recover again. But as long as the opponent is hit by your own soul skill, it will be difficult to recover. You will definitely be able to defeat him by then. It's just that Yan Shayage's ninth soul ring lit up again. When he used Phoenix Nirvana again, he saw that the locked soul skill hit Tang Lan as expected. A huge air wave explosion broke out. That evil soul master is finally finished. I just said that he still seems to be invincible in Shrek City. Din Yan is Din Yan. Who can easily block this terrifying soul skill? Su Sanchi said with excitement. After Tang Lan was hit, he and Bai Bei were very happy. At this time, the other Shrek soul masters were very excited and raised their arms and shouted. The people watching also relaxed. After all, evil soul masters are all bad guys who kill without blinking an eye. It would be the best to be defeated by people from Shrek Academy now. Din Yan is invincible. Shrek is invincible. At this time, someone raised his head, and then tens of thousands of people cheered in unison. Speaking of which, Shayaja has once again returned to his peak. Now he is floating in the air, full of force, and greets the people cheering for him with a smile on his face. He even forgot that his wife was still seriously injured. However, when the smoke dissipated, Tang Lan waved the 8 wings of the evil god and floated in the air, intact, which shocked everyone present. He's not dead yet. And no one seems to be injured. How is this possible? For a moment, the people all exclaimed. On the other hand, Shayaja's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. It shouldn't be like this. This attack of mine is not easy for even a titled Douluo with a higher level than himself to resist. Chapter 619, Dowdy Douluo appears and Yan Shayaja is mocked. At this moment, the smiles on Bai Bei and Su Sanchi's faces instantly faded, and their expressions became extremely ugly. Why is this guy so strong? Din Yan exerted such a powerful soul skill, but he didn't suffer any harm. Is this bastard an Iron Man? How outrageous! The two of them were already so angry that they were cursing each other. Shrek's other soul masters also stayed together. After all, one of the two peak Douluo was seriously injured, and the other could not let the other off with his full strength. It made them so afraid that they didn't dare to step forward to help. After all, this evil soul master is too strong, a bit scary. And so far, the other party has not opened the martial spirit. What kind of martial spirit it is, no one knows now. Although Yan Shayaja was shocked and did not solve the other party, at least he was able to hold him back. He has already felt someone coming from Poseidon Pavilion. Even though this evil soul master is very weird, with Poseidon Pavilion working together, we can definitely defeat him. So he didn't use another soul skill given by the 100,000-year soul ring. His soul power is running out. It's better to besiege this evil soul master together for a while. You can't leave because the elders from Poseidon Pavilion are already here. No one in this world can escape death under the siege of our Poseidon Pavilion. Yan Shayaja was still in a strong position at this moment, warning Tang Lan with cold words. Tang Lan said calmly, Poseidon Pavilion is nothing in my eyes. Even the people from Shrek Academy are here, so what can we do? I can leave whenever I want and stay whenever I want. What a shameless statement. I want to see if you have any arrogant strength. You brat, you dare to cause trouble in Shrek City, you really don't know how to live or die. As Tang Lan finished speaking, an angry old voice echoed through the sky. At this moment, everyone around could not help but close their ears. The voice arrived before anyone arrived, and it was very powerful. But Tang Lan didn't even raise his eyelids. Tang Lan also knew who the yeller was. After all, he has opened the realm of living beings. He already knew that the Poseidon Pavilion had mobilized in full force, and even the dragon god Mun, who was almost running out of fuel, was here. However, after feeling his aura, he did not come with the other people from the Poseidon Pavilion. Instead, he wanted to observe in secret and then wait for the opportunity. Tang Lan knew very well that Mun would not take action easily. After all, the battle with Du Baize left behind hidden physical dangers. As Shrek's sea-fixing needle, he naturally cannot let outsiders know that he is about to expire. Are you scared? If you're scared, kneel down and beg for mercy. Then I will give all my breasts, and breasts. I can still keep your body intact. At this time, the domineering Suanzi appeared, standing next to Yan Shayaji, glaring at Tang Lan with a pair of big eyes. He couldn't help but want to take action. After all, he saw Cai Meyer lying on the ground, the dead Contra, and being surrounded by so many people. Yan Shayaji and Cai Meyer, with so many Shrek masters, still failed to kill a single evil soul master. If word of this spreads, Shrek Academy will be laughed at to death. Therefore, Suanzi planned to torture the evil soul master severely before killing him. Who are you? Are you worthy of letting me kneel down for you? Tang Lan deliberately provokes Suanzi. Suanzi is called Doughty Douluo, and his martial soul is the Doughty Divine Ox. Lifetime achievement, at level 98, he survived the poisoning and became a dragon. Reach level 99 and lose to Emperor Tian and Kong Deming, and cooperate with Mun to seal Emperor Tian. Although Suanzi has fought a lot, he can be said to be the weakest ultimate Douluo, so Tang Lan's evaluation of him is A+, not reaching S level. I have lost every battle in my life, and I have never won except by abusing food. My title is Doughty Douluo, a peak level 98 Douluo. Who are you? Do you dare to sign up? After all, I won't kill nameless ghosts. Suanzi said with a cold face. Mr. Xian, this person's strength cannot be underestimated. You have to be careful. Meyer was seriously injured just because she was not careful. And I have already used Phoenix Nirvana twice. In short, this person is extremely difficult to deal with. The scariest thing is that he hasn't opened his martial soul yet. It's possible that those 8 black wings are his martial soul. He looks extremely evil, but our intelligence department has never collected any information about him, so now we are completely unfamiliar with him. But it seems like he is very familiar with us. Seeing that Suanzi looked down on Tang Lan, Yan Shaiji couldn't help but remind him. No need to worry, let me teach him a lesson. Suanzi saw that Tang Lan was being indifferent to him, as if he didn't take him, a level 98 peak Douluo, seriously at all. Therefore, he is a little angry, and at the same time, he also wants to show his holiness in front of all the people and the soul masters of Shrek Academy. Mr. Xian. Yan Shaiji also wanted to remind Suanzi. But Suanzi had already opened his martial soul, and the 9 soul rings lit up brightly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Then the second soul ring lights up. The second soul skill, Earth Cage. Suanzi's momentum surged, and he roared, and many earth thorns suddenly appeared around Tang Lan, spreading rapidly at an extremely fast speed. Soon a huge square cage was formed, and Suanzi rushed towards Tang Lan very quickly. He wants to deal with Tang Lan in his own cage. I saw the first soul ring around him light up. The first soul skill, Heavenly Holy Hoof. One of Suanzi's feet suddenly became very large, and it was still stained with blood. It seems like he has kicked many people to death with this foot. The momentum displayed by Suanzi was much stronger than that of Yan Shaiji. So at this moment, everyone's hope is on Suanzi. As expected of Doughty Douluo, with such a terrifying aura, he will definitely be able to defeat the evil soul master. Mighty old man Xian. At this time, the soul masters of Shrek Academy all shouted excitedly. At this time, other pavilion elders from the Poseidon Pavilion also came. Seeing how domineering Suanzi was, they also felt that they could control Tang Lan. Yan Shaiji and Cai Meyer were very puzzled and ridiculed that they could not defeat an evil soul master fighting alone. Dean Yan is a level 95 peak Douluo, but he can't even deal with an evil soul master. You still need to wait with me for help. Qian Duoduo, Deputy Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, mocked. Xian Liner, the Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, stood beside him and looked at Yan Shaiji coldly, feeling that he was becoming more and more useless. Mr. Xian will definitely be able to deal with him. In fact, there is no need for Mr. Xian to take action. Xian Liner sighed. Yan Shaiji did not explain the ridicule of the 2 people and the doubts of others. Because he knew that Mr. Xian would pay the price for his arrogance. This evil soul master is not a simple soul master, he is an existence that needs to be dealt with together. Bang! There was a loud noise, a terrifying airwave erupted, and the thick earth wall shattered. Chapter 620, Beat Suanzi violently, Shrek's strong men all joined the battle. Everyone looked at it intently and found that it was Suanzi who rushed out in a panic. The third soul ring around him lit up. Third soul skill, Divine Bull Protect Body. At the moment he used the third soul skill, Tang Lan swung the 8 wings of the evil god and shot out. Bang! A simple but fierce kick landed on Suanzi's stomach. The third soul skill broke the defense, and Suanzi, who had a very strong defense, was kicked directly by this kick and vomited blood. He screamed and fell to the ground at the speed of a meteorite. He smashed a deep pit on the ground, scaring the surrounding soul masters to flee quickly. This scene shocked the whole audience. Teacher is awesome. Hongan couldn't help but shout. Lin Yuer said as a matter of course, do you think Brother Tang is not invincible? I told you a long time ago that my brother Tang is invincible. Teacher, he is indeed invincible. Even a level 98 peak Douluo can be defeated instantly. Now regretting and shocked, Tan Yao, Beihu and others are also there. They once again did not expect Tang Lan's strength. This is a level 98 peak Douluo. How could he be beaten like this in just one go? Then wouldn't their venerable be a level 99 extreme Douluo? So at this time, Tan Yao and others immediately came to Hongan and Lin Yuer and began to cheer for Tang Lan. The people were silent and fell into the storm. On the Shrek side, except Yan Shaiji, everyone stared with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. Su Sanchi and Bai Bei opened their mouths wide, already in despair. What should we do? If we bring people to kill him, it means betraying him. This person is an evil soul master, who kills without blinking an eye. How can he not be angry? Once the teachers of the academy are defeated, the two of us will be killed. Su Sanchi was a little panicked and whispered to Bai Bei. Bai Bei, who was more calm, was shocked by Tang Lan's strength, but he could easily defeat Xian Lao. But he was the great-great-grandson of dragon god Douluo after all, so he naturally had to be a little courageous. And he thought that since Xian Lao and others had come, his great-great-grandfather would not come. It's okay. Even if Xian Lao was defeated, I still don't believe it. All the strong men in the academy will come together. He can still be an opponent. Unless he is a strong man comparable to a god. Bai Bei comforted Su Sanchi and himself. This person is very strong. I remind you all not to be arrogant anymore. Put down your pride, let's go together. Yan Shaiji said very seriously at this time. At this moment, all the titled Douluo of Shrek Academy tacitly agreed with Yan Shaiji's words. If someone can easily defeat Xian Lao, then he must be defeated together. Tang Lan spread his 8 wings, confronted the powerful people of Shrek Academy, and said coldly, you Shrek Academy are just like this. The so-called Ming Feng Douluo and Dowdy Douluo who are famous all over the continent are more famous than powerful. Let me see if there are any Shrek who can fight. It's too boring to be beaten by me unilaterally all the time. Tang Lan's words resounded, shocking the whole audience. Xian Ziyai, who was kicked into the ground, was so angry that he soared into the sky, and the 4th soul ring surrounded his body. 4th soul skill, Dowdy Roar. Xian Ziyai had never been beaten like this before, especially when he felt that the other party had not opened his martial soul. Hearing Tang Lan's naked ridicule and insults, he was burning his own blood at this moment. Use mental attack to break through Tang Lan's soul. How dare you insult Shrek Academy? I will beat you to a pulp today. Xian Ziyai roared at Tang Lan, and after launching the attack, he said something extremely domineering. Boundless Sea Divine Eyes, Boundless Sea Divine Soul Cover. Get lost. Tang Lan roared directly after launching the defensive skill. The momentum was overwhelming, directly crushing Xian Zi's momentum. Support Elder Xian. Yan Shaiji said hurriedly. I will deal with him. At this time, the elder of the Sea God Pavilion, Song Yunzi, said solemnly. Then he opened his martial soul. Old Song, Martial Soul Qingying Shenying, title Qingying, 97 level agility attack system titled Douluo. He is also the first person in the agility attack system. The soul ring configuration is yellow, purple, black, 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 black. There is no red soul ring. Only the first soul ring is lit up around her body. First soul skill, Thunder Eagle Claw. Old Song's figure flashed, one hand formed into a claw, and with blue thunder, it shot towards Tang Lan. I'm here to treat Cai Mayor's injuries. At this time, Old Zhuang Yusen, who was also at level 97, spoke. As for the others, they all quickly supported Xian Ziyai and prepared to deal with Tang Lan together. In Shrek City, it was a unique thing to let so many strong people from Shrek Academy deal with one person. At this moment, everyone in Shrek City was standing in the city, looking at watching the battle in the sky. They were discussing who dared to cause trouble in Shrek City, and who dared to fight all the strong men of Shrek Academy alone. Tang Lan was ready to let go and teach these guys from Shrek Academy a lesson. After all, they are the guys who believe in the little Yakuza, and they must be taught a lesson. Thunder God's Domain. Tang Lan is preparing to give the people of Shrek Academy a surprise. The field instantly opened up. Field skill Water and Thunder Tribulation. A black mine struck directly at Xuanzi. Xuanzi yelled and his seventh soul ring lit up. The seventh soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. After all, he was also a level 98 peak Douluo, so he naturally knew the power of the thunder from the sky, so he immediately transformed into a huge sacred cow. At this time, Xuanzi's defense power reached a terrifying level. Bang! But the mines came and hit Xuanzi with all-consuming power. Xuanzi was immediately confused. At this moment, Mr. Song's attack arrived, but Tang Lan's figure flashed away, and he raised his foot towards Mr. Song with a overlooking attitude. As a Douluo of the agility and attack system, Mr. Song was naturally very fast, and the second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Green Eagle Chases the Sun. Mr. Song shot out directly, dodging Tang Lan's kick. The speed is pretty good. Tang Lan praised in a rare way. At this time, other people also arrived here and surrounded Tang Lan. Everyone opens their martial soul. Xian Linner's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Sky-Breaking Dragon Claw. His left hand became a claw, and he killed Tang Lan with great momentum. After all, he is known as the martial god Douluo, a level 94 attack type titled Douluo, and his aura is naturally extraordinary. Duo is carrying a large cannon barrel, which is an 8th level soul guided cannon. Sky Thunder Soul Cannon 3 consecutive hits of Sky Thunder. The energy storage was completed long ago, so I followed Xian Linner to launch the attack. The offensive is extremely fierce and heroic. He is also a level 94 titled Douluo, titled Wolong, and has a Wuhan Wolong shield. Daughter-in-law, I'm here to help you. Nozomi roared loudly. Chapter 621, Everyone activates their martial soul avatars. Shrek is anxious. Then another level 97 peak Douluo, Mr. Lin Huican also opened his martial spirit. The martial spirit is the blood red divine Luan, titled Red Luan Douluo, and the attack type titled Douluo. The master of Shrek's treasure pavilion has a very high status. How dare you insult me, Shrek? Today I will let you die without a burial place. And Mr. Lin also has a very explosive temper, and usually doesn't even give Xuanzi a face. As she finished speaking, her second soul ring lit up around her body. The second soul skill, Blood Red Blade. Mr. Lin shot out his hands continuously, and several blood red blades shot towards Tang Lan. At the same time, there were 5 other Super Douluo, and these 5 were relatively low-key. But he didn't hold back at all against Tang Lan's attack. In order to be sure, Yan Shaiji also used another 9th soul skill given by 100,000-year soul ring. The 9th soul skill, Phoenix Sky Fire. Yan Shaiji still pointed his finger up to the sky, and then many sky fires fell towards the sky and smashed towards Tang Lan crazily. The attack by dozens of people on Tang Lan was devastating. Naturally, Tang Lan would not resist stupidly, and waved the 8 wings of the evil god to directly kill one person. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lan came to Duo's side, and all the so-called bombardments were avoided by Tang Lan. When Duo saw that Tang Lan was going to deal with him, he sneered and took out an 8th level defensive soul guide unhurriedly. Silver Dragon Shield, the power of rebound. Duo is very confident in his 8th level soul tool, coupled with the blessing of his martial soul on any shield. The current Silver Dragon Shield is comparable to a level 9 soul guide. Be careful with your money. At this time, Yan Shaiji's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly warned. Although he and Duo often quarrel over robbing students, in times of crisis, Yan Shaiji is still very rational. Duo is not a peak Douluo, so he just wants to use the Silver Dragon Shield to resist. Isn't that sheer nonsense? But Tang Lan's speed was already faster than Yan Shaiji's words. Bang! The sledgehammer in Tang Lan's hand directly hit Duo's Silver Dragon Shield. The so-called 8th level soul guide was shattered instantly. Duo's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to light up his soul ring and use his defensive soul skills. But it was too late. Tang Lan hit him in the chest with a hammer, causing a huge wave to rise. Duo screamed and was hit to the ground. A deep pit was created and dust was thrown up. Duo followed in Cai Meyer's footsteps. As soon as Mr. Zhuang recovered some of Cai Meyer's injuries, he saw that Duo was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He had no choice but to immediately give up treating Cai Meyer. Now he had to save Duo. Everyone was frightened when they saw Duo being almost fucked to death in a confrontation. At this moment, Mr. Lin and Mr. Song were both a little shocked. They asked themselves that they could not defeat Duo, who used the 8th level soul guide, with just one blow. And now Tang Lan has broken through their so-called encirclement. Everyone in the audience is watching this scene. If they don't get rid of this evil soul master quickly, then what reputation does Shrek have for being known as the #1 academy in the mainland? What about Poseidon Pavilion? Why do you think you are the #1 force in the world? Everyone can no longer hold back, you must use your strongest strength to deal with him. Otherwise Mr. Zhuang won't be able to save him. And next time, maybe this guy will be more ruthless and kill one of us directly, which will be a huge loss. Yan Shaiji knew best how strong Tang Lan was, so he spoke very seriously at this moment. At this time, Xuanzi also echoed, this guy is stronger than me, you must go all out. Xuanzi was also seriously injured, but his martial spirit had the blood of a dragon, and his recovery power was not weak. So he is not going to get out of the line of fire. Good. Except for Xian Liner, the 9-peak Douluo all had their 7th soul rings lit up. At this time, the audience from all directions were amazed. Shrek Academy is going completely crazy. With so many peak Douluo, opening their martial soul avatars together, are they going to tear this world apart? A 6-ring soul emperor said with shock. I also dreamed that one day I would become such a strong man waiting to soar in the sky. That momentum is comparable to an army of 10,000 people. It's okay if Shrek doesn't go crazy. It's been so long and I still can't deal with that evil soul master. I'm just a person. Moreover, 2 of Shrek's titled Douluo have been seriously injured, and even the level 98 Dowdy Douluo was beaten. If we don't attack with all our strength, I'll probably defeat them all alone. Another 7-ringed soul saint commented in a strange manner. At this moment, this battle between one person and Shrek Academy is attracting the attention of thousands of people. Faced with everyone in Shrek opening their martial soul avatars, Tang Lan just smiled faintly. Field skills, Heavenly Thunder. Tang Lan had enough soul power to directly use domain skills that could destroy almost everything. In an instant, the water and thunderbolt hit the sky, and then the color of the sky and the earth changed. Dark clouds swept across the sky instantly, and then when they wanted to use their soul skills, countless purple thunders swept down like waterfalls. Such a spectacular scene shocked everyone in Shrek to change their expressions drastically. They all used defensive soul skills, dodged in all directions at the same time, and then shot towards Tang Lan. The fastest among them is Green Eagle Douluo Song Lao. She was seen transforming into a nearly 70-meter-long condor, and then her 8th soul ring lit up. The 8th soul skill, Blazing Light Holy Flash. Tang Lan also knows that Mr. Song from Poseidon Pavilion has the ultimate speed and is not weak in strength. His famous record is that he fought with Mr. Xiong without losing, and then assassinated and injured the Emerald Swan protected by a soul beast that was several 100,000 years old. The combat power can reach A, which is the same level as Yan Shaiji. The Divine Eagle turned into a ray of light and shot towards Tang Lan. This blow was incredibly fast. But Tang Lan narrowed his eyes slightly, waved the 8 wings of the evil god, and was behind Mr. Song in an instant. And captured the figure of Mr. Song. Bang! Tang Lan took an ordinary hammer and hit Mr. Song so hard that he almost couldn't catch his breath. After all, Mr. Song is an agility attack Douluo, and his worst thing is defense. Pfft! Old Song spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 4th soul ring around his body lit up. The 4th soul skill, 3 shadows of the blue eagle. Mr. Song instantly transformed into 3 70-meter-long eagles and flew in different directions. This is her extremely powerful life-saving skill, 1 real body and 2 clones. The other 2 clones look exactly the same, but their strength is only that of Contra. However, Mr. Song's move was of no use to Tang Lan, because Tang Lan's vast sea divine eyes could clearly see Mr. Song's details. The only one with a soul is the one on the left. Whoosh! Tang Lan came behind Mr. Song in the blink of an eye, quickly swung the sledgehammer, and hit Mr. Song on the back of the eagle at an extremely fast speed. This heavy blow almost crippled Mr. Song. After all, she is an agility attack titled Douluo. Bang! Chapter 622, Hammer After Hammer, beating Xuanzi and Mr. Lin. Another peak Douluo who is seriously injured and on the verge of death. There are already many big holes in the ground. Mr. Song! Everyone exclaimed. At this moment, both Su Sanchi and Baibei's legs were trembling. At this time, who can defeat this crazy guy? Son of a bitch! Take your life! Xuanzi roared angrily, and Mr. Lin also roared. Both of them had 8th soul rings lighting up around their bodies. The 8th soul skill, Divine Impact. Suanzi transformed into a huge sacred bull that was burning red and fierce. The pair of horns were like the sharpest weapons in the world, crashing into Tang Lan at an unstoppable speed. The 8th soul skill, Shueluan 100 Flowers Kill. Lin Lao formed a blood-colored Luan bird, and after using his 8th soul skill, Tang Lan's whole body was instantly filled with countless flowers. These flowers look beautiful, but they are actually sharp and terrifying. Suddenly, all these flowers turned into swords, shooting and slashing at Tang Lan. The two people's full blow was enough to shake a level 99 ultimate Douluo. So at this moment, the other Shrek experts were all staring at Tang Lan, expecting Tang Lan to be defeated. After all, they were more or less struck by thunder, and they kept using soul skills to dodge and defend, which consumed a lot of soul power, and they were still injured. Xian Liner, who is the weakest, can't bear it anymore. At this moment, following the two of them, the 8th soul ring around them lit up. The 8th soul skill, Green Flame Dragon Dance. A huge green dragon, burning with blue flames, dancing in the sky, he also started to kill Tang Lan crazily. However, Tang Lan didn't even bother to use the 9 turns golden body technique or other defensive soul skills to resist the burst of soul skills from the three of them. Still relying on the speed of the 8 wings of the evil god, he escaped from everyone's sight in an instant, and then arrived above Suanzi in the next instant. This time Tang Lan wanted to let Shrek know that once he used his powerful soul skills, no one would be vulnerable to him. Only then did doughty Douluo, who had been defeated many times, completely understand that there was a huge gap between him and himself. 3 hammers that destroy the world and 1 hammer that breaks the sky. The black light swallowed everything. Suanzi was bumping forward, and then hit his body hard with a hammer. Bang! With 1 hammer blow, Suanzi fell to the ground at an incredible speed. The dust flew again, and this time the pit was deeper. Suanzi was hit by the hammer until he could only breathe. The blood spat out of his mouth slowly fell from the sky. If Tang Lan, who is comparable to a god, can use his magical skills, a level 98 Suanzi will really be unable to stop him. However, this blow was just the beginning. After hitting Suanzi to the ground with 1 hammer, he came behind Mr. Lin in the blink of an eye. The 100 flowers kill cast by Mr. Lin was easily resolved by Tang Lan with his speed. She was shocked when she saw Suanzi was beaten to death by a hammer. Tang Lan hit her on the back with another hammer, but this time Tang Lan didn't even use his magic skill. A titled Douluo who was good at speed, she couldn't bear an ordinary blow. Ah! I heard Mr. Lin scream miserably, and he also fell to the ground, right on Suanzi's body. Suanzi, who was already dying, was knocked unconscious by such a hit. At this time, Mr. Zhuang gave up the rescue of Duo, as long as he could stabilize his life. The ones who need more treatment now are Suanzi and Mr. Lin. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone opened their mouths and widened their eyes, looking at Tang Lan with 8 pairs of black wings in the sky in disbelief. Looking at the deep pit on the ground, their worldview was completely refreshed. How powerful does a person have to be able to defeat Shrek's strong man so easily? Xian Liner was not defeated yet, but her heart was already beating wildly. She stared at Tang Lan closely, and the 9th soul ring around her body lit up. Although her 8th soul skill is a locking soul skill, she is afraid that Tang Lan will use his speed to quickly attack her. Xian Liner has a very high fighting IQ, but she doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of Suanzi and Mr. Lin. Moreover, Xian Liner is known as the Flying Valkyrie, and her heroic appearance is much better than that of Cai Mei. Even in terms of momentum, it is comparable to the 2 level 97 elders Song and Lin. She was seen holding a spear, with her black hair tied up, wearing white clothes and tight pants, looking particularly capable. This time, Tang Lan held a sledgehammer with 1 hand and smashed the huge green dragon into pieces with 1 hammer. Magnificent and murderous. Then Tang Lan's figure disappeared from Xian Liner's sight, and also disappeared from the sight of other peak Douluo. Xian Liner hurriedly used her strongest soul skill. The 9th soul skill, Azure Dragon Flame Breaking. At this time, several green dragons scattered in all directions, and then filled with flames. No matter what they encountered, they could decompose them and have powerful destructive power. So at this moment, the air becomes thinner, or even disappears. Xian Liner not only used offensive soul skills, but also opened the defensive 8th level soul tool, the Azure Dragon Meteor Armor. And she was still charging up energy crazily, preparing to use her offensive level 8 soul guide. After all, she is the dean of the soul guidance department and an 8th level soul engineer. How can she not cooperate with the enemy with soul skills? As Xian Liner and Tang Lan were fighting alone, Yan Shaiji was also worried that his former girlfriend would be killed by Tang Lan. The momentum became stronger, and his eyes were full of determination. Soul Bone Skill Phoenix Fireball Strike. Soul Bone Skill Rapid Blitz. Yan Shaiji continuously performed the Soul Bone technique on his left arm and the Soul Bone technique on his right leg. First, used terrifying long-range attacks to help Xian Liner resist Tang Lan. Then he used teleportation skills to come to Xian Liner's side. He didn't hesitate, his face was solemn and he even looked like he was risking his life, and the 9th soul ring around him lit up. Let's face it together. Yan Shaiji said seriously. Xian Liner was naturally full of complaints about Yan Shaiji. Even if he came to help her, she would retort dissatisfiedly, I don't need you. The 9th soul skill, Holy Bright Phoenix Light Explosion. But Yan Shaiji was just minding his own business and used his other 9th soul skill. After all, his 9th spirit ring is a 100,000-year spirit ring. He felt that since Tang Lan could not be found, he was also worried that Tang Lan would attack them too quickly. Then it would be better to explode everything around him. Combined with Xian Liner's group attack skills, Tang Lan would definitely be injured. Then let other peak Douluo completely eliminate this evil soul master. At this moment, Xian Liner's green flames were burning crazily, while Yan Shaiji was causing explosions around him. Every explosion is particularly bright and dazzling. They felt that they would be able to injure Tang Lan, and Tang Lan would not be able to get close to them anymore. However, this little bit of attack power meant nothing to Tang Lan, especially if it was a group attack that shared the damage. Tang Lan also stopped moving, running the 9 turns golden body art, resisting the burning of Qingjian and the explosion of Phoenix. Then continued to open Thor domain, once again used domain skills, and continued to let the thunder blow everyone. Therefore, it was difficult for other peak Douluo to approach this side quickly, while Xian Liner struggled to resist the purple thunder with her Azure Dragon Meteor armor. Chapter 623, Continuously Bombarded, Shrek cooperates in fighting. This can't go on like this. With his group attack skills, although we can resist every thunderbolt, there are so many thunderbolts that we can't withstand it. What's the difference between this and rain? This evil soul master is good at hammering and can also summon thunder. The speed is extremely fast, even Mr. Song is not as good as it. Now that Mr. Xian and Mr. Lin are both seriously injured and on the verge of death, do we still have a chance? Xian Liner discovered that Tang Lan was not far away, watching them quietly. He was burned by his own green flames, but he could remain motionless and not hurt at all. What a strong defense this is! Xian Liner has some doubts about life. Don't be afraid, even if we are not opponents, Mr. Mew is still here. As long as our Shrek's Sea-Dinging Needle is here, no one can show off in Shrek City. And Mr. Mew may not need to take action, after all, we are still digital peak Douluo. In addition, with Mr. Zhuang here, we can continue to heal the injured. We can wear him to death. Yan Shaiji comforted Xian Liner confidently. However, after he finished speaking, Tang Lan sneered. 5 innate escapes and fire escapes. Tang Lan used Xian Liner's flames to perform fire escape and disappeared directly into the flames. This made Xian Liner and others stare blankly, looking for traces of Tang Lan. At this moment, Xian Liner's 8th level soul guide has been charged and can attack at any time. At this time, Tang Lan no longer opened the Thunder God domain, but chose to open the Killing God domain. As he shot out of the flames, the murderous aura that filled his body shocked Xian Liner and other strong men. Be careful! A Poseidon Pavilion elder hurriedly shouted, reminding Xian Liner and Yan Shaiji. However, it was already too late. Tang Lan used fire escape to come without a trace and disappear without a trace very quickly. The sledgehammer in his hand is already falling towards Xian Liner and Yan Shaiji. The two of them didn't react in time at all, and they were knocked into the big pit below like a watermelon. Mr. Zhuang, who was treating Mr. Suanzi and Mr. Lin, was startled. He hurriedly used his soul skills to treat the two of them. Tang Lan used a sledgehammer to beat the two of them over again. In addition, the smell of blood was full at this moment, and the whole body and surroundings were filled with bloody aura. The scope was very wide, so it affected tens of thousands of people around it. These people all retreated quickly, trying to get out of the realm of the god of death. At this time, Bai Bei and Su Sanqi were already numb. It seems that it's no surprise that Tang Lan defeated someone. They only hope that the remaining strong men can work together to hurt him. Otherwise they will die. This evil soul master has become more and more ruthless. There are still 6 peak Douluo who can fight. A Blue Eagle Douluo, Mr. Song, was also slightly injured. Because she was fast and had avoided most of the thunder, she was not in a very embarrassing situation. Of the 5 remaining peak Douluo, 1 is level 97, 2 are level 96, and 2 are level 95. Respectively, there are the 97 level peak Douluo who focuses on defense, the pig god Douluo, and the 8-stone divine pig with martial spirits. Level 96 peak Douluo of the attack system, Spirit Dragon Douluo, Martial Spirit Heavenly Spirit Dragon. Level 96 Auxiliary System Peak Douluo, Bixia Douluo, Martial Spirit Bixia Zhu. Level 95 Control Type Pinnacle Douluo, Huaji Douluo, the King of Martial Spirit Beasts. 95 Agility and Attack System Peak Douluo, Chihu Douluo, Martial Spirit Jia Yanju. At this time, Huaji Douluo said solemnly, "We can no longer fight on our own. We have to cooperate. I am responsible for controlling it. Mr. Song and Qi Ju are the 2 of you to assist in the containment, Mr. Ling Jiao Pavilion is responsible for the main attack, and Mr. Zhu Shen Pavilion is the deputy main attacker. We can resist the attack of the evil soul master at any time." As for Sister Bixia, she mainly enhances the attributes of the Ling Jiao Pavilion elders and the Pig God Pavilion elders, and secondly improves the attributes of the remaining people. As long as we cooperate tacitly and fight with all our strength, we will definitely be able to defeat this evil soul master. Huaji Douluo is a woman who looks to be about 40 years old. She still has charm and looks very smart. Everyone had no objection to her words and immediately stood up in formation. Everyone surrounded Huaji and Bixia, preventing Tang Lan from getting rid of the auxiliary soul master and the controlling soul master first. The 6th soul ring around Spirit Dragon Douluo lit up. The 6th soul skill, Moonying Jiao Attack. A phantom of a giant dragon, about 20 meters tall, rushed towards Tang Lan with a vicious look and claws. Then the 5th soul ring around his body lit up. The 5th soul skill, Spiritual Flash Dragon Claw. How powerful was Spirit Dragon Douluo? His hands turned into claws and he shot towards Tang Lan. He still didn't believe how much soul power the evil soul master who had been fighting for so long could still have. He had a battle with Elder Xian, including Elder Lin and several others. Even gods need to rest, right? And he just kept avoiding the thunder. Even though he was a little injured, his soul power was sufficient. Spiritual Dragon Douluo took action, and Bixia Douluo behind him naturally quickly used his soul skills. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd soul rings around his body light up. The 1st soul skill, Bixia Speed Increase. The 2nd soul skill, Bixia Increases Strength. The 3rd soul skill, Bixia Soul Enhancement. With the blessing of Bai Zaihuzu, Spirit Dragon Douluo's soul power increased rapidly, reaching 150%. Increase the speed by 100%. Increase the strength by 100%. At this time, Ling Jiao Douluo's confidence is even more sufficient. At this moment, he feels that he can defeat Tang Lan. Evil Soul Master. You are defeated by Ling Jiao Douluo, and you are not wronged. Ling Jiao Douluo said arrogantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind blew. The phantom of the dragon he summoned dissipated, and Tang Lan, who he thought he could attack, also disappeared. Then in the next moment, Tang Lan's figure appeared behind Ling Jiao Douluo. Bang! Tang Lan kicked Ling Jiao Douluo on the back, and Ling Jiao Douluo felt that his back was hit hard by a huge rock. So he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hurry up to support Ling Jiao Pavilion Elder! Huaji Douluo shouted hurriedly. Old Song and Chihu Douluo quickly rushed to Tang Lan, trying to stop Tang Lan. But Tang Lan's speed was beyond their reach. In the blink of an eye, he punched Ling Jiao Douluo dozens of times. Then he stepped on Ling Jiao Douluo's chest with his last foot, and stepped him directly into the pit. Let them be reunited. Then he waved his 8 wings, with murderous aura, and scared away Chihu Douluo and Song Lao who were attacking. I'll stop him. You guys quickly use your strongest soul skills and attack him together. Seeing Tang Lan coming, Pig God Douluo hurriedly moved his body and shouted. At this time, Bixia Douluo began to bless Pig God Douluo, and Huaji Douluo also used his soul skills. 4th soul skill, Beast Flower Vine. Hundreds of flower vines as thick as arms burst out from the ground and enveloped Tang Lan. The sixth soul ring around Huaji Douluo lit up again. Sixth soul ring, Beast Cage. Chapter 624, Beat the Strongest Defense, Duel with Dragon God Douluo. Duel. Flower Douluo is the strongest control type titled Douluo in Shrek Academy. So she is very confident in her own strength. She wants to use her cage soul skill to control Tang Lan. Then let others use their strongest soul skills on Tang Lan and kill Tang Lan together. I have him under control, you kill him quickly. Flower Douluo shouted when he saw Tang Lan was controlled by him. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the so-called flower cage was directly broken. Flower Douluo's restraint on Tang Lan had no effect. This shocked Flower Douluo. Seeing Tang Lan coming out, the pig god Douluo, who was ready, with the assistance of Bixia Douluo. The second soul ring on his body lit up. Second soul skill Aurora Wall. Pig god Douluo stopped Tang Lan abruptly, trying to entangle Tang Lan with his defense. Give others the opportunity to attack at any time. With the blessing of Bixia Douluo, pig god Douluo's defense has been greatly strengthened. He has the confidence to stop this evil soul master who has been fighting for a long time. Overestimate your own ability. Tang Lan sneered. Bang, swinging his hand and hammering, still from bottom to top. Ah! Pig god Douluo screamed, his defense was directly broken, and then his huge body directly hit Tang Lan to a higher sky. But it's not over yet. Tang Lan waved the 8 wings of the evil god, and instantly waited for pig god Douluo in a higher sky. At this time, pig god Douluo naturally reacted, after all, he was also a peak Douluo. The third soul ring around his body lit up. Third soul skill Super Defense. This soul skill can increase pig god Douluo's defense by another 100%. However, his so-called absolute defense was nothing in front of Tang Lan. Bang! Tang Lan swung another hammer, which hit pig god Douluo's chest hard. Pig god Douluo's absolute defense was broken again, and then he fell from top to bottom. At this time, Song Lao and Chihu Douluo used their soul skills to help pig god Douluo. Flower Branch Douluo continued to use control soul skills, but she was helpless now. Because now nothing she did would help, pig god Douluo was right in front of her, and was constantly being beaten in mid-air. Up and down, pig god Douluo couldn't even use stronger soul skills. However, at this time, everyone in Shrek City was watching Tang Lan's performance. Do you think your defense is invincible? Dare to fight me head-on? Didn't you see that 98 level Suanzi was beaten by me? Today I will also give you a dangerous Menxiangxia to let you know that in the face of absolute strength, solid defense is not worth mentioning. Tang Lan teased him while beating pig god Douluo. At this moment, pig god Douluo was dizzy from being beaten, but he still insisted on lighting up the 7th soul ring. 7th soul skill Pig god Possession. The originally weak pig god Douluo suddenly became very huge and turned into a pig of 70 to 80 meters. And this pig was dyed with golden light. This pig was not smooth, and it was covered with thick gilt. At this moment, pig god Douluo's momentum was overwhelming, and the 8th soul ring around him lit up. 8th soul skill Invincible Divine Body. In the state of Wuhan Zhenbu, pig god Douluo blessed himself with defense strength increases by 200%. And it also has a strong rebound power. You bastard, how dare you underestimate my defense? Even Mr. Mew can't break through the defense at this moment. I want to see how you break it. Pig god Douluo roared angrily. He wanted to exhaust the opponent's soul power, so he had to hold on to the situation of being beaten. He Tang Lan shook his head and sneered. I say you are a pig, but you really are a pig. The words fell. 3 world-destroying hammers and 1 earth-shattering hammer. Tang Lan picked up the sledgehammer and struck it at pig god Douluo. The terrifying power easily broke through pig god Douluo's 8th soul skill, and soon the state of the martial soul's true body was also broken. Restored the original appearance. The defeated people below were all out of danger of death after being treated urgently by Mr. Zhuang. Looking up at Tang Lan, he was killing everyone and crushing everyone in Shrek Academy. Especially the pig god Douluo, who has the highest defense, can break the defense at will. Let them feel desperate. It seems like we losers can't deal with this guy. There are actually such powerful people in this world. This is really comparable to Mr. Mew. There are only level 99 ultimate Douluo in this world, a demigod level strongman, can he torture the likes of us? Yan Shaiji said with some amazement. Is he worthy of competing with Mr. Mew? Mr. Mew is the dragon god Douluo. If he hadn't fought to the death with poison from the Numenon sect and injured his origin, he would have had a chance to become a god. He's just an evil soul master. Even if he's stronger than us, he can never be Mr. Mew's opponent. Just watch, Mr. Mew will take action soon. After all, Mr. Song and the others can no longer hold on. At this time, Xuanzi retorted angrily. He felt that Tang Lan was not worthy to be compared with Mr. Mew, whom he admired. Xian Liner, Mr. Lin and others also felt that when Mr. Mew showed up, Tang Lan would be finished. Bang! Tang Lan smashed Pig God Douluo to the ground with another hammer, completely letting Pig God Douluo Soul Master pass by. A peak Douluo who majored in defense was beaten like this, which shocked many people. When Tang Lan kicked Jihu down by the way, he was about to deal with Mr. Song and the remaining two people. An old but domineering voice resounded. Anyone who causes such trouble in Shrek City will have to pay the price. So you must die today. Dragon God Douluo Mun appeared in everyone's sight. At this moment, Mun does not look like a weak old man. Although he only said a few words, his momentum is very fierce. Dragon God Douluo. He is still alive. I don't know how long Dragon God Douluo has lived. With Dragon God Douluo here, it's absolutely stable. We can definitely deal with this arrogant evil soul master. For a time, both the people and the soul masters felt relieved when they saw Mun. Old man, if you want me to die, then you need some ability. If you are as useless as these people, you will not be satisfied in the end. Come on, let me see how powerful the Dragon God Douluo is. Tang Lan said calmly. Everyone, go down and recuperate. Moon said loudly. He knew very well that the next battle was extraordinary. He observed Tang Lan for a long time and found that Tang Lan had not turned on his martial spirit at all. He felt that those wings were not martial spirits. So at this time, Moon has decided to fight for his life. Even if he dies today, he must deal with this evil soul master and resolve the trouble for Shrek Academy. It can also restore the lost dignity of Shrek Academy. You alone can defeat so many of them working together. The strength should also be that of Ultimate Douluo, right? Evil Soul Master, there is such a powerful Evil Soul Master, and I see that you are still very young. So whether you surrender or fight today, you must die. Mun burst out with powerful momentum, reminding Tang Lan. Tang Lan didn't dislike Yu Xiaogong's descendant just because of Yu Xiaogang. Moon is a good man. As the master of the Poseidon Pavilion, the Wuhan Guangming Holy Dragon is one of the top combat powers in the world. His figure is not tall, and his waist is bent at the moment, but his words have a feeling that can cleanse the soul. His bright holy dragon is an extremely powerful dragon martial spirit and is also a branch of the silver dragon. His dragon martial spirit is the ultimate in light and is the purest inheritance of the dragon martial spirit. Therefore, Tang Lan is also looking forward to the battle with Mun. He wants to test whether Mun, who has injured his origin, is more powerful, or Qian Daoliu, who is at his peak. Come on! Tang Lan was too lazy to move and waved towards Mun. Tang Lan still didn't use his martial soul, because his soul bone skills plus domain were enough to defeat the powerful demigod. And you don't need all kinds of artifacts. Mun just smiled, and then the 9 soul rings around him lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, red, red. Then Mun's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Radiant Light. Many light balls appeared in front of Moon, shooting towards Tang Lan crazily. Of course the third soul ring quickly lit up. The third soul skill, Holy Light Dragon Slash. Muen's palm turned into a knife shape and he quickly slashed wildly at Tang Lan. Then dozens of slashes with swords shot towards Tang Lan. When Mun came up, he used long-range soul skills to test it out. Although they are only the second and third soul skills, they are all done with full strength. So at this moment, the color of the sky and the earth had already changed, and the wind was blowing hard. Everyone below raised their heads and looked at the two men fighting in the sky. When Tang Lan faced Mun's long-range soul attack, he did not passively take the beating. He was ready to have a fun battle with Mun. Therefore, we have to suppress some strength and appear to be evenly matched with Mun at first. Chapter 625 The battle is in progress. Light versus Evil. Tang Lan put away the 8 wings of the evil god and used wave riding to quickly avoid Mun's attack. However, Mun's third soul skill is still the locking skill. Tang Lan held up the hammer to close the distance with Mun, followed by the sharp blade. 5 innate escapes and golden escapes. Mun held a golden staff in his hand, so Tang Lan quickly disappeared and came directly to Mun's side. He raised his hand and hit Mun with a hammer. Moon was still looking decrepit just now, but now he is full of energy, as if he has returned to his peak. The sixth soul ring around his body lit up. The sixth soul skill, World-Destroying Dragon Claw. As Dragon God Douluo, one of the most powerful men in the world, how could Mun choose to defend passively or retreat? So his hands suddenly turned into huge dragon claws, exuding a sacred aura. With a destructive power, he grabbed the sledgehammer that Tang Lan had thrown at him. Bang! Tang Lan's sledgehammer was just an ordinary weapon, so after the collision, it broke apart due to the strength of both sides. Mun's other dragon claw followed closely, grabbing Tang Lan's chest. At the same time, several blades slashed towards Tang Lan's back. The next moment, Tang Lan seemed to be broken into pieces. At this moment, everyone is holding their breath and concentrating, waiting for the moment when Dragon God Douluo will deal with the evil soul master. The 8 wings of the evil god and the protection of the evil god. At this moment, the devouring power swept up instantly. At this time, Tang Lan also wanted Shrek Academy to completely think that he was an evil soul master. After all, when the evil god's aura comes out, it is more authentic evil than the evil soul master. Tang Lan didn't even use the 9-turn golden body technique, he just absorbed a lot of the power of the blade behind it, including Mun's 6th soul skill. Therefore, after Mun's attack collided with Tang Lan was not injured at all. At this moment, Tang Lan was completely shrouded in the aura of darkness, or he himself was darkness. Muen is the holy dragon of light. At this moment, he saw that Tang Lan's evil aura was so strong that it even overshadowed his light. Moon was particularly shocked. Mun waved his dragon claw again and continued to attack Tang Lan. But Tang Lan had disappeared in the next moment, and then came to the sky above Mun. Mun did not give up, and the 4th soul ring around him lit up. The 4th soul skill, Holy Light Energy Column. Mun made a gesture, condensing rich and terrifying energy. At this moment, the dark evil god's aura was purified a lot. Then the terrifying energy sprayed towards Tang Lan. Field of Light. Moon knew that if he wanted to suppress the evil soul master, he would need more powerful light power. So he opened a field that can suppress 80% of any evil force. And when the light field is opened, Mun's combat effectiveness will increase by 150%. And as long as the mind is kind, it can be transformed into form and eventually transformed into his soul power. Very similar to the angel realm. After all, they all represent light. This is why he can become Shrek's sea-fixing needle. The realm of evil gods. However, at this moment, Tang Lan opened the evil god realm. A stronger evil aura continued to permeate the air in the form of black, as if a big mouth was madly and greedily absorbing the bursting pillars of bright energy. Then he turned it into his own use. The evil god's domain could have spread over a radius of 10 miles, but now it has directly increased to 5 miles. It was almost filling the entire Shrek city, causing many people's eyes to become evil. And the most powerful thing about the evil god realm is that it can use the energy of the form to use all the evil thoughts of anyone for its own use. At this moment, the two faced each other in the sky. One person opens the realm of light, and one person opens the realm of evil gods. It can also be regarded as the area where the Silver Dragon King fights against the evil god. Who is strong and who is weak will soon be determined. The people below felt the crazy confrontation between light and darkness. They also realized belatedly that this mysterious evil soul master had no real power at all against them. At this moment, he showed the power of the evil soul master. This dark aura could actually suppress Elder Mew, which was unbelievable to everyone in Shrek. Can Mr. Mew defeat this evil soul master? Suanzi was a little confused at the moment. As a level 98 super strong man, he suffered the worst in his life today. For the first time, he felt what it meant to be powerless. So now he is even questioning Moon. Suanzi, you were beaten, so you think others can't do the same. You are always like this. You seem to be level 98, but in fact you are level 89. You are not even as good as Shaiji. Mr. Lin, who had always disliked Suanzi, said very dissatisfied. It's okay if I can't do it myself, but I still think that the strongest Mr. Mew in the world can't do it. Who is Mew Lao? He is the dragon god Douluo. Whoever comes here in this world, doesn't he have to bow his head and behave like a human being? Even though this evil soul master is very strong, good cannot prevail over evil. As long as Mew Lao takes action, the power of light can definitely purify the evil. Yes. Don't worry too much, Xian Lao. Who can compete with Mu Lao? An evil guy will definitely be killed by Mu Lao today. Once Mu Lao comes out, the face of Shrek will be saved. Song Lao also spoke at this moment. Both women were so tough, which made Xian Ziyi blush, and his already weak body began to cough violently. Everyone, please stop talking. I'll help my sister recover from some of her injuries, and at least I can help Elder Mu. Today, even if I risk my life, I will help you recover quickly, and then cooperate with Elder Mu to quickly deal with that evil guy. Otherwise, Shrek will definitely suffer a catastrophe. As a top healing Douluo, with an ivy spirit, Elder Zhuang has a very strong sense of everything. He can feel that Tang Lan is very powerful. He is really afraid that Elder Mu will make a mistake. If the rest of the people can't fight, the entire Shrek city will be doomed. After hearing what Elder Zhuang said, everyone didn't say anything, and they all sat on the ground and began to recover from their injuries. As an auxiliary Douluo, Bixia Douluo also has a soul skill to heal injuries, so he also cooperated with Elder Zhuang to quickly heal the most seriously injured people. At this time, many soul Douluos and soul saints had already arrived. The people in the healing department were all working hard. As for the people from other departments, they all looked up at the sky and cheered for Moon. As for Tang Lan, he hated her very much, but because he was angry. Unconsciously, they continued to strengthen Tang Lan. Who is your excellency? I have lived for a long time, but I have never heard of your legend in this world. So I am very confused. Can you help me solve my doubts? Although Moon was frightened, he was not afraid. Instead, he asked Tang Lan loudly. Chapter 626, Stop Talking Nonsense, The Attacking Dragon God Douluo. Tang Lan smiled faintly at Moon's question. It seems that everyone in Shrek is very interested in me. But it's just a title, these are not important at all. What's important is that I originally just wanted to subdue the 2 outer school students of Shrek. Because I think I can educate them better than you Shrek. But I never thought that I would be so angry again and again. Do you think I should be angry? Tang Lan asked Moon seriously, and he spoke so strongly, after all, he has the strength. And Shrek is originally a small force, and these people are guys from the Sea God Pavilion. In this world, Tang San is the Sea God. As soon as this was said, everyone secretly scolded Tang Lan for being shameless. You robbed the students of other colleges and kidnapped them directly. Can't others cause trouble for you? But because of this emotion, Tang Lan's soul power will not be exhausted at all. Now even if he uses big moves continuously, it will not be exhausted. At this moment, Moon was also somewhat helpless. The evil soul master was indeed an evil soul master, so unreasonable. Sir, you took away the students of my Shrek Academy for no reason. Even if you are powerful and have the ability to teach the children. But you have to ask for the opinions of our Shrek and the children themselves, right? If you take them away without saying anything, and we Shrek don't care, will there be any students who dare to come to our Shrek in the future? Although Moon's tone was as gentle as possible, he also wanted to resolve this matter peacefully. After a brief fight just now, coupled with the fact that he had been watching from the sidelines before, he could determine that this evil soul master was no less than himself. If he was at his peak, Moon would be very willing to have a good fight with the other party. But now he is old, and after a fierce battle, his strength will only be weakened, and even his life will be lost faster. Now the Minged Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire is eyeing him covetously, plus the body sect of the Heavenly Soul Empire, and the Evil Soul Master Organization Holy Spirit Church hidden in secret. As long as he is slightly weak, Shrek Academy will be doomed. So if you can make peace, then make peace, if you can shock, then shock. Now Moon N also wants to confirm whether Tang Lan is a member of the Holy Spirit Church. Naturally, Tang Lan knows what Moon N is thinking, but as Shrek is a vassal of the little punk, he naturally cannot let him go easily. Before Huo Yuhao comes, it is the right way to beat up those who respect the little punk. Old man, stop talking nonsense. I am an evil soul master, and you are talking about right and wrong with me. You are also a dragon god Douluo. Now that you are old, why do you become timid? This is not like you. Tang Lan sneered at Moon N. And Tang Lan spoke very loudly, and everyone in Shrek City could hear it clearly. So at this moment, everyone was scolding Tang Lan, so Tang Lan's evil god domain was continuing to expand. The whole person's momentum is getting more and more strong. Of course, Shrek City has been around for so many years, and many people have great respect and admiration for Shrek and Moon. They also hate evil spirit masters who do evil. Therefore, their sense of justice has given Moon a lot. Therefore, Moon's light domain can still fight against Tanglan's evil god domain. Your Excellency's words mean that you don't take me seriously at all. In that case, you should stay in Shrek City completely. Moon's expression was solemn, and he couldn't suppress his anger. He really treated himself as a soft persimmon. Since he is in this world, he is not a god. Then I will fight desperately, which is enough to seriously injure him or even kill him. Even if I can't kill him, others can kill him. After Moon's words fell, the seventh soul ring around him lit up. At this moment, Moon's soul power has returned to its peak. Seventh soul skill, soul body. Moon's seventh soul ring is red, so at this moment he turned into a holy dragon of light, more than 100 meters long. The dragon head was extremely huge, and the whole body exuded a sacred aura. In an instant, the evil aura that had been suppressing the power of light was purified a lot. It's been a long time since I saw someone who could force Mu Lao to open his soul body. Today's shame can finally be washed away now. Mu Lao who opened his soul body is definitely the strongest in the world. At this time, Xianzai also praised with great admiration. He really wanted to help Moon now, because he was the second strongest in the academy. But because of his injuries, he couldn't do it at all. After opening his soul body, Moon N could instantly perform the first 6 soul skills. So he launched a crazy long-range attack on Tanglan again, and the power at this moment was 200% stronger than before. Moon didn't want to fight, but since he wanted to fight, he wanted to catch Tanglan off guard. Tanglan took out the bloodthirsty knife. Since he was an evil soul master at the moment, he should be more evil. Tanglan waved the evil god's 8 wings to avoid Moon's long-range attack, then held the knife with one hand to close the distance with Moon and fought with him in close combat. Tanglan was not going to use the bloodthirsty knife's moves. With his current strength, he was worried that the old man Moon could not hold on. He deliberately lowered his strength and fought madly with the completely violent Moon. But every time Moon attacked, the terrifying dragon claws could not hurt Tanglan at all. But Tanglan chopped the bloodthirsty knife on Moon's dragon several times. Even though the dragon scales of the Holy Dragon of Light were very hard, blood was finally seen. Therefore, Moon's blood continued to condense towards the bloodthirsty knife, so the bloodthirsty knife continued to grow. The people below were naturally dazzled by this crazy fight. The collision speed of the two sides was too fast. All auxiliary spirit masters, collectively help Mu Lao. The evil spirit master who is fighting against Shrek this time should be the most powerful existence of the Holy Spirit Church. This battle will determine the future status and safety of our Shrek on the continent. Today, even if we try our best and even sacrifice ourselves, we must kill this evil spirit master. Because Yan Shaiji has the phoenix spirit, coupled with the active treatment of Mr. Zhuang, he has recovered 70%. So he flew into the air and shouted loudly at all the spirit masters of Shrek. Yes. At once, the auxiliary spirit masters all responded in unison, and then opened their spirits to assist Mu Lao. Originally, Mu Lao's speed slowed down a lot due to his injuries, and his strength also weakened a bit. But because of the assistance of these people, he is getting stronger rapidly. Other families in Shrek also understand that if Shrek is finished, they will have no status in Shrek City. So they also sent auxiliary spirit masters to assist Mu Lao. Dean Yan, don't worry. If Mu Lao can't hold on, we will definitely join you to deal with the evil soul master. Chapter 627 Bright Silver Dragon Spear vs Infinite Sword Formation, God Killing. Strike. The patriarch of a family publicly supports Shrek at this moment. He is a titled Douluo with a strength of level 92. As soon as this patriarch spoke, the patriarchs of other major clans also spoke. At least 5 titled Douluo support Shrek. Thank you, patriarchs. Shrek will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Yan Shaiji thanked the 5 people. Yan Shaiji believed that if Mu Lao defeated the opponent, even if he could not defeat him, the opponent would be injured. At that time, they would gather their strength and rush forward, and they would definitely be able to kill the opponent. Tanglan had no reaction at all when Mu Lao's attack power increased significantly after being assisted. He just kept swinging his sword and colliding with Moon's dragon claws. At this moment, Moon was naturally terrified. Even when I opened my martial soul body, I couldn't hurt him at all. How strong is his defense? It's okay that he's fast, his defense and attack power are both top-notch. And the knife in his hand is extremely strange. My dragon claws that can crush many weapons in the world can't even touch this knife. Is this knife a divine weapon? Moon thought, does this guy have any weaknesses? Gradually, the bloodthirsty knife turned into a big knife about 20 meters long, but Tang Lan still played with it like a small knife, with an extremely fast speed. But the weight of the bloodthirsty knife made Moon unbearable. Even with the support of many auxiliary soul masters below, he felt that he could not open his martial soul body and collide with the opponent while consuming soul power. So the 8th soul ring around Moon lit up, and it was also a red soul ring. The 8th soul skill, Bright Silver Dragon Spear. Moon quickly gathered the light power around him, and then continued to burn his own soul power. In addition, after everyone below saw Moon lighting up his 8th soul ring, they all used their strongest auxiliary soul skills to exhaust the last of their soul power. Especially Bixia Douluo. As Shrek's strongest auxiliary soul master, I saw that when she opened the real body of the weapon soul, the 9th soul ring around her body lit up. The 9th soul skill, blue clouds fill the sky. At this moment, the Bixia pearl in front of Bixia Douluo was extremely huge, reaching a radius of about 50 meters. The blue glow emanating from it was completely condensed into one body and shot towards Mun. This soul skill can be used as a group assistance, allowing everyone to increase their soul power by 30%. It can also be used as a single target assist, which can increase that person's soul power by 100%. So at this moment, Mun originally consumed a lot of soul power, which was instantly replenished, and then continuously condensed into a silver-white spear. The spear carries an extremely strong sacred aura, but it also contains extremely terrifying and destructive power. After Bixia Douluo added soul power to Mun, he roared and his 8th soul ring lit up. The 8th soul skill, Bixia destroys the world. The huge green Sauvignon turned into crimson beads, and then the light emitted was red. Red light shot out and reflected on Mun's body. This soul skill can triple Mun's attack power. But after Bixia Douluo used this soul skill, the price was that he had to practice for a month. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, strong winds swept around, and the destructive fluctuations caused many people to use defensive soul skills. At this time, Shrek's strong men all thought that Mun could win. Mr. Mew will definitely win. When the silver dragon spear comes out, who can compete with it? Mr. Song shouted loudly. Yes, Mr. Mew will definitely win. Xian Liner also agreed. Peer through him with one shot and let him know what it means to be powerful. Suanzi also said excitedly. After all, the strength shown by Mun at this moment is very powerful. No matter who you are, you can't resist this shot. In my opinion, this shot is enough to kill a god. Moon wanted to shock Tang Lan, so he expressed it in an exaggerated way. Kill god. You're not worthy yet. Today I will let everyone know what a god-killing attack is. Tang Lan shook his head and smiled, putting away the bloodthirsty knife. Field Fusion Technique, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. At this moment, Tang Lan no longer used the evil god domain, but instantly froze everything around him into ice. Yan Shaiji immediately opened his martial soul and used the phoenix fire to fuse the frozen ice. There are many strong people here, who can melt the ice and snow in this area, but all other places are frozen into ice. Many soul masters were shivering in the cold wind and could not hold on for long. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This evil soul master actually knew the ice soul skill. And the feeling of this ice is like the ultimate ice. At this moment, many ice attribute soul masters were trembling. Bai Bei and Su Sanchi hid in the crowd, turning on their martial spirits to resist the frosty cold. But for Tang Lan and Tianji, he was full of panic. How many terrifying soul skills does this person still have that he hasn't used yet? Infinite Sword Array. Tang Lan gathered a huge infinite sword formation, quickly rotated, and faced the charging silver dragon spear. At this moment, Tang Lan exploded with all his power. With the boost of the 8 wings of the evil god, Tang Lan's own power exploded extremely terrifyingly. So the infinite sword formation at this moment is enough to kill a 3rd level god. Therefore, against Mun, who exploded with ordinary divine power, this blow directly caused a series of explosions. It directly makes the space distorted. When the people below saw this scene, they were really amazed. But we all hope that Mun can win this battle. Otherwise, Shrek City will really be doomed. However, the smoke dissipated, and the infinite sword formation was still emitting terrifying power, shooting towards Mun. But the silver dragon spear condensed by Mun has been shattered and disappeared. Muen's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked that Tang Lan's strength was so powerful. He could feel the blow just now, and it was just like that when the spirit came. However, as the end combat power of Douluo world, Mun has fought countless battles in his life, and he will not panic and choose the right path in the face of crisis. The 8th soul ring around him lit up again. With a 100,000-year soul ring, he naturally has 2 soul skills. The 8th soul skill, control of the Silver Dragon. This soul skill can possess 1/3 of the Silver Dragon King's defense power, and has once withstood a fatal blow from poison. At this moment, Bixia Douluo's 6th soul ring lit up. The 6th soul skill, Wall of Bixia. This soul skill will emit a grey light, quickly covering the 100-meter-long bright holy dragon. Let Mun's defense increase to another level. Do you think this can withstand my god-killing blow? Tang Lan continued to gather strength continuously, all converging into the infinite sword formation. Coupled with the power of frost, it was shaking Mun's soul power. Although Mun's martial spirit is a dragon, the defense of the Holy Dragon of Light is not very strong. When nothing, the sword-limited formation collided with Mun's huge dragon, spinning and poking hard. Pfft! The hard dragon scales were pierced, and several sharp swords pierced into Mun's dragon body. Chapter 628 The Final Battle, The Terror of the Dark Demon and Evil Thunder. Mun's eyes were full of fear, and his 8th defensive soul skill could not block his attack. Obviously, my silver dragon spear collided with this crazily. After the collision, there is still such power. Moon was shocked and quickly made a countermeasure. Soul Bone Skill Dragon Teleportation. This is the soul bone skill that was dropped from Mun's left leg soul bone. So Mun used teleportation to distance himself from Tang Lan. But Mun also thought too much. He could teleport, and so could Tang Lan. Ride the waves. Tang Lan used treading waves to quickly close the distance with Mun, so the infinite sword formation also followed Mun and stabbed him hard. Moon transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon, but was chased by a seemingly insignificant human being. Such a scene really shocked many people. Is this evil soul master invincible? Even level 99 dragon god Douluo is no match. This is what many people think. What should we do now? Mr. Mew was beaten so hard by that bastard that he kept retreating. We have to go up and help Mr. Mew. Otherwise, if Mr. Mew loses, we Shrek will be doomed. Qian Duoduo said in a panic at this moment. How about we ask the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Douling Empire, the Star Luo Empire and other sects for support. Otherwise we, Shrek, will really be doomed. At this time, a Contra couldn't help but remind him. Watching Shrek's sea-dinging needle being chased and beaten by the evil soul master, he was already in despair. Nowadays, many people in Shrek and Nuda feel despair. After all, so many people were seriously injured, even the strongest level 99 extreme Douluo couldn't do anything to him. How can we not despair? Don't say it's too late to ask for help now. Even if it's too late, the royal families of these countries won't help. As for some sects, it doesn't matter how close they are to Shrek. But when we, Shrek, were all beaten up and asked for help, wouldn't they think that the enemies that Shrek couldn't defeat would be destined to die? So asking for help is impossible. Yan Shaiji was the most rational person at the moment, knowing that asking for help was impossible. Then what should we do? Suanzi also asked Yan Shaiji at this moment. Don't think so much, let's go together and support Mr. Mew. Today, I have to deal with this evil soul master even if I try my best. After Xian Liner recovered some of her injuries, she became tough again. After all, her title is also the god of war Douluo, so naturally she has a very tough temper. Even though she was beaten by Tang Lan just now, she would not give up when Shrek was in danger. Besides, there are so many people in Shrek. Fighting with Mr. Mew, there will definitely be a chance. She didn't believe that this damn evil soul master had always had such sufficient soul power. After fighting for so long, we can definitely defeat him. Even the wheel battle will consume him to death. Good. This bastard dares to come to Shrek City alone and start killing people. We will tear him apart even if we risk our lives. Suanzi was so inspired by Xian Liner that the doughty divine ox became more energetic. Yelled loudly and wanted to go. Come on! Yan Shaiji also roared. Immediately, these Shrek warriors who had recovered a little from their injuries opened their martial spirits and rushed towards the sky. This moment is really huge, even though dozens of titled Douluo are not in peak condition. but they are all ready to burn their essence and blood and fight tooth and nail to deal with the evil soul master. At this moment, the heads of several other families in Shrek City hesitated for a moment but still did not dare to go up. After all, dragon god Douluo is being chased and beaten now. Aren't they going up there just to die? What's more, it's impossible for the evil soul master to be just this person, right? Muen, you are a level 99 ultimate Douluo after all. Now that you are in such a mess, you are not afraid of embarrassment. If you ask me, it's not too late to surrender now. Otherwise, with my thunderous rage, everyone in Shrek City will die. Tang Lan shouted loudly, deliberately letting everyone in the city hear clearly. Mr. Mew! Don't run away, we are here to help you. We can definitely kill this bastard by working together. Suanzi shouted loudly. Then Mun stopped, and the ninth soul ring around him lit up brightly. He also knew in his heart that he could not continue to escape. Now is the best opportunity to kill the evil soul master. He has also absorbed a lot of bright energy, so his soul power is still very sufficient at this moment. The ninth soul skill, Heaven Collapse and Earth Explosion. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color again, and a tornado blew around. Then several long dragons, one about 50 meters long, all in the form of phantoms, attacked Tang Lan with great power. No matter from the sky or the earth, or in all directions. There are 9 dragons in total. As Mun launches one of the strongest attacks. Suanzi, Yan Shaiji and others also used their strongest soul skills one after another. One by one, they rushed towards Tang Lan madly. However, Tang Lan reopened the evil god realm at this moment. Crazy absorbing evil thoughts, and then waving the 8 wings of the evil god. Raise your finger to the sky. Dark demon evil thunder. In an instant, the surrounding area was shrouded in black fog for several kilometers. Tang Lan wrapped himself with his wings, and then fell from the sky like a waterfall, black thunder. Because the evil thunder contains the power of the evil god, its attack power is extremely terrifying. The Shrek warriors with weak defense and slow speed were shot down to the ground one after another. This time, even Mr. Zhuang was seriously injured by the dark demon evil thunder. No one can continue to heal them. In this black mist, black thunder continued to fall. In the blink of an eye, only Suanzi, Pig God Douluo, and Mr. Song were left resisting. Their attacks could not find any trace of Tang Lan, and they could not escape from this thick black fog. It's like being trapped in a maze from which you can never escape. As for Mun, he knew that his 9th soul skill was useless. But he can still find traces of Tang Lan. Kingdom of the World. This is Mun's own combat skill that combines mental power and physical attacks. It is not an ordinary soul skill, but it is better than a soul skill. It can perfectly combine mental power with physical attacks. Once it hits the opponent, it can not only severely damage the opponent, but also destroy the opponent's confidence. To be sure, after finding Tang Lan's traces and using this soul skill, Mun, the Dragon King, breaks the evil. This is Mun's combat skill that is based on the rule of the world and the Holy Dragon Spirit of Light as its origin, and can destroy everything. It will continue to evolve as your cultivation level increases. At this moment, Muen has reached level 99 Ultimate Douluo, so using this soul skill is comparable to that of a god. It's just a soul skill aimed at evil soul masters. First, a ray of light flashed and shot towards Tang Lan. This ray of light, mental power and physical attack have been integrated together. Pure physical attacks can't do anything to Tang Lan, so Mun must attack on both sides. Chapter 629, Restrain the Evil Soul Master's soul skills and bring out the little bastard. To scare people? The Vast Sea Divine Eyes and the Vast Sea Divine Soul Shield. Tang Lan, who first wrapped himself in the 8 wings of the evil god, opened up his mental defense. As for physical attacks, just run the 9 transformations golden body art. Tang Lan put away the Dark Demon Evil Thunder's continuous attacks. After all, the Dark Demon Evil Thunder attacks indiscriminately. Therefore, Tang Lan easily resisted Mun's dominance of the world. Although Mun thought in advance that his attack would be blocked, being defended so easily made him incredibly shocked by Tang Lan's defensive power. You are indeed strong. But you will still lose today. You never know what I'm carrying. So I can't lose. Let us go. Tang Lan's 4th soul ring lit up again and he shouted softly. Help! The space is also torn apart even more. Many buildings had their roofs lifted off, and almost half of the bad god Douluo city was destroyed. And that evil soul master has been fighting for so long, Any level 99 ultimate Douluo has so little soul power, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed Tang Lan hard with one shot. Therefore, the two of us, level 97 peak Douluo, managed to survive the dark demon and evil thunder that was like rain on the basis of our injuries. God Douluo City is in love. Now I can see through Tang San that an evil spirit master is actually afraid of his attack. The two guys stared at each other with eyes wide open and looked at each other with despair. At this moment, Mun transformed into his true form, his aura rising continuously, with the spear in his hand exuding the power of light all over his body. Bai Bei looked thoughtful, but inside she was also very arrogant. Such a scene once again shocked the people present in God Douluo City. That time Tang Lan, with great self-confidence, wanted to compete with Yan Yi, and he didn't have the belief that he must win. You're laughing at him for being stupid. He's trying to scare you with some bullshit, Yan Yi. Haha, Tang San burst into laughter when he heard Yan Yi's words. Bastard! Pig Shrek was smashed into a pig's head, and he stood up with his fourth soul ring lighting up. If you think he will stop you, he must have thought badly of this. In just a moment, all the weak people in Yan Yi's Wang were either dead or unconscious. Yan Yi allowed herself to quickly recover her soul power, so she wanted to use words to delay time. So it basically looks like it was Tang San's recruitment at that time. Go back to the academy quickly and take away all the children from the academy. Even Tang San knew Shaiduo shocked us. If this piece of shit like Suanzi isn't here, what can we do? I boasted that I could not restrain the evil soul master's soul skills, but I failed to defeat him. Instead, the opponent's white poisonous thorn burning with ice shattered the spear in my hand. That person was weaker than everyone else in God Douluo. A dozen peak weaklings were attacked together, and several peak Douluo were killed, and the rest were all unconscious. That mental impact caused Pig Shrek to react in time and directly knocked him unconscious. Tang Lan used the Ice Jade Evil God Hook and used its moves to directly confront the spear. The hat is too thin, but it's still enough. Dragon Captor. How can that be done? In the end, only Dragon Shrek was left standing. I must know it. No matter how weak he is also can he be weaker than God. At the same time, Song Lao also fainted. This attack even tore the space apart. Many people were blown away by the shock wave of the air wave. Is he really going to kill them all? One is thick-skinned and the other is sharp. Ha! The 8 people of Moon stopped immediately, took a deep look at Tang Lan, and then turned around to fly away. Boundless Sea God Eye, Boundless Sea Soul Breaking. Ice Jade Evil God Hook Defense Breaking Poison Sting. Especially Sea God Suanzi. Before Moon was stunned, he quickly opened his martial soul and prepared to leave quickly. Especially before performing such a rare soul skill. You are an evil soul master, you will destroy the God Douluo Academy. Tang San was dressed in a white robe, but at this moment, he was laughing wildly with a ferocious face. What was the difference between him and an evil soul master? If you are scared by him, then you are an evil soul master. Yan Yi directly used the dragon capture hand to control the seriously injured Yan Yi, and then threw him heavily to the ground. Do they want to take the students of the God Douluo Academy away? Of course, they also want to use the sea god Suanzi of Evergreen to scare Tang San. I think my Suanzu is a match. He saved us. Tang San responded with a hot smile. After all, I am a top dragon martial spirit, and Suanzu is the weakest existence in the God Douluo and one of the weakest in the sky. Bang! Let the so-called sea god leave everything, and destroy it all. Is the God Douluo city going to fall? Tang Lan, you don't have any tricks yet, use them all. Song Lao slowed down. After all, you are a spirit master of the agility attack system, and your defense is far better than that of Moon and Shrek. Tang San said with a warm smile. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 7 people including Tang Lan changed. Get lost. Tang San stared at Shrek above, his eyes shining. Mew Lao. Moon was seriously injured at the moment and shouted with difficulty. At the same time, Song Lao and Zhu Yan Yizhuang were the same. They were captured by Tang San before they could escape. Stop. But now, I am not a little confused. He must understand that there are many gods in the God Douluo Academy. So in the black fog, when he rushed towards Tang Lan, the nearby black fog was dispersed by him. So I am ready to use my other 4th spirit skill. A poisonous thorn that is far less thick than a spear. After the collision at this moment, a terrifying air wave broke out. What is he laughing at? Tang Lan asked with a puzzled look. The 7 people had time to react, and they were not beaten to a bloody pulp. Old Mu, save you. After all, I am the Dingatianzan of God Douluo. While talking, he was not rushing over there, and I didn't have Shrek and Old Song by my side. The violent collision sound and the terrifying air wave affected the space, and also affected the buildings and people in Yanyi Zhuang City. And Tang Lan's attack was also very fast. Bang Tang San exerted force and immediately threw the 7 people to the ground. At that time, the most eager and afraid ones were Bai Bei and Su Bashi. Old Mu opened the dark domain, so his soul power was still enough. Yan Yi he immediately looked at Yan Yi and said, God Douluo Academy is going to be destroyed? That was the academy where Sea God Suanzi was. This is a soul skill that specifically restrains evil soul masters. Moon burst out with a divine attack, and Tang Lan's Ice Jade Evil God Hook also burst out with a divine attack under the devouring effect of the evil god domain. My spear, this is a spear that is specifically used to break evil demons. There is a thick dark force under the spear, and it is generally sacred. They have to go up to accompany these companions who have fainted or are not dead yet. At that time, the white mist was dispersing, and the people above were full of fear for Tang San. Chapter 630 The Desperate Dragon God Douluo, the Light of the Sea God. Tang Lan didn't care at all, and yelled at Tang San very wildly. When these words came out, Moon was surprised and felt desperate. He knew very well that the guy in front of him was really not afraid of anyone. He was not even afraid of the Lord of the Sea. Then what do you want? Are you going to wipe out my Shrek city completely? I have never seen you. There is no conflict between our Shrek Academy and you, right? Moon still wanted to delay time and persuade Tang Lan at the same time. To be honest, the conflict is very big. And the grudge between me and Shrek, you can't solve it. So don't waste your words here, just keep going. I'll give you a chance and let you make the first move. In this way, I will not bully you, an old man, right? Tang Lan said with a smile on his face. As if he respected Moon very much. But in Moon's view, Tang Lan was like a devil smiling at him at this moment. It seems that you are sure that you can control me. You will regret it and pay the price for it. Moon said with a cold face. Then he lit up the 9th soul ring again. After all, he wanted to use this soul skill just now. 9th soul skill 9 Heaven's Holy Dragon Strike. Moon once again transformed into a giant dragon of 100 meters, staring at the unfathomable dragon eyes and spitting out terrible dragon breath. Then Moon soared towards the sky. Soul Bone Skill Comprehensive Amplification. Soul Bone Skill Transformation into Dragon Shadow. The 100-meter-long giant dragon continues to grow in size and becomes more powerful. Then a similar dragon shadow emerged. When it reaches a certain height, the moon dragon claw expands rapidly and falls rapidly downwards. At this moment, the space could not bear the impact of the falling dragon. Mr. Mu is indeed the dragon god Douluo. At this moment, it's like the Dragon King has truly come down to earth. I don't believe that the evil soul master can block such a powerful attack. We cheer for dragon god Douluo. The people below were talking a lot, and then they all cheered for Mun. Under this situation, Shrek's soul masters can only do some meaningless things. In order to be sure, Mu En used both soul skills and soul bone skills to completely eliminate Tang Lan. Soul bone technique Yan freezing poison needle. The ultimate ice that condenses the ice jade scorpion tail collides with the ultimate fire of the 9 yang divine skill, and a powerful thrust is erupted to shoot out the ice jade scorpion tail, breaking all defenses with a point-breaking surface. Therefore, the giant dragon phantom that rushed in first was directly broken through. The speed of the poisonous needle is as fast as thunder. After breaking through the dragon's shadow, it will collide with Mun, who has transformed into a dragon. Moon is huge, but also very fast. Want to use speed to avoid poisonous needles. But he discovered that the poison needle was a locked skill, and then under Tang Lan's control, the poison needle suddenly accelerated. Instantly penetrated Mun's dragon scale armor, pierced the enemy's body, and then injected the violent ultimate ice and ultimate fire into the body to detonate. Bang! Moon was horrified and hurriedly used the soul bone skill of the torso bone before detonating it. Soul bone skill eternal life. Therefore, after Mun suffered serious injuries in his body, he used the endless soul bone technique to quickly restore the vitality in his body. Not bad skills. Tang Lan also praised somewhat unexpectedly. This Mun's strength is stronger than Qian De Oliu. After all, there are 3 red soul rings. But that's not enough. If you can block my attack and not die, then I will spare you and spare everyone in Shrek Academy. Tang Lan said lightly. As soon as these words came out, Moon's eyes lit up, and his somewhat despairing heart suddenly felt hopeful. As long as he blocks the opponent's blow and survives, he has accomplished his duty of protecting Shrek. 3 hammers to destroy the world and 1 hammer to open the sky. Tang Lan held an ordinary hammer, flew higher into the sky, and then quickly fell towards Moon. Moon held his breath and concentrated. Soul Bone Skill Hand of Power. Then he closed his eyes and quickly gathered the remaining soul power in his body, burning another trace of blood essence. The terrifying pressure brought by Tang Lan made him dare not take any chances. Moon now possesses power comparable to that of a god. The Dragon King shakes the realm. This is still based on Junlin Tianxia, and is another skill specifically designed to restrain evil soul masters. At this moment, the terrifying pressure of the dragon was crushing towards Tang Lan, carrying with it a sacred light aura. When the Dragon King's shock realm is used, Moon's attack power will be significantly improved. I saw that his dragon claws became huge, both claws were the same. He waved it in the air a few times, then took a deep breath and grabbed the sledgehammer that was coming. Bang! There was another violent collision, causing a terrifying air wave to explode. Amun felt the ultimate terrifying power, and he couldn't hold on. This was despite using the soul bone technique to strengthen his arm strength. Moreover, the Dragon King's shock realm is also a domain-based skill, which will greatly enhance one's own strength and defense, and can also suppress the power of any evil soul master. I can't die! Mun roared again, biting the tip of his tongue and letting the essence and blood fill up. Light of Poseidon. Mun still has a useless ultimate move, so he can use Poseidon's light. At this moment, the bright light completely erupted, and the power belonging to the god wanted to devour Tang Lan at this moment. Of course, it also protects itself, and its defense and strength are horribly improved. His own injuries have also recovered as before. Light of Poseidon. Mr. Mew will definitely win. As soon as the Poseidon's light comes out, everyone will be defeated, especially the evil soul master hiding in the gutter. The soul masters below all shouted excitedly. Tang Lan was not surprised, because he knew that Mun could summon the Poseidon's light. However, although Tang Lan has not become Poseidon now, his affinity with Poseidon is very high. So the so-called Poseidon's light is of no use to him. This is not enough. The power of the sledgehammer in Tang Lan's hand became even more terrifying as Tang Lan's soul power was input. With force, Mun's dragon claws were crushed into pieces, and Mun, wrapped in the Poseidon's light, fell heavily to the ground. But at this moment, the sledgehammer in Tang Lan's hand has been broken. Tang Lan stood with his hands behind his back, looked around, and finally looked at Mun, seeing him vomiting blood and surviving. Moon, if you survive in my hands, I will fulfill my promise, right? Shrek Academy takes action. It was a very enjoyable battle today, thank you to everyone at Shrek Academy. See you tomorrow. I hope you can improve your strength quickly, otherwise Mun won't be able to hold on next time. After all, I think this Moon is quite old. Chapter 631 Naked Insult, The Price of Being Shattered. Without Moon in the future, you losers might really die. For example, you, known as the Dowdy Douluo, Suanzi. It's still level 98 after all, but to be honest, it's too good. The more you practice, you know? Don't think that on the mainland, your Poseidon Pavilion is the #1 force in the world. I feel that I can be confident. If I really encounter any crisis, my sister Chi Huan Jun Ji Huan Meng. After Tang Lan opened the realm of creatures, he woke up all the people who had fainted, then stood in the sky, looked down at them, and mocked them mercilessly. Especially Suanzi, who was ridiculed and insulted by Tang Lan by name. Gritting his teeth in anger, he immediately responded, "The evil soul master will never end well. I advise you to take care of yourself." Naturally, Suanzi couldn't stand being ridiculed like this in front of so many people. So he held his chest and retorted angrily. After he woke up just now, he took out a few chicken legs from his arms and ate them quickly recovering some of his soul power. Even the injuries have recovered a little. Because his martial soul has the bloodline of Dowdy, eating will have its effect. Although everyone was angry, no one dared to say anything at this time. After all, Dragon God Douluo, one of the strongest men in the world, had been defeated, and it was only now that he slowly stood up. Is this Dowdy Douluo so brave? Yan Shaija looked at Suanzi with helplessness on his face. You shouldn't continue to provoke him. Mr. Xian. Just as Yan Shaija had an idea, Tang Lan used his dragon capturing hand to pull Suanzi directly in front of him. Suanzi, have you always been so brave? Tang Lan asked meaningfully. I'm telling the truth. I advise you to pull back from the brink in time. Lord Poseidon will never let you go. If you continue to be rampant. Suanzi was actually a little scared, but he thought that with so many people staring at him now, he couldn't give in and be treated like a waste. So even though Tang Lan was controlling him, he still said harsh words. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a breath of cold air. Crazy. It's crazy. And Tang Lan, who controlled Suanzi, showed a faint smile. You are very tough now. If you weren't so stubborn, I would kill you. But seeing as you are still a man, I can spare your life. However, death penalty can be avoided, but living crime cannot be avoided. Tang Lan said word for word, saying something that made people happy and surprised. Before Suanzi could speak, he controlled his ankles with his dragon capturing hand, and then fell quickly. After standing on the ground, Tang Lan waved Suanzi with one hand. Bang! Crack! Next, Suanzi was beaten repeatedly by Tang Lan, which made him scream in pain. Mun and other Shrek experts could only watch helplessly as Suanzi was humiliated in this way. Mr. Mu, will Mr. Xian be thrown to death? Xian Liner couldn't help but ask. She really wanted to save Suanzi, but she was seriously injured and it was difficult to open her martial spirit. She never thought that Shrek Academy at Neo University would be so wantonly treated by an evil soul master. We can only leave it to fate. Moon said helplessly. Alas, everyone sighed again and again. Soon Suanzi was knocked unconscious by Tang Lan, and many bones in his body were broken. In the end, Tang Lan casually threw Suanzi in front of Mun and others. Then Tang Lan also followed down and came to everyone. Muen, I won't take away those two disciples from the outer courtyard either. Because I know that one of them is your great-great-grandson. Remember, it was you from Shrek Academy who came to the hotel to cause trouble for me today. If there is a next time, I won't mind destroying Shrek City. Tang Lan said calmly, looking at Bai Bei and Su Sanchi while speaking. He glanced at the two of them meaningfully. This sight frightened the two of them. They are now beginning to rejoice at how lucky they are to survive. In this battle, at least dozens of teachers were affected. Half of them are dead. And several titled Douluo were killed. He was still struck to death by lightning. And the cause of all this is because of the two of them. With Moon as the backstage, Bai Bei can still calm down. But Su Sanchi really couldn't stand it any longer. How can I survive after being in the hospital? Don't worry, sir. In the future, everyone from Shrek Academy will greet you respectfully whenever they see you, and they will never dare to provoke you again. For the sake of Shrek's life and death, Mun did not hesitate to lose the face of his own dragon god Douluo. Perhaps the moment he loses, he has no face to speak of. As soon as these words came out, many people were sighing. A strong man of a generation, the dragon god Douluo who represents justice. When he was old, he actually bowed his head to an evil soul master who did all kinds of evil. Moon, you are a man who knows the current affairs. Today I am totally watching for your sake, spare Shrek. Tang Lan reached out and patted Mun's shoulder, as if patting a junior. Then he opened the 8 wings of the evil god and flew towards the outside of Shrek City. Call. After Tang Lan disappeared, everyone dared to breathe heavily, feeling like they were about to be suffocated to death. This damn evil soul master. Today, I, Shrek, have been completely trampled under his feet. It also makes my Shrek's reputation fall to the bottom. I curse him to a bad death. Xian Liner cursed angrily. Bang. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly became uncontrollable, floating up and down, sometimes rising into the air, and sometimes hitting the ground. Everyone was stunned, but no one dared to do anything. Because they know who did this. Isn't he gone? If you dare to scold me behind my back again, I will kill you. Breaking all your bones is the price you pay. Tang Lan's voice spread everywhere and reached everyone's ears. But it brought a complete shock to everyone. At a time like this, no one dared to say a word and they all hurried home. Don't even dare to think about it. In their eyes, this powerful evil soul master is an omnipotent being. At this moment, Xian Liner was thrown into disgrace because of a few words. It is also because her martial spirit is a dragon-type martial spirit, plus she usually fights in close quarters, so her physical fitness is very good. I can still breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would be dead now. Thank you for sparing her life. I am ordering everyone in Shrek not to criticize you. Mun was really angry to death, but in the face of absolute strength, it would be generous for him not to destroy you, Shrek. No matter how angry I am now, I can only endure it. Haha, Tang Lan's sneer came, making everyone in Shrek City feel a little creepy. Chapter 632 Need to be released and find the target Meng Hongchen. Tang Lan, who left Shrek City, also took away Hongan and Lin Yuer. Tang Lan, who was waiting for Bai Hu and others outside the city, listened to Lin Yuer's praise of him. Brother Tang, you are so powerful. You can actually defeat the entire Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is where we are, it's a holy land. Lin Yuer danced and danced as he spoke, with admiration for Tang Lan in his eyes. Then where is the holy land among you? Tang Lan asked with a smile. I heard from Grandpa that the Sun and Moon Empire is very powerful, even stronger than the Heavenly Soul Empire. Then I'm also very curious about the Star Luo Empire. Then there is the rumored Evil Soul Master organization that rarely appears. Lin Yuer scratched his hair and racked his brains to remember. The strong men in these places must be like that. I'll take you to see it another day. Tang Lan reached out and touched Lin Yuer's hair and said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Tang. Brother Tang, you are so stupid. Lin Yuer said excitedly with a red face. Tang Lan saw that Lin Yuer was not old enough, so he was not in a hurry to capture her. Now I need to release something, think about who is suitable for me. The beauty in the second battle. While thinking, Bai Hu and others hurried over. Tang Lan told them to continue waiting for Huo Yuhao and let Bai Hu continue to take care of Lin Yuer. As for Hongan, he first studied with these soul saints and soul emperors. Tang Lan first had to find some beauties. The release in that area cannot be delayed. Shrek does have a beauty who will become an evil soul master in the future, Ma Xiao Tao. Still a nice beauty Ling Luokan. Of course, there is also Zhang Nanan, who is known as the most beautiful girl in the academy. Let's wait until we enter Shrek Academy with Huo Yuhao before flirting with them. Tang Lan planned to go to the Sun and Moon Empire to find Meng Hongchen. The age is suitable and the appearance is beautiful. If this little girl is obedient, I can train her well. In the world of Douluo, he is not a major character. Now that you've come to Douluo, let's let it shine. Soon Tang Lan arrived at the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. Then he transformed into a 15-year-old boy with the rank of 5-ring Soul King. He can be considered a genius. He opened the realm of creatures and quickly sensed where Meng Hongchen was. At this moment, Meng Hongchen was taking classes at the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Her brother Xiao Hongchen is the most talented person among the younger generation in the Sun and Moon Empire, and she is also a genius who is only weaker than her brother. So now I am sitting under a big tree, and there are many people coming over to get close to me. After all, Meng Hongchen is indeed a beautiful woman. She is wearing half-length black stockings, and her body looks neither thin nor fat, but slightly chubby, which is very fascinating. Tang Lan looked like a very handsome boy at this moment. Supernatural power 72 transformations. Tang Lan only wanted to flirt with girls and didn't want to fight the people of the Sun and Moon Empire. After fighting with Shrek's people for a while, he was too lazy to take action. So Tang Lan turned into a beautiful bird and flew into the academy. It naturally fell on Meng Hongchen's shoulders. Hey! Meng Hongchen was very surprised that a bird dared to land on his shoulder openly. You little bird, you are very courageous. Aren't you afraid that I will catch you? Meng Hongchen said with a charming smile. Don't be afraid. Tang Lan said directly. Meng Hongchen was shocked by how scary this was. Although there were soul beasts in this world, only powerful soul beasts could speak. How could a weak bird talk? You can actually talk. Am I dreaming? Meng Hongchen said in disbelief. In the end, she thought she was hallucinating because she didn't sleep well last night. It's not a dream. You seem surprised. Isn't it normal that I can talk? Tang Lan continued to tease Meng Hongchen. Seeing her confused look, Tang Lan found it particularly cute. Hey! Meng Hongchen was even more shocked. He quickly touched Tang Lan, and then pinched his thigh flesh. It hurts. Meng Hongchen screamed because the pinch was so severe. This cry immediately attracted the attention of many suitors. Senior Hongchen, are you okay? A fair-looking junior hurriedly stepped forward and asked. At this time, other people also came over one after another, wanting to care about Meng Hongchen. But Meng Hongchen stood up directly, looked at everyone coldly and responded, I'm fine, can you practice well and don't keep staring at me. Then he left quickly. And Tang Lan landed very steadily on Meng Hongchen's shoulders. These flies are annoying, aren't they? Do you need me to help you teach them a lesson? Let them never dare to come and harass you again. Tang Lan said meaningfully. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hongchen, who was already a little agitated, was frightened into a cold sweat. You can really talk. Are you 100,000-year soul beast? Meng Hongchen said in shock, and then felt that her voice was a bit loud, so she immediately covered her mouth. After all, spirit beasts that can talk are rare. Now she doesn't want to be afraid, but instead thinks about whether she can become friends with this powerful soul beast. Tang Lan naturally heard Meng Hongchen's thoughts and thought she was a bit cute. Why do you think I am a soul beast? Tang Lan responded with a smile. If it's not a soul beast, how can it be a human? Meng Hongchen asked in a low voice, wondering. This soul beast is so stupid. You would actually ask such a question. Then do you want me to be a human or a spirit beast? Tang Lan continued to ask. Ah! What nonsense are you talking about? Is it possible that you are 100,000-year-old soul beast and can transform into a human form? Then don't transform. I heard that after transforming into a human form, your strength will be weaker, and you have to practice again in a human way. You will be in danger. Meng Hongchen was also a girl with strange ideas, so she immediately thought that Tang Lan was preparing to transform into a soul beast. Regarding Meng Hongchen's concerns, Tang Lan responded directly, I'm not a soul beast, I'm a human. Ah! This is impossible. How can a human become a soul beast? I've never heard of this kind of soul skill. Meng Hongchen directly denied it. Maybe only God can change all things? She still thinks Tang Lan is a soul beast. And it's a little bird. Go to your room and I'll prove it to you. Tang Lan said softly, as if he was lying to a little girl. Okay. Meng Hongchen had no doubts, because in her opinion, if the 100,000-year soul beast wanted to attack her, she would have died long ago. There is no need to spend so much time. Soon Meng Hongchen came to his private dormitory. The beauty who looks like a very enchanting girl from Meng Hongchen is wearing black stockings and exposing a little of her snow-white breasts. But in fact, her dormitory is decorated very girlishly. It's pink. Chapter 633 shocked Meng Hongchen, spank you. After Tang Lan entered the room, he immediately isolated the room from the outside world. No matter what happens in the room, no one outside will know. Even the masters of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, or the truly powerful ones of the Sun and Moon Empire. You've arrived in my room. How do you want to prove it? Come and prove it. Didn't you say you are human? Meng Hongchen looked at Tang Lan on his shoulder and said teasingly. In her mind, this is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, still deceiving herself that it is a human being. I really thought I was a fool. No one in this world can transform themselves into any animal. This kind of soul skill does not exist at all. Then everyone should keep an eye on it. Tang Lan said with a smile. Then, under Meng Hongchen's extremely casual gaze, he transformed into a handsome blue-haired boy. A pair of deep eyes stared at Meng Hongchen. How about it? Do you believe that I am human now? I'm not a soul beast. Tang Lan sat down on Meng Hongchen's soft bed casually and said with a smile. At this moment, Meng Hongchen was naturally stunned. Pointing at Tang Lan, he was speechless for a moment. What does this prove? A 100,000-year soul beast can become a human. You just decided to transform into a human form in front of me. What are you doing? You will be very weak after you transform into a human form. Meng Hongchen was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that he was still deceived by this soul beast. He even worried about the weak period after the soul beast transformed into a human form. However, Tang Lan did not speak, but lit up all the 5 soul rings around him. In order to disguise more realistically, Tang Lan's 5 soul rings are yellow, purple, and black. Very low-key and extremely talented. In front of Meng Hongchen, that is a very good genius. Hey! At this time, Meng Hongchen was shocked again. According to the records in the books, any soul beast that transforms into a human form is cultivated from the lowest level of human beings. So the boy in front of him can never be a 5-ring soul king. Are you confused? It stands to reason that a 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms from scratch, and it is impossible for it to be a 5-ring soul king. After all, a 5-ring soul king is not considered a weakling. Tang Lan said with a smile. Meng Hongchen covered his eyes and mouth, and walked back and forth. It was really hard to accept what was happening in front of him. If it is not a soul beast transforming into a human form, then this young man can turn into a bird at will at the level of a 5-ring soul king? What kind of soul skill is this? You can ask me any questions you have. Tang Lan reminded Meng Hongchen sincerely. Then why did you approach me? What do you want to do? Meng Hongchen stared at Tang Lan with his bright eyes and asked seriously. It's very simple, I like you. Tang Lan also said shockingly. This statement really scared Meng Hongchen. Looking at Tang Lan's unbelievable expression, she was used to being liked and confessed to by others, so she didn't show any shyness when suddenly confessed to by a young man. Are you crazy? Meng Hongchen felt a little absurd. She was sure that the man in front of her had never been seen in the academy. So she thought that this person came for her. But it was a bit fake to talk about himself right away. This guy must have some goal. Could he be someone sent by the enemy country to assassinate my brother? After all, my brother is the first genius of the Sun and Moon Empire. Not to mention that the younger generation in the Tianhun Empire and the Xingluo Empire are not as good as my brother, even the younger generation in the world's first academy. It's far inferior to my brother. This is the Sun, the news from the Moon Empire spies, so Meng Hongchen's first thought was that Tang Lan was the one who assassinated her brother. Tang Lan couldn't help laughing when she heard Meng Hongchen's voice. This made Meng Hongchen open her martial soul immediately. Zhu Qing Bing Chan. Ready to attack Tang Lan at any time. After all, in her perspective, Tang Lan's smile was weird, like a demon. This was also because Tang Lan had just fought with Shrek and had been opening the evil god domain and other devouring skills, making her look evil. What are you laughing at? Meng Hongchen questioned Tang Lan at the same time. I laugh at Miss Hongchen, so there is no need to be so cautious. I have no hostility towards you and your brother. Besides, it's not my turn if you attack. Tang Lan said very casually. Are you looking down on me? You are a 5-ring soul king, and so am I. And I have a soul guide, you are not my opponent. Meng Hongchen warned Tang Lan with a cold face, and the 2 knives appeared in her hands, ready to attack at any time. She was not sure what the handsome boy in front of her was going to do. Try it if you don't believe it. Tang Lan said casually. He felt that if he wanted to make Meng Hongchen fall in love with her, he had to beat her up first. It made her feel desperate. Looking for death. Meng Hongchen was furious and swung the 2 knives at Tang Lan. The 2 knives in her hands were very good soul guides. Bang! However, Tang Lan's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Meng Hongchen, making her attack fall in vain. I'm behind you. Tang Lan said lightly. When Meng Hongchen reacted, Tang Lan kicked Meng Hongchen's plump buttocks mercilessly. The kick was not light, and Meng Hongchen fell to the ground and fell heavily on the bed. Damn it! Meng Hongchen felt humiliated, and immediately used her strongest move, which was poison. But in front of Tang Lan, any poison is useless. During the operation of the 9-turn golden body technique, Tang Lan can be immune to any poison. So Meng Hongchen was shocked to see Tang Lan still standing in the room, watching her smile faintly. Such a young guy is not afraid of her poison. How is this possible? Then Meng Hongchen's 3rd soul ring lit up, and he wanted to continue. But Tang Lan didn't have time to fight with a child, so he raised his hand and used the dragon capture hand to control Meng Hongchen directly. I advise you not to continue. I have no ill will towards you, including your brother. I have made it very clear just now, I came to you because I like you. Don't think about it anymore, or I will spank you. Tang Lan pinched Meng Hongchen's neck from a distance and warned with a stern face. Although Meng Hongchen was angry, she didn't dare to say anything more at this moment. After all, her poison was useless. She wanted to use her soul skills and soul guide to continue attacking, but was randomly interrupted by the other party, and then pinched his neck in the air. Now she can only think about finding an opportunity to call for help. The strong men in the academy will definitely be able to defeat this damn soul king. Don't even think about finding reinforcements. No matter how loud you shout, no one will come. Tang Lan said calmly after seeing through Meng Hongchen's psychology. Chapter 634, Teach Meng Hongchen a lesson, go call someone. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hongchen didn't believe it. But she did not refute, but nodded obediently. Prepare to find an opportunity to shout. How dare you catch yourself? You are really not afraid that grandpa will kill him? Regarding Meng Hongchen's continued thoughts, Tang Lan didn't bother to remind him. Even if her grandfather is found by then, he will be beaten by himself. But Tang Lan was also prepared to have a good talk with her. You may not believe me, but I can understand it. After all, I am just a stranger to you. Otherwise, how about we try to get along with each other? Maybe you think I'm a pretty good person. Tang Lan casually threw Meng Hongchen on the bed, and then said gently with a smile on his face. Meng Hongchen saw that although Tang Lan was handsome, he was also stronger than himself. But why does it feel so disgusting to hear this? A guy I've never met before confesses to me like this? Are you out of your mind and crazy? My cultivation is more important now, I don't want to talk about relationships. After all, in this world of ours, strength is king. I advise you, if the teachers in the academy really know about it, you won't be able to run away. Meng Hongchen rejected Tang Lan. It's still scaring Tang Lan. It seems that if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Crack! Tang Lan said impatiently, raised his hand and slapped Meng Hongchen on the butt. The sound was so loud that Meng Hongchen screamed in pain. But it was more of an angry look, because the posture was too ambiguous, and Tang Lan's palm was still falling. Crack! Meng Hongchen's face turned red and she felt ashamed. Why did a cute little bird become like this? Damn guy! Let my brother know that I will never let you go. However, Tang Lan listened to her thoughts and continued to beat Meng Hongchen. At first, Meng Hongchen could hold on bravely, but then Tang Lan lowered his palm again and again. Finally, Meng Hongchen began to beg for mercy. Stop fighting! I was wrong. We can get along slowly, please stop fighting. Meng Hongchen was really scared of being spanked. In addition, she was alone in a room and was spanked by a boy all the time. This was really embarrassing and shameful. Tell your college and just admit me. This way we can get along slowly all day long. You can do it, right? After all, your grandfather is a titled Douluo. Tang Lan threw Meng Hongchen aside, then hugged her directly, and then said with a smile on his face. Meng Hongchen was stunned for a moment. What? Don't you want to? Tang Lan's expression changed, and he deliberately asked in a cold tone. Are you sure you want to enter our college? Meng Hongchen confirmed. Of course. Tang Lan responded casually. Good. I'm going to tell our dean right now and ask him to admit you into the hospital. Meng Hongchen agreed happily, but in her heart she thought that as soon as she got out, she would find someone to capture this damn traitor alive. How dare you spank her? I'm really tired of living. Tang Lan naturally knew Meng Hongchen's little thoughts and was not ready to let him out for the time being. Getting along slowly refers to our feelings. But in that regard, I'm not prepared to get along slowly. So come on. Therefore, Tang Lan completely frightened Meng Hongchen. What are you up to? I'm telling you, don't touch me. Otherwise you will pay the price. You will be worse than dead, I warn you. Meng Hongchen quickly retreated on the bed, warning Tang Lan loudly as he retreated. He Tang Lan just smiled faintly. Help! Brother, Grandpa, please save me. Some damn guy wants to insult me. Meng Hongchen became even more frightened when he saw this, and yelled in fear. In her opinion, if she shouted with such a high voice, someone would definitely hear her. However, Tang Lan stretched out his hand to touch Meng Hongchen's cheek and said with a wicked smile, no matter how scared you are, no one will come even if you break your throat. Just accept your fate. Then Meng Hongchen continued to yell in disbelief. He wanted to move, but was restrained by Tang Lan's dragon-capturing hand, unable to move at all. After shouting for a long time, Meng Hongchen's voice finally got tired. No one came to rescue her, and the guy who held her forcibly kept touching her cheek with his hand, which made her feel ashamed. Are you going to lose your virginity today? Or by a guy I don't know? Why am I so miserable? Meng Hongchen thought painfully in his heart. Forget it, I won't scare you anymore. You go and report me. But you have to remember, if you fall into my hands again, I will never let you go again. So you decide what to do. Tang Lan flicked Meng Hongchen's forehead at last, leaning back on the bed and said casually. Meng Hongchen was stunned again. But it was the best thing that he was not insulted anymore. And this guy was really arrogant, and dared to let him go. He must not be let go after doing this to me. Meng Hongchen didn't say anything, but hurriedly got out of bed, tidied up his clothes and ran out of the dormitory. And Tang Lan also lifted the ban. Tang Lan didn't want to force others to do anything. After all, he was invincible in the world, so he didn't have to do some forced buying and selling. Since Meng Hongchen wants to call someone to deal with me, I will play with her and let her know what admiration feels like. According to the timeline, Meng Hongchen fell in love with Wang Dong, who was dressed as a man. This is also the reason why Wang Dong defeated her with overwhelming force. Just now, crushing her was just the beginning. Now, crush the people she brought one by one. One day is enough. When Tang Lan was leisurely waiting for Meng Hongchen to call people, Meng Hongchen ran out of the room and immediately shouted to the teachers of the academy, including her brother. Sister! What happened? Xiao Hongchen, who was practicing, hurried over. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen was a level 59 5-ring Soul King. Brother, there is a lecher bullying me. You have to take care of it for me. Meng Hongchen immediately cried. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Hongchen's face turned pale. Is it someone from the academy? You are so impatient that you dare to touch my sister, Xiao Hongchen. Sister, lead the way, and let me teach him a lesson. Brother, don't worry, let's wait for a few teachers to go together. That guy is very strong, I am no match for him. I am worried that you will not be able to deal with him. Meng Hongchen hurriedly stopped Xiao Hongchen and reminded him seriously. What realm is he in? Xiao Hongchen asked. 5-ring Soul King. Meng Hongchen responded. Let's go. Your brother is now invincible in the Soul King realm. Anyone in the world who is in this realm. No one is my opponent. Chapter 635 Xiao Hongchen attacked and was trapped in the wall. Xiao Hongchen said confidently. In his opinion, the so-called Soul King must be someone in the academy. How dare you insult his sister? This is completely disregarding him as a brother. Brother Meng Hongchen wanted to remind him. But Xiao Hongchen forcibly pulled Meng Hongchen away, saying as he walked, lead the way. Don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger. If I, your brother, can't even deal with a 5-ring Soul King, how can I be worthy of being a genius of the Sun and Moon Empire? How can you defeat the pride of Shrek Academy? Xiao Hongchen said confidently. Finally, Meng Hongchen was willing to believe that his brother could defeat that lecher. Although that bastard had strange soul skills and even defeated him without opening his martial soul. Even if his brother couldn't beat him, he could hold on for a while, and then the teachers of the academy would come. Tang Lan lay on the bed, opened the realm of living beings, and felt everything in the academy. He only brought Xiao Hongchen with him. He really didn't take himself seriously. Bastard! If you dare to touch my sister, get out of my sister's dormitory immediately. Xiao Hongchen stood at the door of the dormitory and shouted loudly. Because the house where Meng Hongchen lived was a single-family house, there were no other students around. But at this time, there were other students watching outside, including several teachers. These teachers are all 6-ring Soul Emperors and 6th-level Soul Mentors. They were all watching the excitement. Who dares to touch Xiao Hongchen's sister? Isn't this courting death? Not to mention that Xiao Hongchen is the top genius among the younger generation. Their grandfather, Jing Hongchen, is the head of Mingde Hall. A top-level titled Douluo, there are actually blind guys who provoke his granddaughter in the academy. Both teachers and students are talking about it at this moment. Anyway, the death penalty was imposed on those who bullied Meng Hongchen. Get in. Tang Lan was too lazy to say anything more, just responded coldly. After this, Xiao Hongchen laughed out loud. Ha! There are such ignorant guys in this world. Go to hell. Xiao Hongchen rushed into the room quickly and used his soul guide to shoot Tang Lan in the room. But Tang Lan just lay on the bed, motionless, letting him shoot. After firing a burst of bullets, Xiao Hongchen thought Tang Lan had been shot into a sieve. Sister! Xiao Hongchen turned to Meng Hongchen and said, how did such a waste defeat you? Meng Hongchen was also shocked. Could it be that the powerful guy just now was killed by his brother's shooting? while Meng Hongchen was stunned. After the smoke dissipated, Tang Lan lay on the bed intact and said coldly, "Of course this is how to defeat her." Bang Tang Lan used his dragon capturing hand to directly throw the proud Xiao Hongchen against the wall. The force was so strong that a hole was made in the wall, and Xiao Hongchen was trapped in the wall. In Tang Lan's view, Xiao Hongchen seemed to be the #1 genius in the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, but in fact, his martial spirit was not very strong at all. But the soul guide is awesome. At this moment, Xiao Hongchen was completely confused. He didn't even know how he was smashed into the wall. It is even more unbelievable that Tang Lan is still alive. My own soul guide is the best level 5 soul guide. If a soul king seems not strong, he will be killed directly. Even if your defense is strong, you will still be injured. But he watched Tang Lan stand up without any sign of injury. "Brother!" Meng Hongchen yelled in fear at this time, "I'll call someone to help Meng." After Meng Hongchen finished speaking, he ran away. She also thought that her brother would be defeated, but she never expected that with such a blow, she could not move and vomited blood. Tang Lan didn't stop Meng Hongchen. Anyway, she was going to keep looking for someone. Even if her grandfather was finally found, she would still beat him up. Only after making her despair will she figure everything out. "You will never end up well if you touch our brothers and sisters." Xiao Hongchen had never seen Tang Lan, so he was ready to warn Tang Lan. He felt that Tang Lan didn't know what a terrifying force their siblings were behind. "Don't you brothers and sisters have a grandfather who is titled Douluo? So what? If you want to die directly, I can help you directly now. After all, I quite like killing geniuses. You should be considered a genius, right?" Tang Lan looked at Xiao Hongchen indifferently and said with a mocking expression. Xiao Hongchen felt that he had been greatly humiliated. Angrily retorted, "Since you know this, you still dare to act like this? Who are you? Send your name if you can, don't be a coward." How could Xiao Hongchen, as a proud man of heaven, be humiliated like this, so even though he was stuck in a wall, he still roared with arrogance. "It seems you are really looking for death. I don't mind giving you a ride." Tang Lan took out a sledgehammer and hit Xiao Hongchen casually. When Xiao Hongchen saw that Tang Lan really wanted to kill him, his heart started to tremble and at the same time, the 5th soul ring around his body lit up. The 5th soul skill, Golden Love. This soul skill is a universal soul ring that can turn Xiao Hongchen into liquid. Transformed into liquid metal, it is immune to 80% of physical damage and 20% of spell damage. And it can control its own movement after becoming liquid. So Tang Lan's attack was offset by Xiao Hongchen. You can use your own weird soul skills to escape the fatal blow. Xiao Hongchen naturally couldn't be beaten by Tang Lan, so the 4th soul ring around him lit up. The 4th soul skill, Sacrifice of Gold. Xiao Hongchen knew that his opponent was not easy, so he immediately burned the soul power in his body, greatly increasing the power of the soul guide. But the degree of increase is related to the soul power sacrificed. Controls the burning of metal elements, causing a lot of damage. The liquefied Xiao Hongchen quickly returned to his true form at the door, and then many cannon muzzles poked out from his body. Xiao Hongchen took out a 6-ring soul tool, and it was also a very powerful soul tool. He burned 80% of his soul power, quickly condensed powerful energy, and launched it crazily towards Tang Lan. However, with a sneer on his face, Tang Lan used his dragon capture hand to control the incoming shells to fly towards Xiao Hongchen. Xiao Hongchen was confused at that time. Soul Bone Technique Metal Life. This Soul Bone skill can transform Xiao Hongchen's life state into metal. In this case, the user's defense and physical fitness will be greatly improved. Attack power and speed will also increase slightly. Moreover, after using this ability, the user can use the soul guide to take it out directly from the body, which is particularly convenient and impossible to prevent. But Xiao Hongchen was simply trying to defend himself from his own shells at this moment. Chapter 636, the 8th level Soul Master takes action and solves it with one thunder. Now Xiao Hongchen feels inexplicably aggrieved. It was really hard for him to imagine that his own shells would be refracted back. Bang! Bang! The crazy shells exploded loudly, directly blowing up Meng Hongchen's house. Go to hell! Xiao Hongchen was trembling with anger. He quickly took out a soul guide from his body and started shooting at Tang Lan. He still doesn't believe in evil. He is the #1 genius in the academy. How can he be an unknown opponent? However, Tang Lan casually waved his hand and shot back the shells fired at him again. By the way, Xiao Hongchen was also knocked out, and the others who were coming were also knocked to the ground. Bang! There was a chaotic collision, and many people were screaming. Tang Lan walked out of the room, looked at Xiao Hongchen who was seriously injured, and said with a smile, "With your strength, are you worthy of standing up for your sister? Also, with your strength, you are already the #1 person in the Royal Soul Guidance Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Then this academy is nothing." Faced with Tang Lan's naked ridicule, Xiao Hongchen was so angry that he vomited blood again. At this time, Meng Hongchen looked at Tang Lan standing in front of his brother, showing off an invincible and powerful posture. What exactly is he going to do? If he wants to kill my brother, he would have done it long ago. With the strength he has shown, not to mention my brother, even the Six-Ring Soul Emperor is not his opponent, right? Could it be that he really likes me? But why would he like me? I don't even know him. Bold lunatic! How dare you openly attack my academy in the Royal Academy of my Sun Moon Empire? Don't surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you now. At this time, a 69 level 6-ring soul emperor shouted with a beard and eyes wide open. Then he lit up his martial soul. You talk too much nonsense. Tang Lan said coldly. With a casual grab, he grabbed the 6-ring soul emperor who had just opened his martial soul. Pa! Raised his hand and slapped him in the face, and he flew out directly. Then he crashed into a tree, his eyes widened with pain and anger, his eyes full of disbelief. I want you to die. The 6-ring soul emperor quickly lit up his 5th soul ring. 5th soul skill, Divine Wind Wolf Break. At the same time, a 6th level soul guide in his hand lit up, which was a very wide knife. The 6-ring soul emperor, holding the 6th level soul guide, rushed towards Tang Lan with a swift momentum. However, Tang Lan raised his hand, grabbed his wrist directly in the air, and then twisted it hard. Kaka! Directly broke the arm of the 6-ring soul emperor. So the 6th level soul guide in his hand fell to the ground, and then Tang Lan threw it casually, throwing it easily into the crowd. Ah! With a scream, the 6-ring soul emperor knocked one person unconscious. At this moment, many people in the academy gathered here, and when they saw this scene, it was full of disbelief. A young man who was only at the level of a 5-ring soul king could actually beat a 6-ring high-level soul emperor. The students were all afraid. After all, their academy's first genius was beaten, and then the teachers in the academy were also beaten. Who is this young man? The scene was noisy, but no one dared to teach Tang Lan a lesson. Who are you? At this time, a 7-ring soul saint came quickly and pointed at Tang Lan and asked angrily. Teacher Ning. At this time, many students greeted respectfully. After all, this soul saint called Teacher Ning is a level 78 soul saint and has reached the level of an 8th level soul mentor in the field of soul guides. This person is called Ning Hao, and he is only 30 years old. He is a famous genius in the Sun Moon Empire, and of course he graduated from the Sun Moon Empire Royal Soul Instructor Academy. So after becoming famous, he returned to the academy to teach again. He is also a 6th grade teacher in the academy. He also has a high status in Mingde Hall. After all, he has reached the level of an 8th level soul mentor before reaching the soul Douluo level. Teacher Ning. This guy suddenly appeared in the academy and bullied me. My brother came to ask for an explanation, but he beat my brother like this. You have to make the decision for us. At this time, Meng Hongchen hurriedly walked to Ning Hao's side, pointing at Tang Lan and said angrily. When Meng Hongchen thought of being spanked by Tang Lan, he felt particularly painful. Don't worry, the teacher will make the decision for you. Catch him alive and let you two brothers and sisters teach him a lesson. Ning Hao did not put on airs in front of Meng Hongchen. After all, the head of Mingde Hall was her grandfather. Meng Hongchen. Do you think you can control me after waiting for the 7-ring soul saint? Then you really think too much. Tang Lan shook her head and laughed. How shameless. Ning Hao did not wait for Meng Hongchen to say anything, and instantly opened his martial soul. It was a plant martial soul, shadowless dragon vine. Then the first soul ring around his body lit up. First soul skill, vine entanglement. Then Ning Hao immediately produced a group of heavy soul guides in front of him and began to quickly accumulate energy. And these colorless vines quickly surrounded Tang Lan. Tang Lan thought that this was no different from the attack of the blue silver grass martial soul. To deal with a 7-ring soul saint, Tang Lan still used the dragon capture hand to fan all the vines back. Ning Hao immediately stopped using the first soul skill, and then lit up the 8th level defensive soul guide. Tang Lan knew that the opponent had an 8th level soul guide, so he directly summoned Thunder. Thunder God Domain. After opening the domain, Tang Lan quickly used the domain skill. Domain skill, Water Mine Tribulation. The ultimate thunder turned into a water mine that annihilated everything, and quickly fell towards Ning Hao in a black form. Ning Hao did not expect that the opponent was so strong, and the thunder soul skill he used was obviously very terrifying. So he did not dare to be careless, and immediately activated the 8th level defensive soul guide. Then the 3rd soul ring around him lit up. 3rd soul skill Dragon Armor. Ning Hao quickly transformed his body into armor with dragon armor, ready to resist the thunder that was aimed at him. Then he roared. 8th level soul guide 18 thunder cannons. Then the row of heavy artillery in front of him fired wildly at Tang Lan. This soul skill launched by the 8th level soul guide is the strongest attack that Ning Hao specially stored energy for. No ordinary soul Douluo can resist it. He still doesn't believe that a 5-ring soul king can resist it. Even if the soul king realm is a disguise, then he is still a soul saint at best. In the realm of soul saint, as long as he is hit with an 8th level soul guide, he will definitely die. Wait to die, you ignorant guy. You even dare to break into the academy. Do you really think that we teachers are all fake? At this moment, Meng Hongchen, other students and teachers all felt that Tang Lan was going to die in Ning Hao's invincible gunfire. Let's see how long you can keep dancing. Meng Hongchen shouted loudly. Tang Lan, who was motionless in the face of the gunfire, said lightly with a sneer on his face. Of course I can jump to catch you again. When I catch you again, you are not as friendly as before. Then the words fell, and the water-dirty thunder that destroyed everything fell. Boom! The blast immediately hit Ning Hao, and the soaring dragon armor on his body immediately shattered, and then the 8th level defensive soul guide also cracked. Ning Hao was stunned immediately. Pfft! Then Ning Hao was struck by thunder and spit out a mouthful of blood. It was just a thunder that caused Ning Hao to be seriously injured and fell to the ground on the spot. As for the thunder flying towards Tang Lan was like magic, and all the cannonballs were shot in all directions. Bang! Help! It hurts me so much. For a moment, the artillery shells bombarded the surrounding students watching the theater, and they screamed loudly. Chapter 637 Three brothers show up and start punching and kicking them. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. The cannonballs fired by my teacher hit everyone equally. Some of the fast ones were able to dodge, and were so frightened that they broke into a cold sweat. But the speed is slow and the defense is not strong. They were all bombarded to pieces, some were blown to pieces on the spot, and some were cut into 2 pieces by the shelling. I can't even look at that miserable situation. The living people were howling, after all, they were missing arms and legs. Under Tang Lan's deliberate control, Meng Hongchen was the only person in the audience who was not bombarded by artillery shells. Even if she stands still without moving, nothing will happen. When Meng Hongchen looked at the tragic situation around him, he was naturally angry and shocked. But thinking that he was fine, he stared at Tang Lan intently and saw him looking at him with a smile on his face. Meng Hongchen was a little scared and hurriedly ran away. The 7th ringed soul saint has been beaten, so the 8th ringed soul Douluo must be invited. This person may be an 8-ringed soul Douluo, but he is good at disguising soul skills. After all, it is not easy for a soul master who can turn into a bird to disguise his own realm. Tang Lan didn't catch Meng Hongchen. He was going to make Meng Hongchen completely despair today. No matter who he called, they would end up with the same fate. There was no need for Meng Hongchen to look for someone, as 3 8-ring soul Douluo rushed towards him. They are all 6th grade tutors in the college. The 3 of them are also 8th level soul mentors. These 3 are considered the mainstays of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. 3 teachers, hurry up and catch the madman, otherwise the college will be destroyed by him. Teacher Ning Hao has been seriously injured, and so has my brother. Meng Hongchen said extremely anxiously. Don't worry, if the 3 of us take action, even if the titled Douluo comes, we will still be able to catch him. The leader said with extraordinary confidence. This person is already a level 87 Contra, and his name is Tianri. The other 2 people smiled and nodded, and then the 3 of them quickly arrived at the chaotic place. After the 3 people saw this tragic situation, their eyes naturally filled with anger. Who is so bold? Come here and die. Tianri opened his martial spirit directly and looked at Tang Lan with great momentum. Meng Hongchen. You just found 3 losers. These 3 guys are not even titled Douluo, and they still want to capture me. Do you still think I'm a 5-ring soul king? Tang Lan said helplessly. He felt that Meng Hongchen was a little stupid. I don't believe you are a titled Douluo. You can deal with these 3 teachers even if you are Meng Qian. You have no idea how powerful these 3 teachers are. Meng Hongchen responded with a sneer. She felt that Tang Lan was just trying to scare everyone, but in fact he was just a contra. Second brother, third brother, stop talking nonsense to this guy. The 3 of us will work together to catch this bitch alive quickly. Tianri spoke expressionlessly. The other 2 people smiled and nodded, both of them opened their martial spirits. Tang Lan discovered that these 3 people all had the same martial spirit, and they also looked very similar. It seems that these 3 people are triplets. The martial spirits of the 3 of them are Yanhu spear. It can be regarded as a relatively top-notch existence among weapon spirits. At this time, all 3 of them lit up their first soul rings. The first soul skill, Yanhu strengthening. The 3 of them were covered in flames, and their bodies became stronger. Their backs and shoulders looked full of strength. Then the 3 of them took out identical soul guides. Level 7 soul guidance device Tiger Head Spear. The 3 of them were all holding long spears and came towards Tang Lan to besiege him. Tang Lan looked at the 3 people's tacit actions, and he really had some fighting qualities. Fight with me in close combat. Tang Lan shook his head and sneered. Tang Lan's figure flashed, and the next moment he appeared beside the second of the 3 brothers, Douluo. Bang! He kicked Douluo with all his strength and flew away. Second brother. Tianri roared when he saw this, and with his eyes wide open, he stabbed Tang Lan fiercely with a gun. At such a close distance, he was sure to stab Tang Lan. Just when he was about to taunt Tang Lan, he found that he was unable to move when he was about to stab the other party. Tang Lan sneered, and quickly stepped forward and punched Tianri in the face. Tianri screamed and flew backwards. At this time, the old 3 stars waved the tiger-headed gun and roared. Tiger-headed 3 consecutive stabs. He used the skills of the 7th level soul guide, which could stab 3 times in a flash. However, Tang Lan's speed was faster than his 3 stabs, and he came behind him in the blink of an eye. Too weak. Tang Lan sighed and kicked Ren Xing's butt hard. Ren Xing felt his butt at this moment, as if it was not his own, and then flew out and fell miserably. When had the students ever seen 3 teachers beaten like this? The most important thing is that they didn't open their martial spirits, didn't take weapons, and just used fists and feet to defeat the 3 of them. Meng Hongchen couldn't believe his eyes. The 3 teachers who could fight against the titled Douluo level together were beaten so badly. In this situation, Meng Hongchen could only yell. 3 teachers, this person is very strong, you have to show your true ability. Otherwise you will be in danger, and we will be killed by this bastard. This person came to the academy to kill people. Meng Hongchen reminded the 3 people with exaggeration. The 3 of them recovered at this moment, looked at each other, and all lit up their second soul rings. Second soul skill, Fire Gun Shadow. The 3 of them had the same soul skills, but with different powers. Then 3 spears with flames all around them suddenly stabbed at Tang Lan. Innate escape technique, Fire Escape. Tang Lan used the flames of the 3 people to perform the escape technique and disappeared immediately. What happened? Where did that bastard go? Did he run away because he was afraid of the 3 of us? All 3 of them spoke. Meng Hongchen felt it was a bit strange. Why did this arrogant guy, who was obviously the stronger party, suddenly run away? Be careful. This person will never run away. Meng Hongchen hurriedly reminded the 3 of them. Miss Hongchen, don't worry. This person is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He obviously has no soul power, so he ran away. Douluo responded with a smile. However, as soon as these words came out, Douluo's body suddenly soared into the air uncontrollably. Then he shot straight into the sky. Ah! Douluo's voice resounded through the sky. Tianri and Rengxing immediately used the flying soul guide to chase in the sky. At this moment, Tang Lan appeared below them. Come down. Tang Lan said lightly. Then Tianri and Rengxing were directly pulled down by Tang Lan, and Tang Lan used the dragon catching hand with his current strength. It was easy to play with 3 soul Douluos. Bang! The 2 fell to the ground together, and even smashed a deep pit. The pain was so severe that the two could not relax for a while. Soon, Douluo flew into the sky and fell down at the speed of a meteorite. The screams resounded, and finally Douluo fell to the ground fiercely under the gaze of many people. Meng Hongchen's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Tang Lan. Who is he? Is he a titled Douluo from the enemy country? Then he can't be so young, he must be an old monster. He said he liked me before. Meng Hongchen felt a little disgusted. I'm so angry. Do you really think we are trash? Second brother, third brother, open your martial soul true body. Tianri jumped out of the deep pit, and then the seventh soul ring around him lit up. Seventh soul skill weapon soul true body. Then the other two also opened their weapon soul true bodies. At this moment, all the attributes of the three people have been greatly improved, especially the attack power. The three people gave up the tiger head spear and held the condensed flame tiger spear. The spear body was emitting flames, it was very thick, and it was already 5 meters long. Then they all lit up their sixth soul rings tacitly. Chapter 638 Three people were beaten, and the 9th level soul mentor appeared. 6th soul skill White Tiger Liang Divine Spear. The three shouted and rushed towards Tang Lan in unison. This time, the speed of the three people was as fast as the wind. One person fell from the sky, one came from the front, and the last one attacked from behind. The three people cooperated tacitly, with the ferocity of the tiger, waving the spear, vowing to kill Tang Lan. However, at this moment, Tang Lan's figure suddenly disappeared. It was still fire escape. Tang Lan hid directly on their spears. When the three looked at each other with confused eyes, Tang Lan appeared and kicked Douluo on the head. This heavy blow made Douluo faint. Then, bang! Bang! There were two loud noises in succession, and Tang Lan kicked 3 times in a row, knocking the three people unconscious. The three people were also thundering but not raining, and they were beaten even when they opened their martial spirits. At this moment, no one dared to breathe heavily. For fear of being noticed by Tang Lan, and then kicked them hard. Now the students of the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire finally know. A kick turns out to be so painful and so violent. Who is this enemy? So far, I haven't opened my martial soul. I have been beating and kicking the teachers in the academy. This is a blatant failure to take teachers seriously. Meng Hongchen. Do you want to call someone again? I have a good temper, I can wait for you. Tang Lan looked at Meng Hongchen and said meaningfully. At this moment, Meng Hongchen really felt a naked provocation. Sister, go call Grandpa quickly. Even if Grandpa doesn't take action, he will send other titled Douluo to take action. We must twist this man's head off. Otherwise it will be difficult to wash away our shame. At this time, Xiao Hongchen recovered some of his injuries and staggered over here, reminding Meng Hongchen loudly. There is no need for the hall master to take action, I will come and deal with this guy. Please tell me your name. Why do you come to the Sun and Moon Empire to cause trouble? Do you know what price you pay for extravagance? At this time, a person suddenly flew from the sky, half floating in the air, looking down at Tang Lan with great momentum. 9th level Soul Master. Level 91 titled Douluo Muxiu. Grandpa Mu, you are here. Meng Hongchen said excitedly. At this time, others also greeted respectfully. Hello, Mr. Mu. This is a very powerful 9th level Soul Master in Mingde Hall. I often give lessons to some elite students. Tang Lan also looked at this 9th level Soul Master with great interest. He used the realm of creatures to investigate and found that there were more than 29th level Soul Masters in Mingde Tang. This is a very powerful force. He had been making trouble for so long, but Jing Hongchen never sent anyone to come. Apparently he felt that the teachers in the college could deal with him. When he defeated the 3 Soul Douluo, Jing Hongchen couldn't sit still and immediately sent out a 9th level Soul Master. I'm asking you, who are you? If you are a dignified and titled Douluo, please stop hiding your head and show your tail. Tell me, which country are you from? Mu Xiu not only wanted to deal with Tang Lan, but also wanted to find out which empire or force Tang Lan belonged to. You don't deserve to know who I am. If you want to fight, then fight. How can you look like a 9th level Soul Engineer? Tang Lan also floated directly in the air, confronting Mu Xiu. However, Tang Lan's arrogant words made everyone in the college take a breath of cold air. At this time, facing a 9th level Soul Master, he still dares to speak like this. This person is really brave. Does he naively think that there is only one 9th level soul master in the academy? Just then another 9th level soul engineer appeared. Brother Mew, what nonsense are you talking to this guy about? Just take him down and interrogate him, and we'll know everything. If you don't do it, I will. A white-haired old man said with a sneer. Level 92 titled Douluo. This Jing Hongchen really doesn't take himself seriously. Just send the two most useless titled Douluo. Chu Minjiu, stop talking nonsense here. You don't need to do anything. Just watch your show. Mu Xiu naturally would not let Chu Minjiu steal his limelight. After all, this was a battle to save the academy. As the words fell, Mu Xiu's second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, Cloud Eagle 3 slashes. While performing this soul skill, Mu Xiu did not forget to cooperate with the soul guide to attack together. Two level 8 soul tools appeared on his shoulders. 8th level soul guide and combo gun. Bang! Suddenly he fired at Tang Lan, which could destroy a Contra's 8th level soul guide. The power was still very terrifying. Following closely behind was Mu Xiu, who launched a terrifying attack with his hands turned into claws. Attacking so quickly is worthy of a 9th level soul master. Everyone's eyes lit up, seeing the moment when the Tang sect was about to be defeated. At such a moment, Mu Xiu sneered again and again. The opponent must be just an ordinary titled Douluo, but with the soul guide at his side, it would be easy to defeat him. The incoming bullets could not touch Tang Lan's body at all, and were blocked by the golden shield of the 9 turns golden body art. So the so-called 8th level soul guide is useless at this moment. The moment Mu Xiu approached Tang Lan, a hammer appeared in Tang Lan's hand. He raised his hand and hit Mu Xiu easily. Bang! Mu Xiu was smashed and flew out. Tang Lan's seemingly random strike contained terrifying soul power fluctuations. This strike of power directly injured Mu Xiu. Pfft! Mu Xiu vomited blood and looked at Tang Lan with a look of disbelief on his face. The opponent's speed was so fast that he didn't even open the 8th level defensive soul guide. Mu Xiu, what's going on with you? Are you underestimating the enemy? Or have you changed your mind? It's up to me to deal with him. Otherwise, the hall master won't be able to wait any longer. Chu Minjiu was also shocked, but soon she said to Mu Xiu with a mocking expression. Then Chu Minjiu's 5th soul ring lit up around her body. The 5th soul skill, Python Winding. This soul skill is his control soul skill, because Chu Minjiu's martial arts this soul is a sky-swallowing python, so his status in Mingde Hall is particularly high. After all, his martial spirit is not only top-notch, but it is also suitable for controlling soul guides. The phantom of a giant python appeared and twined towards Tang Lan. Then the 4th soul ring around Chu Minjiu continued to light up. The 4th soul skill, Tentacles. Chu Minjiu spread out many tentacles from behind, with the power of a giant python's blow. But these tentacles all control the soul guides made by Chu Minjiu himself. All level 8 soul guides. There are guns, cannons, knives, and swords. Then he started attacking Tang Lan. Tang Lan took out the bloodthirsty knife. Once the artifact comes out, who can compete with it? Tang Lan just swung his sword at will, and the sword energy shattered the python's shadow. Then he kept waving his sword energy, cutting off the tentacles one by one. Then the blood energy was confused, making the bloodthirsty knife become even bigger. Although Chu Minjiu also fired bullets and cannonballs, they could not cause any harm to Tang Lan at all. Then after he was sucked by the bloodthirsty knife, his whole body was depleted of energy and blood. Damn it! Chu Minjiu felt that Tang Lan's weapon was very strange, so she immediately roared and her 7th soul ring lit up around her body. At the same time, a huge fort was erected in front of him. Level 9 Soul Guide. Chapter 639 The horror of the 9th level soul guide is just like this. The 7th soul skill, the true form of the giant python. Chu Minjiu turned into a giant python about 50 meters long, coiled together, and its momentum was terrifying. After opening the martial soul's true form, Chu Minjiu's strength has been significantly improved. Whether it is attacking or controlling the soul guide. Only by opening the true body of the martial soul can one control the powerful 9th level soul guide. The 9th level soul guide, the Python Energy Cannon. It is a powerful soul tool made by Chu Minjiu himself. Titled Douluo below level 95 whose defense is not very strong will be seriously injured if hit by this cannon. However, this cannon has a weakness, that is, it is slow and difficult to aim at the enemy. Therefore, Chu Minjiu needs to cooperate with his martial arts to control the enemy. So Chu Minjiu is considered a control soul master. No matter who you are, if you meet me, you will be in trouble. My shot will lift you to the sky. Die to me. Chu Minjiu waved her extremely long tail and swept towards Tang Lan. At this moment, the wind was trembling, and many people were so shocked that they retreated far away. After all, this is a duel for the strong, and they will be affected if they are not careful. At this moment, Mu Xiu was also recovering. Even though he was injured, he could still fight. Meng Hongchen was not desperate. She always believed that the two-titled Douluo could definitely defeat the bastards who came to make trouble in the academy. Chu Minjiu's tail did not hit Tang Lan. Tang Lan used the wave to directly approach Chu Minjiu, and quickly smashed out the sledgehammer in his hand. Bang! It hit Chu Minjiu hard on the head. The hammer hit Chu Minjiu's python head almost to pieces. Chu Minjiu knew very well that after opening her martial soul's true form, her defense power was comparable to level 95. But he was hit casually by the opponent, making him a little dizzy. Die! Chu Minjiu's 8th soul ring lit up. The 8th soul skill, entangled by 100 pythons. In an instant, Chu Minjiu turned into more than 100 giant pythons, and then twisted towards Tang Lan. These pythons are not phantoms, but real physical pythons. He wanted to control Tang Lan, and then use his most powerful cannon to kill the opponent. I'm here to help you. The 7th soul ring around his body lit up. The 7th soul skill, Cloud Eagle True Body. In an instant, a huge giant eagle appeared in the sky. Mu Xiu's combat power has been greatly improved, especially his speed. The 5th soul ring around his body lit up. The 5th soul skill, Eagle Crying Soul Ceiling. When Mu Xiu saw Chu Minjiu trying to control Tang Lan, he also used a soul skill that could control the enemy for a moment. Chu Minjiu controls the body, and he controls the soul. This will make it foolproof. Then after he used his soul skill, he lifted out his 9th level soul guide. The 9th level soul guide, the eagle's longbow. I saw him regain his body, then burn his own essence and blood, light the arrow he took out, then pull the long bow and aim at Tang Lan. Whoosh! Boom! Deadly arrows, terrible shells. Together, they shot towards the controlled Tang Lan. At this moment, everyone was holding their breath and concentrating, feeling that the enemy was about to be killed by the two teachers. Both teachers were using level 9 soul tools. Even if the level 95 peak Douluo came, it would be difficult to stop them. You come to my Royal Soul Engineer Academy to cause trouble, and you don't even look at your qualifications. Death is your inevitable end. Funny guy. Xiao Hongchen said with a sneer at this moment, as if he had done all this. At this moment, Meng Hongchen was feeling much more relaxed. This scary guy was finally finished. She was afraid unconsciously, as the two-titled Douluo were no longer his opponents. Tang Lan wanted to make everyone present despair, and most importantly, make Meng Hongchen feel powerless. This guy didn't hide. I really don't know life or death. Do you really think that a level 9 soul guide can be resisted? Now that bastard has probably been reduced to rubbish by us. Ha! Chu Minjiu also didn't expect Tang Lan not to hide, so she started taunting him. It's a pity that a titled Douluo died like this. It's better to die, otherwise we won't be able to deal with this guy without using a level 9 soul guide. You will not be able to complete the tasks assigned by the Hall Master. Mu Xiu was very happy and felt much more relaxed. At this time, many students were bragging about the two of them. The Royal Soul Engineer Academy is mighty. The Sun and Moon Empire is mighty. Mr. Chu, Mr. Mu is mighty. Everyone shouted in unison, with great momentum. However, at this time, the smoke dissipated, and Tang Lan stood there unharmed, looking at the two of them with a smile on his face. That's it for a 9th level soul guide. It looks powerful, but it's just tickling me. Don't your Sun Moon Empire have a stronger soul guide? Tang Lan said with a mocking look on his face, making it clear that he looked down on soul guides. The two of them looked at Tang Lan with disbelief. They could never imagine why they could be unharmed even after receiving fatal blows from 2 level 9 soul tools. Who are you? It is impossible for an ordinary titled Douluo to block the attack of a 9th level soul tool, let alone 2. Chu Minjiu questioned Tang Lan with a confused look on her face, and so did Mu Xiu. And brother and sister Xiao Hongchen also had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How strong is this bastard? Could it be that only Grandpa can deal with him? You two are no match for me. Let the stronger one come. For example, Jing Hongchen from Mingda Hall. Let that old thing come. Tang Lan said with a cold face, his eyes lit up with blue light. They were knocked unconscious directly. A soul master who only cares about forging soul tools has very poor soul defense. Even if the two of them were attacked by level 8 defensive soul tools, it would be useless. Seeing the two people falling to the ground, the surrounding students were so frightened that they fled in a hurry. Tang Lan looked at Meng Hongchen again and said calmly, "How? Are you still looking for someone?" Meng Hongchen's heart was beating fast, and she didn't know how to respond. But she always remembered that if she was caught again, she would definitely end up miserable. My grandfather is a peak Douluo. If he takes action, you will die without a burial place. And my grandfather is in Mingda Hall, so don't be so arrogant. You really think no one in this world can cure you? Meng Hongchen was no longer afraid when he thought that his grandfather was the best master in the world. So she was very tough at the moment, and she didn't believe in her grandfather's strength. You can watch something happen to yourself and your brother. It seems that all your confidence was given to you by your grandfather. Then I will completely break this confidence. Jing Hongchen. Get out of here. Stop being such a coward. Tang Lan immediately yelled, his words full of ridicule. In the eyes of everyone, that was extremely arrogant. Chapter 640 Jing Hongchen appears, are you threatening me? How dare you yell like this? The Hall Master is a level 98 peak Douluo. Isn't it easy to kill him? Do you really think you are invincible? Why not stay up late? Dare to cause trouble in our Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire. Do you really think there is no one in Mingda Hall? Jing Hongchen's voice came over at this time, ringing in everyone's ears. At this time, everyone in the college looked excited. The Hall Master is finally here. If he doesn't come, the academy will be overthrown. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe you can keep your body intact. Otherwise, when my grandfather gets angry, you will be cut into pieces. Meng Hongchen pointed at Tang Lan and sneered. I'm just a Jing Hongchen, do you deserve to beg for mercy from me? Old man, stop being so ink-stained and come here to seek death. Otherwise I will kill everyone in the academy. Tang Lan said impatiently. As soon as the words fell, a strong wind blew around him, and the color of the world changed at this moment, as if it was going to destroy everything. You must be from a certain empire, or from a superpower on the mainland. And he's also a peak Douluo. After all, he can defeat 2 title level, 9th level soul masters. That's no ordinary title Douluo. I just want to ask Meng, what do you want? Jing Hongchen was also secretly observing Tang Lan and saw that Tang Lan could defeat 2 9th level soul masters without using martial arts. That strength was definitely impressive, so the wily Jing Hongchen did not take action immediately. After all, once he takes action, no matter whether he wins or loses, the buildings in this area will be completely destroyed. And if it affects many elite colleges, it will be a huge loss. Many students were shocked that Jing Hongchen did not take action immediately and showed great strength to suppress Tang Lan. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen both stared wide-eyed, wondering why Grandpa didn't take action after he appeared. Grandpa, if you say anything to this bastard, just capture him alive and that's it. After all, you are infinitely rampant in the academy. This means that you are not taken seriously at all. Laughing at Hongchen's particularly anxious persuasion looking into the world of mortals. Jing Hongchen, to tell you the truth, I came here because I have a crush on your granddaughter, Meng Hongchen. These guys who were taught a lesson by me also came here to be beaten on their own initiative. I don't take action easily unless my opponent takes action first. Now you hand your granddaughter over to me as my woman, and I can put this matter to rest. Tang Lan said very casually, as if he didn't take Jing Hongchen and the entire Royal Soul Engineer Academy seriously at all. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience took a breath of cold air. This man is really crazy. Being so arrogant on other people's territory is really not afraid of death. Grandpa, look at this bastard, he is so crazy. No matter which empire he is from, we must capture him and torture him severely. Otherwise, what dignity would our college have? Xiao Hongchen continued to speak angrily, looking at Tang Lan with eyes full of anger. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lan suddenly took action and caught Xiao Hongchen directly in front of his eyes. Tang Lan suddenly attacked, leaving Xiao Hongchen unable to react in time. When Jing Hongchen saw this, his eyes widened and he said angrily, "Let me go, grandson. If we have something to talk about, there is no need to fight. After all, multiple friends mean multiple paths." Jing Hongchen couldn't let his genius grandson be killed like this, so he roared angrily, then immediately calmed down and spoke with a smile. At this moment, Jing Hongchen's hatred for Tang Lan has reached its extreme. "This damn guy! How dare you threaten me with my grandson? Just wait, as long as I get the chance, I will cut you into pieces. I have no interest in touching a useless man. I only know that I want to take Meng Hongchen away. What do you think?" Tang Lan threw Xiao Hongchen directly to Jing Hongchen, which looked very sincere. "Grandpa." Meng Hongchen immediately became anxious after hearing this. She did not dare to be taken away by Tang Lan, fearing that Tang Lan would insult her even more. Even if Jing Hongchen wanted to test Tang Lan, he was unwilling to take action immediately. But he wouldn't hand over his granddaughter. Wouldn't this be a slap in the face? Do you still have the dignity to continue to be the head of Mingde Hall? Therefore, Jing Hongchen's momentum was fully activated, and all 9 soul rings around him lit up. And the 7th, 8th, and 9th soul rings are all red. The peak soul power of level 98 was also displayed. The impact that hit him didn't make Tang Lan move at all. Jing Hongchen took out another large energy storage cannon, which was his 9th level soul guide. Then he stared at Tang Lan and reminded him coldly. "Sir, don't go too far. You injured so many people in my college. I already gave you face by not taking action. After all, strong people shouldn't be fighting each other all the time. But if you don't give me face, then I don't need to give you face." At this moment, another 7 or 8 9th level soul masters came to Mingde Hall. There are peak soul Douluo levels and there are titled Douluo levels. Among them is a 9th level soul engineer who is a level 95 peak Douluo. Half of the elite members of Mingde Hall came here. As long as Jing Hongchen gave an order, they would swarm forward and use their respective 9th level soul mentors to attack Tang Lan crazily. In their opinion, as long as they take action, the bullies causing trouble in the college can be smashed to pieces. "Are you threatening me?" Tang Lan shook his head and laughed. "So what if I threaten you? Even though you are a peak Douluo, if you come to my academy to cause trouble, even an extreme Douluo must apologize obediently. Don't say you're not. If you want to take away my granddaughter, you are not worthy." As a powerful 9th level soul mentor of a level 98 titled Douluo, Jing Hongchen naturally has unparalleled confidence. In the Royal Soul Engineer Academy, even if the ultimate Douluo comes, he can bring all the 9th level soul teachers to fight against the most tyrannical existence in this continent. Besides, if you send news to the royal family, there will still be support from experts. Anyone who comes to the Sun Moon Empire or makes trouble in the Ming capital must pay the price. "Hat. I really don't like others threatening me. Since you don't want to, then we have nothing to talk about. Fight." Tang Lan said with murderous intent. "I don't know whether to live or die." Jing Hongchen sneered, "Do it." After his order was given, the 8 level 9 soul masters opened their martial souls and took out their level 9 soul guides. Start accumulating energy towards Tang Lan. Jing Hongchen, however, was not in a hurry to take action. He felt that with the help of 8 9th level soul masters, they would definitely be able to deal with this bastard who knew nothing about the world. "Just wait to die. What a dog!" Meng Hongchen mocked loudly at this time. Chapter 641, Everything is frozen, and the defense is invincible and shocking. The strength of the 9th level soul master is terrifying. The 8 9th level soul masters are a force that can destroy the world. At this moment, not to mention Meng Hongchen who thought so, everyone in the academy also felt that Tang Lan would be reduced to ashes. However, Tang Lan looked at Meng Hongchen and said meaningfully, "Meng Hongchen, don't worry. Wait until I defeat these few a so-called 9th level soul master, and then take down your grandfather. You will know when the time comes that in the face of absolute strength, the power of the enemy will be greatly reduced." Tang Lan said with an evil smile. Meng Hongchen was naturally a little scared when he saw this, and hurriedly came to Jing Hongchen's side. "Grandpa, look at this scoundrel, he doesn't take you seriously at all. You must capture him. My granddaughter will give him a severe lesson." Meng Hongchen shook Jing Hongchen's arm and begged very seriously. Jing Hongchen loves his granddaughter very much. "Don't worry, granddaughter. No matter who he is, Grandpa will capture him alive." Let you vent your anger. Jing Hongchen said this, and the other 8 9th level soul masters naturally knew it. When you attack, be careful. We can't burn him to pieces. We have to capture him alive. After all, the Hall Master's granddaughter wants to teach this bastard a lesson in person. A fat 9th level soul engineer said with a sneer. Don't worry, we will be measured. One person responded confidently. Then the man waved casually, and countless forts appeared behind him. Level 9 soul-guided cannon, filled with artillery fire. In an instant, endless shells swept towards Tang Lan. It's useless, you're too impatient. Don't wait for us either. At this time, another 9th level soul engineer said quite speechlessly. Immediately, these 9th level soul mentors produced 9th level soul guides one after another, preparing to teach Tang Lan a lesson. He Tang Lan sneered. Field fusion technique, snow dance extreme ice domain. It was easy for Tang Lan to solve these so-called troubles. In an instant, Tang Lan gathered all his soul power to freeze everything around him into ice, including the numerous cannonballs fired. At this moment, the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire was almost frozen by Tang Lan, including some colleges that are not strong enough, or students and teachers who are not good at fire attributes. As Tang Lan became stronger, the frozen area became wider and wider after using this field fusion skill. Everyone was confused at this moment. After being frozen, he looked at Tang Lan with wide eyes, and felt a turmoil in his heart. Is this his martial spirit? About the ice attribute martial soul. And the freezing ability displayed is probably the ultimate ice. Those who can still move, or who can break free, follow my orders. This person has an ice attributed martial spirit, and his natural enemy is a fire attributed martial spirit or a fire attributed soul skill. So launch a counterattack immediately. Also, use fire attribute cannon fodder to blast away the ice immediately. When Jing Hongchen saw this scene, he knew that he couldn't watch the show. So he immediately opened his martial spirit. His martial soul is a toad, named Red Flame Toad. The first soul ring around his body lit up. The first soul skill, Endless Fireball. Many huge fireballs appeared out of thin air and shot towards the frozen people, including his grandson and granddaughter. He knew very well that this guy's ice attribute was definitely the ultimate ice. After all, his granddaughter Meng Hongchen Wuhan was a mutated toad, a soul beast living in extremely cold places. With such a martial spirit, he can't block the opponent's ice seal, which shows how outrageous his ice attributes are. Of course there is a gap in strength. And his martial soul is the Red Flame Toad, a toad with fire attributes. Just right to fight against it. With the attack by Jing Hongchen and other soul masters, many frozen people and objects were dissolved. At this time, there were also several 9th level soul engineers, swinging the 9th level soul guides they had made by themselves, charging up the energy very quickly, and then bombarded Tang Lan. And it also has a tracking effect. Tang Lan didn't bother to dodge, he just ran the 9 turns golden body art and let all the shells hit him. But these shells only hit the golden shield, and the power of these 9th level soul guides could not break Tang Lan's defense at all. So Tang Lan taunted everyone with a sneer. Don't waste your efforts. Your scrap metal is of no use at all. You can't even break through my defense. It's really ridiculous. Faced with Tang Lan's terrifying defense, the 9th level digital soul engineer was stunned. Although they were shocked when they used ice to freeze their attacks, they thought that the opponent was a strong person compared to the Hall Master, so they were not so shocked. But now, he used his body to block their crazy bombardment without even using his soul skills? This is too crazy. But now Jing Hongchen, despite being shocked, still showed a strong aura. Staring at Tang Lan, he said angrily, "You arrogant person, I will make you pay the price now." As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Hongchen's second soul ring lit up around his body. The second soul skill, Iron Chain of Fire. This was Jing Hongchen's control-type soul skill. Several thick iron chains filled with fire were shot at Tang Lan at extremely fast speeds. Then the 9th level soul guide came out. It's a fort that's taller than anyone else. He wanted to use the iron chains to restrain Tang Lan, and then use his 9th level soul guide will kill him with one strike. Your own 9th level soul guide is linked to your soul power. The stronger your soul power, the stronger the power it will explode. However, Tang Lan also used his skills now. Field skills, Infinite Sword Formation. In the blink of an eye, the swords gathered together for a moment, then spun at high speed and stabbed towards the incoming iron chain. Bang! The sound of collision was loud, and several iron chains stained with fire were cut off. Then the terrifying sword array formed by these swords continued to stab Jing Hongchen. "Hall Master, be careful!" someone yelled hurriedly. Jing Hongchen quickly used his 9th level soul guide to blast the sword formation. Each shot is more terrifying than the last, but the sword formation cannot be dispersed at all. Seeing that Jing Hongchen couldn't stop the sword formation, he quickly put away the 9th level soul guide in shock, and then jumped into the air, trying to distance himself from Tang Lan. After all, he is a long-range and almost invincible titled Douluo. In his eyes, if the so-called dowdy Douluo from Shrek Academy can distance himself, he can definitely defeat the opponent. This is Jing Hongchen's confidence. "Do you want to distance yourself from me? I'll give you this chance." Tang Lan just floated in the air, not getting close to Jing Hongchen, and said with a sneer. "Then you go die." Jing Hongchen roared angrily as he saw the sword formation still approaching. The cannon of the mountain, bombard the earth. Then Jing Hongchen suppressed her blush and began to accumulate energy. Chapter 642, Crazy Fight, all members display their strongest soul skills. But it would take some time for him to accumulate energy, so the third soul ring around him lit up brightly. The third soul skill, Palm of Fire. A palm fell from the sky. At this moment, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and a strong wind raged. This palm is very huge, at least about 10 meters in length, and its entire body is wrapped in flames. Jing Hongchen's martial spirit is very powerful in controlling flames, and is almost the incarnation of fire. So he was very confident in defeating Tang Lan, who had ice attributes. Tang Lan controlled the sword formation and continued to move forward. King Kong moves the mountain seal. Tang Lan instantly uprooted 2 rockeries in the academy, and then moved over quickly. Then he rushed towards the falling palm. This scene really shocked everyone present. Meng Hongchen watched Tang Lan and her grandfather having such a fierce fight. "You can also move mountains for your own use. What a terrifying power this has! It's terrible. Who is this person? No wonder he dares to come to the academy and is so arrogant. The hall master wonders if I can't stop him." At this time, a 9th level soul engineer panicked. Many people were frightened. When Jing Hongchen saw that Tang Lan could move mountains, his eyes widened. However, the energy storage was not completed yet, so he could only light up his 4th soul ring. The 4th soul skill, Meteor of Fire. After the huge palm collided with the mountain, it turned into hypocrisy. The 2 mountains were still suspended in mid-air, and Tang Lan was ready to move the mountains at any time to hit Hongchen. At this moment, the sword array was about to hit Jing Hongchen. To be sure, Jing Hongchen turned on his 9th level defensive soul guide, and then lit up his 5th soul ring. The 5th soul skill, Fire Shield. The crazy flame turned into a huge shield, and its defense looked very strong. He had seen too many terrifying skills of Tang Lan, so he did not dare to underestimate the incoming sword formation. Huge fireballs fell from the sky in an extremely crazy manner, like a heavy rain. The sword formation and Tang Lan were both enveloped by the fire rain. Tang Lan was running the 9 turns golden body technique, half floating in the sky, unable to move. He smashed the 2 mountains towards Jing Hongchen at will. Hiss! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This peak Douluo battle is so terrifying. Jing Hongchen's cannon has not yet fully charged up, so he can only rely on defense to withstand Tang Lan's attack, and then counterattack. First, the flying sword formation directly broke Jing Hongchen's shield with its unstoppable momentum, and then it shattered. Jing Hongchen thought that the opponent's attack was very strong, but he did not expect it to be so terrifying. But he is still willing to believe in his 9th level defensive soul tool. The Royal Guard of Eternity. But the good times did not last long, as the violent collision of the sword array directly shattered his Eternal Guard. A level 9 soul tool was broken like this. And the attack was still consumed by the soul skill. Jing Hongchen's eyes widened as the boss turned around and ran away. But the sword array and the falling mountain are looking for him. Jing Hongchen was shocked in his heart and yelled verbally, and his 7th soul ring lit up. The 7th soul skill, Beast Soul True Body. Jing Hongchen was extremely afraid in his heart, because he knew that he could not block the opponent's attack. No attack can be blocked. So he opened his martial soul avatar in order to improve all aspects of his attributes, especially defense and fire attributes. Then he speeded up and opened some distance, and the sixth soul ring lit up around his body. The sixth soul ring, beacon fire starts a prairie fire. Jing Hongchen wanted to use an extremely powerful sea of fire to burn everything. Now the air has been burned by Jing Hongchen, and the flying sword array has merged into the sea of fire, but these ice swords have not been melted. And he rushed towards Jing Hongchen at lightning speed. Jing Hongchen was naturally frightened when he saw it, but at this time, the level 9 soul guide he was carrying had finally been charged. Beacon. Fire and cannons in the sky. After the energy storage was completed, Jing Hongchen felt as if his soul power had been sucked away. His face turned pale and his body trembled. But soon, his face turned ferocious. Die to me! Ha ha ha! Countless people have died under this cannon. You didn't die unjustly. The sea of fire in Jing Hongchen did not block the sword formation, but the burned mountains took on color. At this time, Jing Hongchen turned around and shouted crazily at Tang Lan, as if in his eyes, Tang Lan was already a corpse. Boom! The first shelling sounded, and then the uninterrupted shelling sounded. He blasted wildly towards the mountains and the sword formation, and at the same time, there was Tang Lan in the distance. This scene is crazy. Everyone in the academy saw hope in their eyes. After all, once Jing Lao's 9th level peak soul guide comes out, no one can stop it. Die. Things that don't know whether to live or die. A fight with Grandpa will be the end of his life. Xiao Hongchen vomited blood and trembled all over. He stared at Tang Lan with a ferocious expression and cursed angrily. Hearing his brother's scolding, Meng Hongchen nodded repeatedly. The two mountains were shattered, and the scattered stones fell to the ground like rain, causing everyone to step aside. After all, these stones were burned red by the fire and were very hot. As for the sword formation formed by ice swords, it was useless after being blasted 3 times. But the bombardment directed at Tang Lan still couldn't break Tang Lan's defense. Now the artillery can't destroy the sword array, it can only slow down the sword array's advance. What are you still doing? Why don't you start quickly? You don't know how to use soul skills except soul guides, right? Use your strongest soul skills on me, and use them with level 9 soul guides. Jing Hongchen used the increased speed after opening the martial soul's true form to desperately distance himself from the sword array. As he finished speaking, the 8th soul ring around him lit up. At this moment, among the 9th level soul masters, the digitally titled Douluo all had their 7th soul rings lit up one after another. The leader is a level 95 9th level soul mentor, Wuhan Star Chasing Wolf. I saw him transform into a big wolf about 60 meters long. Then the 9th soul ring around his body lit up. The 9th soul skill, chasing the stars, chasing the moon and cutting through the sky. After using this soul skill, his wolf body grew larger again, reaching about 80 meters. Then the claws became extremely long, and the blades of the claws were like knives. The wolf roared and shot towards Tang Lan. Accompanying him are attacks from other titled Douluo, whether they are long-range or close attacks. It is at this time that the strongest power breaks out. The unity of the Sun and Moon Empire is still very strong. Jing Hongchen also used his super powerful soul skills. The 8th soul skill, Fire Toad destroys the world. As soon as this soul skill was used, the shadow of a fire toad appeared, reaching a size of about 100 meters. The whole body was filled with flames, giving everyone present a strong burning sensation. Originally there were only 99 ice swords in the sword formation, but at this moment Tang Lan input his soul power again. It turned into 199 ice swords. Chapter 643 A confident shot, scared Jing Hongchen. It looks powerful, but it's actually useless. Tang Lan said lightly. Then Tang Lan quickly controlled the sword formation composed of 199 ice swords and began to rotate crazily around him. The rotation this time was several times faster than before, so any soul skills or people who were close to Tang Lan would be washed away by the sword formation and could no longer attack Tang Lan. Including the 9th soul skill of a level 95 titled Douluo. It's all very simple. In the end, Tang Lan controlled the ice sword formation again and stabbed crazily at the 100-meter fire toad that was charging towards him. To be sure, Jing Hongchen took out his other 9th level soul guide. This is a long spear, but it is more powerful than his cannon. It's just that this level 9 soul guide can only fire one shot, and it has to be charged for 1 day. But this shot can break the defense of a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Although it can't kill it, it can injure it. Don't give up attacking him. Jing Hongchen stood in midair, holding a spear and shouted loudly. He needs to aim at Tang Lan and give the opponent a fatal blow. Now he also hopes that his 8th soul skill can block the opponent's sword formation. It was just the terror of the sword formation that caused the 100-meter fire toad to shatter in an instant, and then the sword formation burst into flames. In the end, the 100-meter fire toad disappeared, and then the sword formation continued to rush towards Jing Hongchen. Son of a bitch! Jing Hongchen cursed secretly and quickly tried to distance himself. Ride the waves! But Tang Lan used his teleportation skill and instantly shortened the distance between him and Jing Hongchen. Still want to escape? Tang Lan said in a contemptuous tone. You dare to touch me! Jing Hongchen roared angrily. Another 8th level defensive soul guide on his body, the heart guard opened immediately. Bang! However, Tang Lan didn't want to pay attention to Jing Hongchen. He raised his leg and kicked Jing Hongchen on the chest. Ah! The breast shield on Jing Hongchen's chest shattered instantly, and then Jing Hongchen screamed and fell rapidly downwards. But Jing Hongchen still didn't want to give up. He was holding a spear. World-destroying spear, one shot to defeat the enemy. When Jing Hongchen was falling, he pointed his spear at Tang Lan and pulled the trigger with a cold face. Trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was loud and fast as thunder. Jing Hongchen felt that no one in the world could dodge his shot. Die! Ha! Jing Hongchen shouted with a sneer. However, Tang Lan's figure flashed and disappeared. Because Tang Lan used the golden escape. Teleport directly in front of Jing Hongchen. After all, the raw material of this gun was gold. Who wants to die? Tang Lan sneered. The sword formation had already fallen behind Jing Hongchen, and Tang Lan was ready to hit his head with the hammer at any time. At this critical moment, Jing Hongchen was in despair. He didn't even know how he was going to escape and ascend to heaven. He regretted a little, regretting why he didn't have a good talk with the other party and had to fight. Grandfather! No matter who you are, as long as you are my grandfather, I am willing to be your woman. Please. Meng Hongchen couldn't sit back and watch at this time. After all, she knew very well that if she didn't plead, her grandfather would most likely be killed. Even though Meng Hongchen was very reluctant in her heart. After all, this guy looks young, but in fact he must be an old man. Otherwise, how could it have such terrifying strength? Even grandpa is no match for him. Sister. Xiao Hongchen looked distressed at this moment, and he didn't want his sister to be a bastard. Jing Hongchen was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. Seeing that Tang Lan did not continue to take action, she knew that as long as she could take Meng Hongchen away, she could survive. But this would be pitiful for my granddaughter. I'll give you a face and let this old guy go. But there's no next time, otherwise it won't be easy for anyone to come. Tang Lan kicked Jing Hongchen away and knocked him into a building, causing him serious injuries. Then Tang Lan flew to Meng Hongchen and said with a straight face. No more. I hope you won't do anything again. Where are you going? Just take me. Meng Hongchen was already broken because he had made his grandfather and the college pay so much, which was not worth it. You have realized this a long time ago. These people don't need to be injured. They look so miserable, as if they are wronged. Tang Lan said meaningfully. While speaking, he even put his arms around Meng Hongchen's waist. This girl really has a good figure. Meng Hongchen was hugged by Tang Lan in public, and her face turned red instantly. She wanted to struggle, but she thought of her grandfather and the college, so she endured it. I know I was wrong, let's go. Meng Hongchen just wanted to take this plague god away, so that the people in the college and grandpa would be safe. Since you are in such a hurry, let's go. Tang Lan held Meng Hongchen's fleshy waist and jumped into the air. People from the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire, listen, I'm taking the people from your academy away. If you are not convinced, come to me at any time. But be prepared to never come back. I did it for Meng Hongchen's sake this time, but Meng Hongchen's face won't work next time. Tang Lan flew away, but the extremely domineering voice still rang in everyone's ears. Naturally, everyone gnashed their teeth when they heard this, wishing to eat Tang Lan alive. But at this time, who would dare to do this? Not strong enough, so I can only curse in my heart. Jing Hongchen was found from the ruins of the building by everyone, and they found that Jing Hongchen was seriously injured. The strongest beings in the academy were defeated by each other. And it is normal for people like them to be hanged and beaten. At this time, Xiao Hongchen said anxiously. Grandfather. Are you okay? What should I do, sister? Jing Hongchen had an angry look on his face, and his heart was naturally burning with rage, but he knew in his heart that this terrifying enemy was not something Ming Detang could deal with. Grandpa has to go to the royal family, ask the royal family to send experts, and then go with me, Ming Detang, to rescue her. Jing Hongchen responded helplessly. The story of a strange and powerful man causing trouble in the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire spread instantly in Mingdu, the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. This matter is extremely explosive. So it quickly attracted the attention of all parties. Soon, both the Sun and Moon Empire and Shrek Academy knew that a mysterious and powerful master had caused trouble for both parties. Both parties agreed that this person was the same person. After all, Dragon God Douluo of Shrek Academy was defeated, and the master of Mingde Hall of Sun Moon Empire was also defeated. Both of them are peerless masters in their respective academies. Soon the whole continent began to spread, and everyone began to speculate on who this mysterious powerful man was. The person involved, Tang Lan, had already brought Meng Hongchen to a hotel. Why did you bring me here? Meng Hongchen didn't say anything the whole way. After all, he wanted to stabilize Tang Lan's mood. But after seeing the hotel, I couldn't help it. Chapter 644 Tang Lan's Tyranny and Meng Hongchen's Humiliation. How? Is it possible that you still don't understand when you come here? Or are you unwilling? Tang Lan turned around and stared at Meng Hongchen, with a faint smile on his face, and asked Meng Hongchen. Meng Hongchen wanted to say no, but when she thought of everything Tang Lan had done in the academy, it was hard for Meng Hongchen to say anything. I just don't understand. Meng Hongchen pretended to be stupid. If you don't understand, I'll tell you. The next thing I want to do with the matchmaker is the kind of thing that happens between men and women. After all, you said it yourself, you are already my woman. Tang Lan took off his clothes while speaking. He wanted to see how Meng Hongchen would make the final decision. Because of the continuous increase in strength, the soul power is becoming more and more sufficient, and Tang Lan's needs in that aspect are also increasing. I am willing to keep my promise. But I want to ask you, how old are you? If you are the same age as my grandfather, or even older. You want to sleep with me, isn't that an old cow eating young grass? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if it gets out? Meng Hongchen asked the question he wanted to ask the most in his heart. This little girl is really worried that she is too old and can't stand it when doing that kind of thing. I tell you the truth, I am about the same age as you, do you believe it? Tang Lan said with a serious face. Meng Hongchen naturally didn't believe it, so he shook his head vigorously and responded, I don't believe it. You are stronger than my grandfather, how can you be about the same age as me? Can you tell me the truth? No matter what, I am willing to be your woman. There are many things that are helpless in life. Meng Hongchen's desperate words rang out, making Tang Lan laugh. He stretched out his hand to hold her directly, and said meaningfully, to tell you the truth, I am about the same age as you. Anyway, I am super strong, no one in this world can be my opponent, why should I lie to you? If you don't believe it, then just think I am an old man. Tang Lan's very domineering words resounded, leaving Meng Hongchen's face stunned. Is what he said true? He is about the same age as me? If so, isn't he the most talented person in history? Even Tang San, the former ancestor of the Tang sect, who rose from Shrek Academy, is not as good as him. This is too unbelievable. So after thinking about it, Meng Hongchen still didn't believe it. She didn't think there was such a person in the world. Okay. I know. Meng Hongchen smiled and responded while resisting the pain. Tang Lan knew what Meng Hongchen was thinking. But Tang Lan was too lazy to explain anything more, and said directly and domineeringly, stop talking nonsense and take off your clothes. Meng Hongchen's hands were shaking, after all, she had seen Tang Lan take off all her clothes. She had never done such a thing, even though she had heard people say that such a thing was very enjoyable and one of the most beautiful things in the world. But she also knew that doing such a thing with the one she loved was the happiest. Meng Hongchen did not move, but just stood there stupidly. Why are you still standing there stupidly? You don't want to. Tang Lan used the dragon capture hand to throw Meng Hongchen directly onto the bed. Tang Lan specially opened the most luxurious room, and was in the Sun and Moon Empire. With the appearance of modern technology, Tang Lan was quite willing to stay in the Sun and Moon Empire. Meng Hongchen was frightened by Tang Lan's sudden attack. She did not dare to hesitate, and could only start to take off her skirt with trembling hands. Meng Hongchen was particularly tormented now. If you don't know how to take off your clothes, I'll help you take them off. Tang Lan said with a smile. Puff! As soon as the words fell, Tang Lan tore off all of Meng Hongchen's clothes in the air. In an instant, Meng Hongchen could only face Tang Lan naked. Meng Hongchen screamed, and covered his chest in panic. What are you going to do? Meng Hongchen asked knowingly, with a terrified and angry face. What else can I do? Of course, let you truly become my woman. Come on. Don't resist, be good. Otherwise, when I get angry, your academy and your grandfather will all die. After all, we are still in the Sun Moon Empire, even in Mingdu. Tang Lan said a lot in one breath, and at the same time walked to the bed. Her sneer and indifferent words made Meng Hongchen feel the coldness. Her body trembled all over, and she was extremely unwilling in her heart. But she still held back. Choose to close her eyes. Tang Lan smiled and said lightly, that's right. When Tang Lan was making a fuss, the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire sent many soul masters to look for Tang Lan's trace. After all, the strong men of the Sun and Moon Empire were all furious. There were actually people in this world who took the initiative to find trouble with them. This is really bold. He made a big fuss at Shrek Academy, defeated Dragon God Douluo, and made a big fuss at my Royal Soul Instructor Academy and defeated the Master of Mirror Hall. This person must be a mysterious strong man from the three empires. Investigate it for me quickly. The Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Tianran shouted angrily. He really couldn't understand why someone in this world dared to touch the eyebrows of Shrek Academy and the Sun Moon Empire at the same time. Your Majesty, the people of the three empires dare not act like this. Even the body sect of the Tianhun Empire has a 99th level extreme Douluo and many titled Douluos in the section. But he didn't dare to act like this. A Shrek Academy body sect couldn't stand it. Don't say plus my Sun Moon Empire. At this time, Yayulan, the worshipper of the Sun Moon Empire, known as the Starry Sky Douluo, responded very seriously. She didn't think that the Heavenly Soul Empire or the body sect had such courage. Does the Ye worshipper know who it is? Su Tianran looked at Yayulan and asked. Your Majesty, I dare not make a conclusion before I investigate it clearly. Yayulan can be sure that it is not the three major empires, but he can't be sure what force it is. Your Majesty, I may know what force it is. At this time, the strongest person in the Sun Moon Empire, who is also the worshipper of the Sun Moon Empire, Kong Deming, known as the Silver Moon Douluo, spoke with a cold face. As soon as Kong Deming opened his mouth, everyone present cast their eyes on him, waiting for him to continue speaking. Even Su Tianran was the same. Even though he was the emperor, he knew very well who was the strongest existence in the Sun Moon Empire. Please speak, Lord Kong. Su Tianran's tone was much better. Of course it is the organization of evil soul masters, the Holy Spirit Church. Kong Deming said solemnly. After these words came out, the whole audience was not shocked or afraid. I don't understand why Kong Deming is so serious. Because these people don't know how strong the Holy Spirit Church is. Chapter 645 The Royal Family of the Sun Moon Empire and the Talk of the Holy Spirit Church. After all, in their eyes, evil soul masters are just scattered soldiers. Great Priest, isn't the Holy Spirit Church an organization of evil soul masters? Just evil soul masters, aren't they all maggots hiding in the dark? I don't believe that evil soul masters dare to challenge Shrek and my Sun Moon Empire. At this time, the leader of the Royal Soul Master Corps, the 9th level Soul Master, spoke. He was full of ridicule for the evil soul master. This person's name is Su Tianyuan. When this was said, it also attracted many people to echo. It was hard for them to imagine that he was just an evil soul master, but he dared to be so arrogant. So they thought that the great priest was talking nonsense, but they were just thinking about it in their hearts. No one dared to express it in words. After all, Kong Deming was a 99 level extreme Douluo, and a 10th level soul master, which was the ceiling of soul masters. Great Priest, since you think it was done by an evil soul master, I wonder if we can find these evil soul masters, and then we will cooperate with Shrek Academy to kill this evil soul master together, and destroy this Holy Spirit Church by the way. Su Tianran said seriously. Although he didn't think the evil soul master had such strong strength, he still agreed with Kong Deming. The Sun Moon Empire must show its attitude. After all, someone came to Mingde to make trouble and captured the granddaughter of the head of Mingde Hall. If the royal family doesn't care, what reputation can it have? Your Majesty, don't worry. The evil soul master who dared to attack the Royal Soul Instructor Academy of the Sun Moon Empire must pay the price. Kong Deming responded seriously. Then Kong Deming ordered the soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire to start exterminating the evil soul masters hidden in the Sun Moon Empire. In just a few days, almost 70% of the evil soul masters hidden in the Sun Moon Empire were destroyed. Headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church. The leader of the Holy Spirit Church, Zhongli Wu, sat in the main seat and looked down at the people below, with an extremely ugly expression. Tell me why the Sun Moon Empire suddenly went crazy and wanted to exterminate the people of the Holy Spirit Church. Several halls of the Sun Moon Empire were wiped out by him. This is really too much. Zhongli Wu said loudly, with a raging anger towards the Sun Moon Empire. The people below did not dare to say much. After all, Zhongli Wu was a level 98 super Douluo. Especially with a more powerful existence behind him as a support, who dared to say more at this time. Master, the Royal Soul Instructor Academy of the Sun Moon Empire was attacked. That person defeated all the level 9 soul instructors of Mingde Hall, and personally defeated the head of Mingde Hall, Jing Hongchen, and took his granddaughter away, saying that he wanted her to be his woman. In addition, Shrek City was also attacked by a strong man recently, and the means used were the means of our evil soul masters. So the Sun Moon Empire believed that this was done by the same person and determined that it was done by our Holy Spirit Church. Under the leadership of Kong Deming, they madly retaliated against our Holy Spirit Church members. This is really too much. Scorpion Tiger Douluo, Zhang Peng raised his hand and responded to Zhongli Wu respectfully. Once this was said, everyone else became noisy. Who attacked Shrek in the Sun Moon Empire? Zhongli Wu was also shocked. I investigated and no one from my Holy Spirit Church took action. This person should be from another empire. He wants our Holy Spirit Church to take the blame and cause a war. Of course, it is also possible that he is a casual cultivator, but he has extremely strong strength and is also a powerful evil soul master. Zhang Peng continued to analyze the situation. He is also a peak Douluo level existence, and he is also very smart. So when Zhang Peng's words fell, everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, Zhongli Wu said, Zhang Gongsheng, take people to check and find out who attacked Shrek City and the Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Yes, Master. Zhang Peng agreed and got up and left. At this time, a figure shrouded in darkness suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Li Wu, if we find this strong man, it would be best to win him over. He can defeat that old guy Dragon God Douluo, and beat some of the strong men in the Sea God Pavilion. He also beat Jing Hongchen and other level 9 soul masters to a pulp. If our Holy Spirit Church has such people joining, it would be easy to destroy everything in this world. Sun Moon Empire, Heaven Soul Empire, and even Shrek Academy. Destroying them is no problem. The person who spoke was Long Xiaoao, known as Dragon Emperor Douluo, whose martial soul is the Dark Holy Dragon. He is the chief worshipper of the Holy Spirit Church. When the chief worshipper spoke, everyone naturally agreed. 3 days later, Tang Lan walked out of the hotel, stretched his body, and felt very comfortable. Although Meng Hongchen was only a 5-ring soul king, because of his martial soul and good physical fitness. So he begged for mercy from Tang Lan on the second day. But Tang Lan was not going to let him go at all. So in the end, Meng Hongchen completely collapsed. Although it was the first time she experienced such a thing, she also understood that a man could never be so powerful. Where are you going next? I advise you to leave Mingdu as soon as possible. My grandfather will definitely inform the royal family of this matter, and the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire has always been strong. There are even 99 level extreme Douluo, and there are countless 9 level soul mentors. Is it a country? Meng Hongchen wrapped in a nightgown, with a woman's attitude, with resentment and complaints towards Tang Lan, but when she thought that she was already his woman, she subconsciously thought about him. He Tang Lan shook his head and sneered, and said lightly, to tell you the truth, even destroying the Sun Moon Empire is easy for me. Meng Hongchen was a little confused, and she didn't know whether she should believe Tang Lan's words. If the other party was bragging, she also saw this guy single-handedly challenge the entire Mingde Hall. Grandpa is a level 98, level 9 soul guide. In addition, all the other level 9 soul guides were beaten up by him. Such a powerful person would not attack without a purpose. But one person against an empire, this is too exaggerated, right? So Meng Hongchen still felt that Tang Lan was bragging, so he reminded him seriously. To tell you the truth, our empire has a level 10 soul guide, you are no match. No matter which country you are from, go back to your country as soon as possible. You are a strong man on the continent, there is no need to sacrifice your life for me. Tang Lan turned her head to look at Meng Hongchen, who was very sexy and feminine, and stepped forward to touch her face. Smiling and said, then are you willing to go with me? If I go with you, you still have no way to survive. It will even affect your country. After all, Grandpa will not give up on me, and my grandpa has a very high status in the Sun and Moon Empire. Chapter 646 Tang Lan's Plan, Come to the Douluo Empire. Meng Hongchen thought what she said made sense. After all, she didn't have a good impression of Tang Lan, but had a strong hatred for him. Even if she was screwed for 3 days, as long as she never saw him again. Sooner or later, she would forget these days. Although Meng Hongchen was used to being touched on the face by Tang Lan, her face turned red when she thought of his disrespect for her and insulting her like that. Then her legs subconsciously clamped together. Tang Lan looked at the changes in Meng Hongchen, and her palms became more unscrupulous, and she said lightly. If you don't come with me, I won't leave Mingdu. If the people of the Sun and Moon Empire really want to die, I don't mind killing them. Anyway, people on the mainland now regard me as an evil soul master who does all kinds of evil. Even if it means massacring the city and exterminating the clan, you don't think it's a big deal, right? Tang Lan's words completely frightened Meng Hongchen. You can't do this. Meng Hongchen shouted immediately. Why? The Sun Moon Empire wants to kill me, but they don't allow me to massacre the city and exterminate the clan. Tang Lan asked indifferently. Anyway, you can't do this. So, I'll go with you. Take me away now. Meng Hongchen is still a very patriotic soul master. Even if he sacrifices himself, he must protect the interests of the country. You are willing to do this? Tang Lan directly put his arm around Meng Hongchen's waist. Tang Lan took Meng Hongchen and left Mingda directly, and then came to Douluo Empire. Tang Lan suddenly wanted to change the plan. Anyway, Shrek and the Sun Moon Empire now think that they are evil soul masters. That's right, I will continue to make some enemies for the Holy Spirit Church. Let these forces unite and destroy the Holy Spirit Church together. It's fun when this world is in chaos. Especially let the Holy Spirit Church desperately destroy Shrek Academy. What Tang San wants, I can't let him have it. After all, in the Do2 world, the Holy Spirit Church has 2 S-level beings. And the Sea God Pavilion and the Sun and Moon Empire each have only 1. As for the A-end beings, the Holy Spirit Church has 1. In terms of high-level combat power, the Holy Spirit Church is far ahead. Among the 3 empires, the Douluo Empire is the one that is fighting for the 2nd place and the 1st place. So Tang Lan plans to go to the Douluo Empire to find trouble first. You are from the Douluo Empire. Then you have such strong strength, you must be from the Douluo royal family. After all, there are no powerful sects or families in the Douluo Empire now. See Tang Lan took him in the direction of the Douluo Empire, and Meng Hongchen was certain that Tang Lan was from the Douluo Empire. You can think whatever you want. Tang Lan responded casually. Meng Hongchen's head was spinning at this moment, and he said with a smile on his face, it's actually a bit difficult for you to hide in the Douluo Empire. Our Sun Moon Empire has researched a lot of soul guides specifically for exploration and search. Sooner or later you will be found. I just want to remind you that if you are surrounded by people led by our 10th level soul master, you should not resist. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe they will recognize your talent and make you a member of the royal family. Meng Hongchen's words were full of sarcasm. She never felt that Tang Lan had the ability to evade the tracking of the Sun and Moon Empire and ultimately defeat a country. Then I have to thank you for reminding me. Tang Lan reached out and grabbed Meng Hongchen's buttocks, saying meaningfully. Meng Hongchen screamed subconsciously, and then was easily picked up by Tang Lan, and then flew downwards. And below is a huge forest. Tang Lan is ready for an exciting sport. Tang Lan still looked like a young man, and the 5-ring Soul King took Meng Hongchen to the territory of the Douluo Empire. The royal family of the Douluo Empire was very powerful, so Tang Lan came directly to the imperial city. Then Tang Lan opened the 8 wings of the evil god directly in front of Meng Hongchen. The realm of evil gods. also opened the realm of evil gods. At this moment, Tang Lan was frantically absorbing the evil power of the Douluo Empire's imperial city. Whether they are ordinary people or soul masters of different levels, there are many people who have evil thoughts in their hearts. So Tang Lan frantically collected this energy and used all his soul power. The terrifying devouring effect manifests itself in the form of a huge black mist. In an instant, the entire imperial city was enveloped. What happened? Why was it suddenly shrouded in black mist? And the sky is getting darker. People in the Douluo Empire started talking, and the soul masters in the imperial city were looking for the source of the black mist in the streets. Tang Lan held Meng Hongchen's waist and walked comfortably on the road. Are you really an evil soul master? Meng Hongchen was now a little scared. If you fall into the hands of the evil soul master, what chance will you have of getting out alive? I said I wasn't, do you believe it? Tang Lan asked with a smile. I don't believe it. Meng Hongchen shook his head and responded, you are obviously an evil soul master, how can this kind of aura be fake? Then there's no need to say anything more. Anyway, the strong men from the Douluo Empire are here. Tang Lan said lightly. Meng Hongchen felt that Tang Lan was pretending. No matter how stupid a person was, he couldn't do it to himself. Meng Hongchen was trembling with anger, but at this moment, he was frightened by a roar. Bold! Who dares to make trouble in the royal family? If you dare, get out of here. At this time, a domineering voice sounded. Tang Lan looked up and saw a titled Douluo standing in the sky, looking around, trying to see traces of the enemy through the black mist. It's me. Tang Lan used 72 transformations at this moment to directly transform into an ugly-looking man wearing a black robe and blood-red eyes. While talking, Tang Lan took Meng Hongchen into the air and confronted the titled Douluo of the Douluo Empire. I am Cheng Gang, the protector Douluo of the Douluo Empire. You, the evil soul master, dare to declare your name. I won't kill unknown people. Cheng Gang's burly figure stared at Tang Lan coldly. The domineering expression shown in his words was extremely impactful. At this time, the people in the imperial city who were in chaos naturally calmed down when they saw Cheng Gang coming. Kill! The people roared in unison, with great momentum. It's just a ban, how dare you do this? What is your name, Giant Mallet Douluo? Today I will let you know that in front of the evil soul master, even if you are of the same level, you are nothing. Tang Lan mocked disdainfully. Tang Lan was somewhat impressed by this giant hammer Douluo. He is one of the members of the 12 teams that will destroy the soul guidance device of death in the future. A level 94 ordinary titled Douluo. Seeking death. Giant hammer Douluo roared, and the first soul ring around him lit up. The first soul skill, 3 hammers from the sky to kill. A giant mallet appeared out of thin air and struck Tang Lanzong like a mountain, crazily. At this moment, the black fog has weakened a bit. Chapter 647, Keep beating up the protector of the country Douluo, follow me obediently. Although Giant Mallet Douluo is not the pinnacle Douluo, his martial spirit is a giant hammer and has great power. The strength is comparable to the peak strength of level 95. So he was very confident in defeating Tang Lan. In his eyes, Tang Lan was just an ordinary titled Douluo. Although it is unusual for an evil soul master of this level to appear, if a titled Douluo level evil soul master comes to the imperial city of the Douluo Empire, wouldn't that mean he is going to die? Tang Lan's figure flashed and merged into the black mist. Therefore, Giant Mallet Douluo's giant hammer lost its target, and he was so angry that he said angrily, you guys who hide their heads and show their tails, please come out to me if you have the ability. You come to my imperial city to cause trouble, and you don't dare to confront them head-on. The evil soul master is not evil enough. They're all just a bunch of trash. When Giant Mallet Douluo spoke, his eyes were fixed on the black mist, trying to find traces of Tang Lan. At this time, the people and soul masters in the imperial city were all watching from a distance as Cheng Gang came to teach the evil soul master a lesson. In their eyes, the evil soul master will definitely be defeated by the righteous and powerful protector Douluo. I'm behind you. Tang Lan suddenly appeared behind Giant Mallet Douluo and sneered. Giant Mallet Douluo was naturally shocked, and then the second soul ring around his body lit up. The second soul skill, Giant Hammer for body protection. Giant Mallet Douluo knew that the evil spirit master's attack would be extremely fast. So he immediately used his defensive soul skills. However, Tang Lan did not attack him from behind Giant Mallet Douluo, but appeared in front of him, raised his hand and slapped giant mallet Douluo. Crack! This slap was really round, and it completely stunned giant mallet Douluo. Giant mallet Douluo fell to the ground, while Tang Lan floated in the air, sneering, and said, "The Star Luo Empire's country protector Douluo is nothing more than this." Hiss! At this time, everyone in the imperial city took a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe what they saw. The powerful country protecting Douluo, giant mallet Douluo, was defeated just like that. And he was slapped wildly. This is so embarrassing. At this moment, Meng Hongchen, who was holding Tang Lan's thin waist with one hand, was still shocked in his heart when he felt Tang Lan's terrifying strength at close range. After all, the speed was as fast as lightning, so that the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire could not react in time. And the power is so great that one slap can make a titled Douluo fall directly to the ground. Therefore, Giant Hammer Douluo calmed down and rose into the air, pointing at Tang Lan and yelling angrily. "Damn evil soul master! I will let you know today what it means to regret too late. You dare to slap me, I'm so impatient." As the words fell, the third soul ring around Giant Hammer Douluo lit up. The third soul skill, the Hammer of Agility. This is the extremely fast hammer of Giant Mallet Douluo, and it is still very powerful. He still didn't believe that Tang Lan could still avoid it. This time Tang Lan did not dodge. Instead, he held the hammer in one hand and waited for the Giant Mallet Douluo to rush towards him. "I don't know whether to live or die." Giant Hammer Douluo felt that Tang Lan just wanted to compete with him in strength, which was really wishful thinking. However, he thought he could kill Tang Lan with one strike, but he didn't expect Tang Lan to swing the strike at will. He directly smashed the big mallet in his hand to pieces, and then the giant mallet Douluo was hit hard, hitting him in the chest. Bang! This hammer was so powerful that it almost caused giant mallet Douluo to fall apart. Defeated again, Giant Hammer Douluo completely made the people despair. "Aren't there many protector Douluo? Why hasn't anyone come yet? If you don't come here, this person will die. What a waste!" The people whispered that the people of the Star Luo Empire were very concerned about face, and they always felt that the Star Luo Empire was the strongest country. How could a mere evil soul master be allowed to act so wantonly in the imperial city? Giant Mallet Douluo still refused to give up. After all, his physique was very good because of the characteristics of the martial spirit. He just heard him roar, and the seventh soul ring around his body lit up. The seventh soul skill, the true body of the weapon soul. Giant Mallet Douluo stood up again, and a giant hammer that was more than 10 meters large appeared in mid-air. And Giant Hammer Douluo's body was also growing crazily, with muscles all over his body, and he looked very powerful. Then the sixth soul ring lit up around him. The sixth soul skill, Giant Hammer destroys the world. Now the power of Giant Mallet Douluo has been increased by the weapon soul's true body, which has increased by 150%. Then he used his sixth soul skill, which increased his attack power by 100%. So the giant mallet has already gone all out, bursting out with a force of 250, holding the giant mallet, falling from the sky and hitting Tang Lan and Meng Hongchen who was holding him. This hammer is very powerful. Do you want to take it seriously? Don't capsize in the gutter. Also, what I'm curious about is, are you the one with the most beautiful face? Why are you fighting with people from the Star Luo Empire? Meng Hongchen said a lot in one breath, but most of all he was wondering why Tang Lan wanted to fight with the people of the Star Luo Empire. Moreover, he deliberately exposed himself in the imperial city and revealed the aura of an evil soul master. How can we not believe that he is an evil soul master? You're worrying too much. I have a solution of my own.